Tantor Audio presents The Governess of Highland Hall by Carrie Turansky. Narrated by Vida Demlow. Many waters cannot quench love, rivers cannot sweep it away. If one were to give all the wealth of one's house for love, it would be utterly scorned. Song of Songs, chapter 8, verse 7. Blessed are the pure in heart, for they will see God. Matthew chapter 5, verse 8. 1. October 1911. Berkshire, England. Julia Foster lifted her gaze to the clear October sky as the lark swooped past. Her steps slowed, and her thoughts took flight, following the bird as it dipped into the golden trees beyond the meadow. If only she could fly away, back to the familiar life and cherished friends she had left behind in India. But that dream would have to wait. She shifted her gaze to the country lane rising before her. Around the next bend, she would see Highland Hall. At least that was what she remembered. But 12 years had passed since she had attended a charity bazaar at the large estate, before her family left for India. What if she had misjudged the distance, or the time it took to walk from the village of Fulton to Highland Hall? She quickened her pace. It wouldn't do to be late for her 10 o'clock appointment with Mrs. Emmett, the housekeeper. When she reached the top of the rise, she spotted an expensive-looking navy-blue motor car with a black roof pulled to the side of the lane. A tall man, who had discarded his jacket and rolled up the sleeves of his white shirt, stood over the open hood. He reached in and pulled on something, then bent lower and scowled. She considered walking past, since they had not been introduced, but her conscience would not allow it. Stopping a few feet away, she cleared her throat. "Excuse me, sir. Do you need some assistance?" He turned and glared at her. "Assistance?" His dark eyebrows rose to a haughty slant. "I suppose you know something about car engines?" Julia lifted her chin, suppressing the urge to match his mocking tone. "No, sir, but I'm on my way to Highland Hall, and I could ask someone there to come and help you, if you like." He huffed, grabbed the rag lying on the car's running board, and wiped his hands. "It won't do any good. No one there knows a blasted thing about cars." He tapped the gold Highland insignia on the door. Julia stepped away, more than happy to leave the brooding chauffeur behind. "Wait. You say you're headed to Highland Hall?" She turned and faced him again. "Yes, I have an interview with Mrs. Emmett." Perhaps if he knew she might soon be working for Sir William Ramsay, the new master of Highland Hall, he would treat her with a little more respect. He narrowed his deep blue eyes and assessed her. "An interview? For what position?" She looked away, debating the wisdom of continuing the conversation with a man who wasn't civil enough to introduce himself. "It's all right. You can tell me." He nodded to her, obviously expecting a reply. "If you must know, I'm applying for the position of governess." A look of disbelief flashed across his face, and the scowl returned. "You look too young. Do you have any experience?" She straightened, trying to add another inch to her petite stature, but she was still at least a foot shorter than he. "I've been teaching children for 9 years. "Really? Did you begin teaching when you were 10? She clenched her jaw. Was there no end to the man's rudeness? "No, sir. I was 18. And if you'll excuse me, I must go, or I'll be late for my appointment." She turned and strode away. "There's no need to rush off in a huff." He caught up with her. "I didn't mean to insult you." "I'm not insulted, just intent on being punctual." She cast him a quick side glance. I don't have the time or luxury to stand by the roadside and fiddle with car engines." He grinned, and then chuckled. Heat flashed into her face. Infuriating man! How dare he laugh at her? She hurried on, not giving him the satisfaction of a reply. "Well, pardon me." She sent him a withering look, and walked on so quickly she got a stitch in her side. With his long legs he had no trouble keeping pace. "You certainly have spirit. I like that." She gulped in a big breath and spun toward him. "You, sir, are entirely too familiar and too rude for words." His jaw dropped, and he stared at her wide-eyed. With her face burning, she marched away. She'd only gone a few steps before regret overtook her. "Forgive me, Lord. I should not have spoken to him like that, but he was so ill-mannered I couldn't help myself." She sighed and lifted her eyes to heaven. "I'm sorry. I know that's not true. You're faithful to give me the strength to control my tongue if I will only ask. But please, Lord, could you make him forget what I said? Or at least let me have little contact with him at Highland?" She doubted that the last part of her prayer would be answered. While Highland Hall was a large house, the staff probably saw each other throughout the day. What a terrible way to start off. No doubt he'd tell everyone she was hot-tempered and not worthy of the position of governess. And that was assuming she got the job. And she must. Her father's illness had stretched on for months, forcing them to leave India and return to England. Now that he was unable to practice medicine, her parents depended on her for support. She must not let them down, no matter how humbling or difficult the job might be. The lane curved to the right, and Highland Hall came into view. Julia's steps slowed as she took in the lovely grounds and large house. It looked more like a castle, standing 4 stories high at its tallest point, with a wide lawn and curved gravel drive leading to the front door. It was built of sand-coloured stone, and though some sections had turned yellow and grey with age, it still looked sturdy and imposing. A tall round turret stood at the right corner, and an arched portico stretched halfway across the front of the house. Oh, Lord, that house is worth a fortune, and the people who live there are definitely used to living a different life than I've lived. How will I ever fit in? She shook her head, then straightened her shoulders. There was no time to fret, not if she wanted to make a good impression and arrive at the appointed hour. She made her way around the side of the house, following the directions Reverend Langford had given her. A broad-shouldered man wearing a brown cap and tweed coat pushed a wheelbarrow toward the greenhouse. He stopped and nodded to her. "Can I help you, miss?" He looked about 35 and had a kind, honest face. She returned his nod with a slight smile. "I have an appointment with Mrs. Emmett." He pointed to a door tucked in a corner at the back of the house. "Just ring the bell there, miss, and someone will be along to help you." She thanked him and crossed the rear courtyard. Pulling in a deep breath, she smoothed her hand down her cloak and skirt and checked her hat. Everything seemed to be in place. Lifting her hand, she pressed the bell while her stomach fluttered like a nervous bird. Only a few seconds passed before the door opened and a plump young woman with rosy cheeks and bright blue eyes greeted her. She wore a white apron over her dark green servant's uniform and a white cap. "How can I help you, miss?" "I'm Julia Foster. I'm here to see Mrs. Emmett." "Very good. Come this way." She started down the steps and smiled over her shoulder. "I'm Lydia, one of the housemaids. Are you here about a position?" "Yes." Remembering her encounter with the brooding chauffeur, she decided not to add any more details. As they reached the bottom step, The heavenly scent of baking bread and roasting meat floated toward her. She breathed deeply, savoring the smell. Her empty stomach contracted, reminding her that she had walked off the simple breakfast of porridge she'd eaten at 7. Lydia led the way past the kitchen. Julia glanced through the doorway and saw 2 young women and a man in a white chef's jacket chopping vegetables at the table in the center of the room. He said something to one of the women, but his French accent was so strong, Julia couldn't understand him. "You'll want to mind your P's and Q's with Mrs. Emmett," Lydia said, continuing down the hallway. "She's a stickler for proper manners and such. But you're smart-looking. That should help it go well for you." "Thank you," Julia murmured, though she wasn't sure if that was the right response. "This is it." Lydia stopped in front of a closed door. "Mug's parlour. At least that's what we call it." She grinned and nodded. "Go on then. Give it a knock, and good luck to you." Julia nodded to her, sent off one more silent prayer, then rapped on the door while the maid disappeared into another room. The door swung open, and a stern-faced woman, who appeared to be about 60, looked out at her. She wore a plain navy blue dress with a cameo pinned at the high neck and a set of keys clipped to her waistband. Small, wire-rimmed glasses perched on the bridge of her nose. "Good day, ma'am. I'm Julia Foster." "Come in. I've been expecting you." She motioned toward the straight-back chair by the fireplace, while she lowered herself onto the settee. "Do you have your letters of reference?" "Yes, ma'am." Julia took the letters from Reverend Langford and Lady Farnsworth from her handbag and gave them to Mrs. Emmett. The housekeeper pursed her lips and read Lady Farnsworth's letter first. "She says your family has been acquainted with hers for many years." "Yes, my father served as her family physician since the time of her marriage to Lord Farnsworth." "I'm not sure what that has to do with you." Mrs. Emmett opened and read Reverend Langford's letter next, her stern expression never softening. "It says you've been out of the country for 12 years. Is that correct?" Julia nodded. "Our family has been serving in India since 1899 with the London Missionary Society." Mrs. Emmett's nose wrinkled slightly as her gaze dipped back to the letter. "You were a teacher there?" "Yes, we opened a home for girls and ran a medical clinic for the village." Memories of India came flooding back. The overflowing marketplace, heavy with the scent of spices, the magenta flowers climbing the stone wall surrounding their home, the colourful embroidered saris of the women, and the beautiful dark faces of their girls, her students, and the flowers of their ministry. "Miss Foster?" Julia blinked. "I'm sorry? What did you say?" "How do you intend to teach the social skills our young ladies need to learn to enter society when you've been raised in—" She looked at Julia over the top of her glasses. "Such a heathen environment." Heat infused her cheeks. "I was raised in Fulton by loving Christian parents who passed on their godly values and manners. I attended the village school until age 12. Then my mother taught me at home until I was 15. My training continued under my parents' guidance when we traveled to India. My experiences there have given me unique opportunities to see God at work in the world and to interact with all types of people." Mrs. Emmett took a handkerchief from her sleeve and dabbed her nose. "Yes, all types of people." She folded the letters and handed them back to Julia. "We've had a difficult time finding a governess. There are few qualified candidates in the area." Julia wasn't sure what to say to that remark, so she kept silent. Mrs. Emmett sighed and gave a resigned nod. "Sir William has 2 children. His son Andrew is 9, and his daughter Millicent is 6. Andrew will most likely be going away to school within the year, but he needs someone to help him prepare. Millicent has poor health. She needs careful attention and should not overexert herself. The children's mother passed away 3 years ago, which may be the reason Andrew has had such a difficult time. Julia tensed. A difficult time? What did she mean? Sir William is also the guardian of his 2 young cousins, Mrs. Emmett continued. Miss Catherine Ramsay turns 18 next month, and Miss Penelope is 15. The girls have been raised here at Highland, and it's been quite an adjustment for them to grieve their father's death and see the estate pass to their second cousin once removed. Mrs. Emmett sent her a pained look. It has been an adjustment for us all. Julia swallowed, trying to take it all in. So I would be teaching Sir William's children, as well as the 2 young ladies? Reverend Langford hadn't mentioned Catherine and Penelope. No wonder Mrs. Emmett wanted to know if Julia was prepared to teach social skills. Catherine was old enough to be presented at court and take part in the London social season. That's correct, Mrs. Emmett nodded. You would oversee all 4, following a programme for their education and training set out by Sir William. Julia had never taken part in the season, but her mother had, and she could probably advise her on how to help Catherine prepare. If that's agreeable to you, I will take you to meet Sir William, and he can finish the interview. Mrs. Emmett stood and waited for Julia's reply. Yes, ma'am, I would be happy to meet him. Julia rose. Come along, then. Mrs. Emmett left the parlour and led the way up the stone staircase, past the green baize door, and into the great hall. Julia's eyes widened as she gazed up at the beautiful carved ceiling that arched high overhead. Richly coloured tapestries and paintings of distinguished people hung on the panelled walls. Were they the past owners of Highland? A large fireplace with an elaborate marble mantel stood in the centre of the wall on her right, and opposite that, a grand oak staircase rose to an open gallery 1 floor above. Mrs. Emmett glanced over her shoulder. Don't dawdle. Julia dropped her gaze and hurried after the housekeeper. There would be time to take in the splendour of the house after she spoke to Sir William, if she got the job. A shiver of anticipation raced down her arms. A stout butler in a neatly pressed black suit, white shirt and black tie stepped forward to meet them. A touch of silver in his dark hair gave him a distinguished appearance. His excellent posture and calm expression announced he was a man of dignity and authority. Mr. Lawrence, this is Miss Foster. I am interviewing her for the position of governess. Is Sir William available to meet with her? Mr. Lawrence looked Julia over and gave a curt nod. I'll see. He stepped through a nearby doorway, and she heard him say, Miss Foster, the woman applying for the position of governess is here to see you, sir. Who? Oh, yes. Have her come in. Sir William's voice seemed to carry a note of irritation. Mr. Lawrence stepped out the door and nodded to them. Julia took a deep breath and followed Mrs. Emmett into the room. Bookshelves lined the wall on the right, and opposite the door, 3 tall windows looked out onto the side gardens. In the corner, a man sat at a beautifully carved desk with his back to them. He pushed his pen aside and turned to face them. A shock wave jolted Julia. Her eyes widened as she stared at the man she'd met on the lane, the man she supposed was the chauffeur. Her stomach tumbled to her feet, and her hopes fell with it. Miss Foster, please take a seat. Sir William stood and nodded toward an overstuffed chair. His gaze shifted to the housekeeper. "That will be all, Mrs. Emmett." The housekeeper stiffened. "Perhaps I should stay and—" "That won't be necessary." His steady gaze made his meaning clear. Mrs. Emmett gave a curt nod, then turned and left the room. The butler followed. Julia swallowed and sank into the chair. "So, Miss Foster, you've come seeking the position of governess for my children and my 2 cousins." "Yes, sir." Julia clasped her hands in her lap, her face burning. "But first, I must apologize for the way I spoke to you earlier this morning on the lane. I'm sorry. I had no idea. I thought you were the chauffeur." "There's no need to apologize. I should have introduced myself." "Yes, sir, that would have been helpful. And it might have kept me from making a fool of myself and jeopardizing my chances at Highland." He sat opposite her. "So, tell me why you believe you're qualified for the position of governess." Was he truly going to give her a chance, even after all she had said to him on the lane? She gathered her thoughts and looked into his eyes. "Since I was 15, I've assisted my parents, teaching and training the young girls who came into our care in our mission work in India." "India, you say?" "Yes, sir. Our family served there for the last 12 years. My father is a physician, and we ran a medical clinic and a home for girls who were orphans, or those we were able to buy out of difficult situations." He frowned slightly. "What kind of situations?" She hesitated, trying to remember exactly how her parents explained it. "It's hard to speak of, sir, but some girls are sold by their families to serve in Hindu temples." She looked down, her cheeks warming again. "It's a very heathen practice that takes away a young girl's innocence and purity." His expression sobered. "Rescuing girls caught in such circumstances is commendable. What was your role there?" "The girls lived with us at the mission station. I helped oversee their care, education, and upbringing. I also assisted my father in the clinic and helped my mother with all the practical aspects of running our home and the mission." "That sounds like quite an undertaking." "It's important work, sir. I felt privileged to do it." "You seem quite committed." He hesitated a moment. "May I ask why you decided to leave?" "My father's health has been declining for quite some time. It reached a crisis 3 months ago. He needed more medical care, so we decided to come back to England." "Has he improved since you returned?" "Not as much as we had hoped. He is confined to his bed most days." She looked away and tried to swallow past the tightness in her throat. His expression softened. "I'm sorry to hear that. Perhaps with more rest and good care he will recover." "That is our hope and prayer." She pressed her lips together for a moment, and then lifted her gaze to meet his. "And that's why it's so important that I find a position nearby, one that allows me to help support my parents and makes it possible for me to visit them on my afternoons off." "I see." He stood and walked over to the desk. "Give me a moment, please." Her heart pounded, and she clutched the folds of her skirt. Had she said too much? She closed her eyes. "Please, Lord, move his heart. Give me a chance to help my parents and serve this family." William shuffled through the papers on his desk, turning the decision over in his mind. Miss Foster had experience as a teacher, but she had worked under her parents' guidance in India. Could she handle these new responsibilities on her own? She was obviously much younger than past governesses, but none of them had lasted more than 6 months. Perhaps age was not the most important factor to consider. He'd had a devil of a time finding someone suitable in London, and it had been even more challenging since he'd come to Highland. He also had to think of his young cousins. They needed someone who could help them complete their education and guide them in finding suitable husbands so they could take their place in society. Was Miss Foster up to the task? He tapped his fingers on the desk. It was hard to discern a person's character by her appearance, but Miss Foster made a good impression. Her clothing was simple, neat, and modest. She was slender, but seemed healthy, with a fair complexion and a rosy tint to her cheeks. But was she trustworthy? That was the most important question. There didn't seem to be any guile in her blue eyes, but he had been fooled before, and with very painful results. He clamped his jaw and banished those thoughts. Turning from his desk, he faced Miss Foster. "Thank you for waiting." She opened her eyes and looked up at him, her expression hopeful. Had she been praying? He supposed that might be her habit, coming from a religious family. Well, a little piety might be good for his cousins. "I've decided to offer you the position." Relief flashed in her eyes. "Thank you, sir." "But it will be on a trial basis. 1 month seems like an adequate time to judge if this is the right decision." "A month, sir?" "Yes. I want to be sure you can carry out your duties and handle the children and my cousins. Are you agreeable to that?" She glanced away for a moment, and then looked back at him. "Yes, sir. I'm willing to accept the position on a trial basis." "Good. Mrs. Emmett will inform you about the children's needs and routines." Lawrence walked into the room. "Mr. Bixby is here to see you, sir." Sir William nodded. "Have him wait. We're almost finished here." "Yes, sir." Lawrence hesitated, and a pained expression crossed his face. "I'm sorry, sir, but I thought you should know Master Andrew has taken a fall." William's heart lurched. "Is he hurt?" "Just a small bump on the head. Mrs. Emmett had him lie down, and she put some ice on it." "How did it happen?" "He pulled a chair over and was climbing up to open a cabinet in the pantry. It appears he was trying to help himself to another piece of cake." "Blast! Where was the nursery maid? Isn't it her job to keep an eye on him?" "Yes, sir, it is." "Well, she's failing miserably. This is the 3rd time this week she's let him get into mischief. Tell Mrs. Emmett I am not pleased. She's to speak to her, and be sure it doesn't happen again. Andrew is to be sent to his room, and he's not to have anything to eat until dinner." "Yes, sir." The butler turned and left the room. "Excuse me, sir, but will you speak to Master Andrew about the incident?" William frowned at Miss Foster. "I hadn't planned on it, and why should I? Don't you think that punishment is sufficient?" "Perhaps, but how can a child learn from your discipline unless you discuss the offence and explain what is expected of him?" "That, Miss Foster, is why I'm hiring a governess. It will be your duty to supervise and train the children." "But isn't it a parent's responsibility to bring up his children in the nurture and admonition of the Lord?" She rose from her chair. "How can you carry out that duty when your message is relayed through a butler, or even a governess?" He inhaled slowly. Did this slip of a girl really think it was her responsibility to instruct him in his role as parent? "I have always worked through my staff to care for my children, and I plan to continue to do so. If you want to fill this position, you need to put aside your modern child-rearing philosophies and accept my traditional methods." "My philosophies are not modern, quite the contrary. They're biblical, and—" He raised his hand. "Miss Foster, Do you intend to argue with me before you've even begun your first day of employment?" Her eyes widened. Then she dropped her gaze. "No, sir. I'm sorry. I spoke out of turn." "Yes, you did." He straightened his jacket, regretting his tone. He hadn't meant to sound so harsh. "However, I'm willing to overlook it. Will you be able to start tomorrow?" She looked up. "Yes, sir." "Report to Mrs. Emmett at 8 in the morning. You may go." Julia walked out of the library and into the great hall, her heart beating hard and fast. Mr. Lawrence stood by the door, a disapproving frown on his face. He'd obviously heard everything she'd said. One more mark against her. A rotund gentleman in a black suit waited with him. He brushed his finger across his thick silver moustache and shifted his black leather case to the other hand. Mr. Lawrence showed the man in and announced him to Sir William. She slowly crossed the great hall, taking time to look at the portraits and beautiful furnishings. Was this the type of home her grandparents owned? Had her mother grown up surrounded by wealth like this, until she had decided to marry against her parents' wishes? That decision had caused a huge uproar, and Julia's grandfather had cut her parents off completely. But her parents' love and shared faith had carried them through those difficult times. After Julia's family travelled to India, her mother's sister Beatrice shared their letters with Julia's grandmother, but they were always kept secret from Julia's grandfather, who had never forgiven his daughter for marrying a young middle-class doctor. Julia had never met her grandparents, or anyone else on her mother's side of the family, and she doubted she ever would. Her domineering grandfather had forbidden it, and no one in the family dared to go against his wishes, except her parents. She approached a beautiful marble sculpture on a pedestal. The peaceful expression on the woman's face drew Julia closer. Who could she be? Leaning toward the statue, she peered at the inscription on the small brass nameplate. "Miss Foster!" She jumped at the butler's sharp tone and stifled a gasp. "Yes, sir?" "The staff do not use the front entrance unless they are greeting guests or accompanying the family out of doors." Julia's gaze swung toward the front door. "Oh, yes, of course." "The staff exit downstairs, through the kitchen, or at the end of the lower hall." She nodded. "Yes, I came in that way." "And that is where you will exit." He nodded toward the other end of the great hall. "Mrs. Emmett asked that you see her on your way out." "I'll look for her downstairs. Thank you." She walked at a comfortable pace through the great hall, taking in a few more glimpses of the paintings and crests carved into the moulding above the fireplace. Such splendor! What would it be like to be surrounded by such beauty every day? Certainly much different from her simple life at the mission station in India, or her parents' rented cottage in Fulton. As she reached the end of the hall, she turned and looked over her shoulder. Highland Hall was a large and impressive home, but wealth and prestige didn't always bring happiness. She didn't have to look any further than Sir William Ramsay to see that was true. "I'm sorry I don't have better news for you." Mr. Bixby, William's solicitor, shifted in his chair. His moustache twitched, and he grinned slightly. "I'm afraid these death duties will be the death of us all." William turned his brooding gaze on the solicitor. "I don't see the humor in it." The little man immediately sobered. "Forgive me. I was hoping to offer a little levity." William grimaced. "It's all right. It's not your fault the government is trying to choke the aristocracy out of existence." The solicitor bobbed his head. "Exactly. It's dreadful. These inheritance laws have made it almost impossible for families to pass on their estates intact. Perhaps Parliament will repeal them. I doubt it. The government will become dependent on the funds, and there will be no turning back. Bixby clicked his tongue. I suppose so, but not everyone can comply. Some families have had to sell their estates and settle in town. William scowled and walked toward the window. He'd come here to escape London. All the gossip and social wrangling was enough to turn a man's stomach. Selling the house in London seemed preferable to auctioning off a chunk of his newly inherited estate. But when they had prepared to move to Highland, his sister Sarah pleaded with him to keep the family home in London so they could return a few times each year. He hated the idea of disappointing her. With her crippled hand and arm, happy childhood memories were one of Sarah's few comforts. Perhaps the funds from the sale of your business interests in London could cover the duties. I've set aside those for the repairs that need to be made here at Highland. We can't let the house fall down around us. William returned to his chair opposite Mr. Bixby. My late cousin, Randolph Ramsay, was not the best manager of his finances or property. I see. Mr. Bixby stroked his chin. Then you'll have to come up with the funds another way. How long do we have before the payment must be made? I can slow things down a bit, but I'd say the 1st of March at the latest. 4.5 months? What did the government expect him to do? Wave a magic wand and double his bank account? Perhaps the estate can bring in more income. There is the rent you receive from your tenant farmers, and you have a fine herd of sheep, large orchards, and acres of grain. I've only been here 3 weeks. I've just begun to get my feet under me. I have no idea if we're maximizing our income. Well, I'm afraid you'll have to do something. They'll tack on a very steep fine if you don't pay on time. William growled under his breath. All right. I'll meet with my overseer and see if we can increase our income over the next few months. Mr. Bixby stood. Very good. I think that's your best option. William rose from his chair and pulled the cord to summon Lawrence. When the butler appeared, William shook hands with Mr. Bixby and bid him good day. The butler showed the solicitor out. William returned to his desk, where a stack of repair estimates, bills, and letters needed his attention. But he struggled to regain his focus. He had no idea overseeing a large estate would be this difficult. It made his former position in London, running his family's import business, seem like a holiday. When he first heard he had inherited Highland Hall and his late cousin's title as baronet, he had been thrilled with the prospect of leaving London and settling in the country as the master of his own estate. Had he made a mistake? Perhaps he should not have been so quick to sell his business interests to his younger brother David. Well, it was too late to change course now. He must find a way to restore Highland to its former glory, even if it drained his bank account. Perhaps then he would be respected as master of a fine estate, rather than pitted for... He clenched his jaw and banished those thoughts. Turning, he looked up at the large painting of Randolph Ramsay, the former master of Highland, hanging above the library fireplace. Why had his cousin ignored the needed repairs on the house and property? He'd never confided in William about his financial struggles. Was it the strain of running the estate that had driven his cousin to an early grave? Or was it something else? 2. Julia folded her brown woolen shawl and laid it on top of the other clothing in the leather trunk. Glancing around the small upstairs bedroom of her parents' cottage, she looked for anything else she might want to take to Highland. Most of her possessions had been packed away and left in India, with the hope she would return. She closed her eyes and sighed. her heart aching at the thought of remaining so distant from her beloved friends and the ministry there. No, she must refocus her mind. There was no reason to feel sorry for herself. The Lord had answered her prayers and given her a good position with a fine family. The salary would help her parents, and more important, she would be close enough to see them every Sunday afternoon. She crossed the room to her dresser and gently ran her fingers over the top of the framed photograph of her parents, her brother Jonathan, and herself from a happier time. How different her father looked, so strong and vibrant, very little like the pale, thin man who rested downstairs. Her mother also looked older after all that had happened to them in the last few months. Julia lifted her gaze to the small oval mirror above the dresser and checked her reflection. She didn't see many signs of change, but her usually bright blue eyes had dimmed, and the slope of her shoulders was more pronounced. Well, it couldn't be helped. Life had taken an unexpected turn, and she had to carry on the best she could. She lowered her gaze to the other photograph on the dresser. The 17 girls who lived at the mission station, her students, surrounded her in the picture. How she loved them and missed them. Little 9-year-old Sarita, wearing a bright smile, stood beside her in the center. Mondulai stood next to them with her arm looped through Julia's. She was a wonderful assistant, and though she was only 19, she had stepped into the role of teacher when Julia had to leave. With a whispered prayer for her parents, her brother, and her dear girls, Julia placed the photographs in her trunk. They would be a comfort and reminder that she only had to be separated from those she loved for a short time. "Julia, dinner is ready," her mother called from the bottom of the steps. "I'll be right down." Julia added her Bible and journal to the trunk, then lowered the lid. Her mother greeted her with a caring smile as she entered the kitchen. She had prepared 3 dinner trays, which sat on the small wooden table. "Did you finish packing?" "Yes, I'm all done." Julia leaned in and kissed her mother's cheek. "Dinner smells wonderful." "Thank you, dear." Her mother handed her a tray. "Would you take this to your father?" Julia nodded and carried it to the parlor, where her father rested in a bed near the fireplace. Her mother followed with the second tray. He looked up from his book and smiled. "Ah, Julia, what are you bringing me tonight?" "I believe it's a lovely lamb stew." She settled the tray on her father's lap, while her mother adjusted the pillow behind his back. "It looks delightful." He shifted his gaze to his wife. "Thank you, Mary. You're a fine cook." "You haven't tasted it yet, Philip." "After 33 years of enjoying your cooking, I'm sure it is delicious." Her mother patted his cheek. "You're a dear man. You always have been." She returned to the kitchen to bring out the last tray. He watched her go, a misty look in his eyes. "Your mother has borne this all so well." "She's a brave woman." He shifted his gaze to Julia. "And so are you." She took his hand. "You're the brave one." A warm light filled his eyes, and he shook his head. "I appreciate what you're doing for us. I know it's not your first choice to leave home to work as a governess." Her throat tightened. "It will be fine. I'm thankful they've agreed to hire me." She pulled up a chair next to him and sat down. "You'll do well at Highland. They'll hate to see you go when the time comes." She glanced away and reached for her dinner tray. Her father frowned slightly as he watched her. "Julia, you did tell them this is temporary, didn't you?" She looked up as her mother returned, but she did not meet her father's gaze. "I meant to, but The whole experience was so unsettling. Before I knew it, the interview was over, and the butler was showing me out. Father looked at her over the top of his glasses. Honesty is an important foundation for all relationships. You don't want to mislead them. No, of course not. But I'm not sure I need to tell them right now. Sir William made it clear there is a 1-month trial period. He may not keep me on after that. All the more reason to tell him we plan to return to India as soon as my health improves. That was her father's plan. But the longer his health remained unchanged, the less likely it seemed it would happen. Julia exchanged a glance with her mother. Her father sighed. I know what you two are thinking. And what is that, dear? Her mother's expression remained serene. That I'll not be able to go back. The slightest hint of pain appeared in her mother's eyes, then quickly faded. That decision is in the Lord's hands. We're trusting Him to direct us. Her father's sorrowful expression eased. Of course, you're right, dear. He focused on Julia again. But my illness must not keep you from returning to India, if that's what you truly want. They'd talked about this many times. He knew how much she loved teaching in India, and that she longed to go back. But how could she leave her parents when her father was so ill? Who would care for them if she left the country? Jonathan attended medical school in London and needed more training before he could begin his own practice and assume some of the responsibility of caring for their parents. I'm content to wait for the Lord to open that door at the right time. Are you, my dear? Concern filled her father's eyes. Can you accept this position at Highland and see it as God's will for you at the present? Julia looked toward the window, where the fading sunlight painted the sky soft shades of peach and gold. After living in India for 12 years, it felt more like home than England. But her parents needed her here. The only answer was to surrender and allow God to choose. And for now, the choice was clear. She turned back to her father. God has guided me to Highland. My present and my future are safe in His hands. Her father patted her knee. Very good, my dear. With your mind set like that, He will bless you and take care of everything. I'm sure of it. Julia nodded, but she wished her heart felt as strong and certain as her words. For her parents' sake, she must cast off her homesick thoughts of India and make the needed adjustments to her new life at Highland. Shall we pray? Father reached for her hand. She clasped his warm, rough fingers in her own, and then took her mother's hand on the other side. Lowering her head, she listened while her father offered a simple prayer of thanks for the day, for Julia's new position, and for their meal. Tears burned her eyes. This is what she would miss most, more than the fragrant jasmine flowers, the chatter of the girls at play, or the heat of the Indian sun on her shoulders. How would she find the strength and wisdom she needed without daily interaction with her parents? All of her life they had trained her to trust God. Well, the time had come for her to step out, exercise her faith, and find her peace and security in Him alone. The next morning, Julia arrived at Highland Hall promptly at 8. Mrs. Emmett met her at the back door and asked her to wait in her parlour while she finished speaking to the maids. Julia paced the room and repeated one of her favourite verses. God is our refuge and strength, a very present help in trouble. Mrs. Emmett arrived and gave Julia a summary of the 2 younger children's activities and preferences, and told her a bit more about Millicent's health issues. Julia nodded, trying to remember everything. The housekeeper didn't mention Catherine or Penelope, which seemed odd, but Julia decided to wait and see how the day unfolded. Finally, she followed Mrs. Emmett up the back stairs, past the main floor, and up to the first floor above. "Your room is the second door on the left." The housekeeper nodded toward it. "I'll have the footman bring up your trunk." "Thank you." Julia slowed, expecting to be shown into her room, but Mrs. Emmett continued on. "The nursery and schoolroom are across the hall." She motioned toward a door on the right. "The children's maid is helping them dress and prepare for the day. The family and staff gather for scripture reading and prayer in the great hall at 9 o'clock. You'll be introduced to everyone at that time. Then you'll return with the children to the nursery for breakfast and lessons." Julia nodded, pleased to hear Sir William was concerned about the spiritual needs of his family and staff. Her thoughts shifted back to the children's schedule. Did the children eat luncheon with their father? "No, you will supervise their meals in the nursery." Julia hesitated. "All their meals?" "Yes, Sir William believes." A high-pitched scream came from the other side of the nursery door. Julia gasped. Mrs. Emmett stiffened, then jerked open the door. "Andrew, please!" The maid chased the boy across the room. Freckles covered his face, and his bright red wavy hair glowed like a flaming torch as he ran past. He raced behind the table, clutching a golden-black stuffed tiger. He dodged the maid, eluding her grasp, and turned over a child-sized chair. Millicent stood in the corner, tears flowing down her pale cheeks. "He's got my tiger!" Mrs. Emmett drew herself up, her eyes blazing. "Andrew Ramsay! Stop this immediately!" The boy darted a gleeful look at the housekeeper, then dashed into the closet and slammed the door. The young maid, her face flushed and her blonde hair coming loose from her cap, hurried back to Millicent and knelt beside her. "It's all right, Miss Millie. Please don't cry. I'm sure he won't tear the head off Tiger." "Anne, what is going on?" Mrs. Emmett glared at the maid. "I'm sorry, ma'am. Master Andrew is having a difficult morning." "That's no excuse for letting things get so out of hand." Mrs. Emmett marched to the closet and twisted the knob, but the door was locked. "Master Andrew, come out at once." "No, I'm never coming out." "That's nonsense. You can't spend the day in the closet." "Yes, I can." "Very well. Then you'll have no breakfast, and I shall have to tell your father you're misbehaving again." Julia and the maid exchanged a glance. Would that motivate the boy to obey? Apparently not, because the door remained closed. Mrs. Emmett spun around and faced Anne. "I have a mind to dismiss you on the spot." The maid's eyes widened. "Oh, no! Please, Ma'am! I'm sure he'll settle down and be out in just a minute." "He'd better be." Mrs. Emmett snatched a watch from her skirt pocket and checked the time. "You have 25 minutes to finish dressing the children and bring them downstairs. If you fail in that duty, you will pack your bags and leave this house today. Do you understand?" The colour drained from the maid's face. "Yes, Ma'am." Mrs. Emmett sent Julia a stern glance. "Perhaps Miss Foster can help you get the children under control." She strode out of the room and closed the door with a loud bang. Julia swallowed and turned to the maid. "I'm so sorry. What a difficult way to begin the day. I'm Julia Foster, the new governess." Tears gathered in the young woman's eyes. "My name's Anne Norton, and I'm ever so glad you've come. I've only been in service here a week, and I've had a dickens of a time trying to manage these two wild ones on my own." She nodded toward Milly. "Spawn of the devil, if you ask me." Julia stifled a gasp. "We mustn't speak about the children that way." She glanced at the little girl, who watched them with wide blue-green eyes. Her tears had slowed, but she still breathed in jerky sobs. "You're right, of course, but I've never seen such disobedient and unruly—" "Please, I must insist on it." The maid sighed. "All right." She placed her hands on her hips and glared toward the closet. "We've got to get that boy out here and dressed." She walked over and tried the doorknob again. "Andrew, Mrs. Emmett is gone. You'll not be punished if you come out now and finish dressing." Anne bit her lip and waited, but the door did not open. "Miss Foster, your new governess has arrived, and she's brought you a treat." Julia shook her head. "We mustn't lie to the children to convince them to obey." "What kind of treat?" Andrew's muffled voice came from behind the closet door. Julia opened her mouth, intending to explain she hadn't brought him anything, but the maid cut her off. "It's something delicious, and if you come out now, you can have some before we go downstairs." The door creaked open about a foot, and the boy peered out. "I don't see any treats." Julia stepped forward. "You're right, Master Andrew. Anne was mistaken." He started to pull the door shut, but Julia grabbed hold and kept it open. "I didn't bring treats today, but if you settle down and get dressed, I'll tell you about the time a real tiger came calling at our house." He snorted and tossed Milly's stuffed tiger on the floor. "There are no tigers in England, except perhaps in the zoo." Milly ran forward and snatched the stuffed animal. She gathered it into her arms and sent her brother a hateful glare. "You're right," Julia continued in a calm voice, "but I'm talking about my house in India." His green eyes lit up. "India? Like the Jungle Book?" "Yes. You read it?" He shook his head. "Mrs. Lambert, our governess in London, started reading it to us, but then we had to come here." He scowled, his expression looking very much like his father's when she met him in the lane yesterday morning. "It's a wonderful book," Julia continued. "Perhaps we can find a copy and finish reading it." Anne placed her hand on Andrew's shoulder and guided him away from the closet. "Yes, maybe Miss Foster can read it to you after breakfast, but first we must get dressed." "I want to hear the tiger story." Millicent walked toward Julia. She was a lovely child, with long wavy red hair flowing over her shoulders and a few pale freckles scattered over her nose and cheeks. Julia smiled. "Let's obey Anne and finish dressing, and I'll tell you the story while I fix your hair." Millicent held out her hand to Julia. That simple offer of trust warmed Julia's heart. She grasped the girl's hand and led her to the dressing table. 15 minutes later, the children stood by the door, neatly dressed, hair combed, and ready to go downstairs. "There now, you look very nice." Anne straightened Andrew's jacket and gave him a pat on the shoulder. Julia nodded her approval. "Andrew, since this is my first day, I'd like you to escort me downstairs and show me how everything is done." The boy's face brightened. "All right, I can do that." Julia took his arm, and he led the way out of the nursery and down the hall. A young woman met them in the gallery. She wore a dark blue dress with little adornment, but it looked well made of expensive material. Her dark brown hair was pulled up in a simple style. Kindness flowed from her brown eyes. She sent Julia a shy smile and slipped both hands behind her back. "Good morning. I'm Sarah Ramsay, William's sister." "This is our new governess, Miss—" Andrew looked up at Julia. Julia smiled and gave her name. "I'm happy to meet you, Miss Ramsay." "Oh, please call me Sarah." Julia nodded. "As you wish." The sound of conversation in the great hall on the floor below drew Julia's attention, and she glanced over the banister. "We had better go down," Sarah said. "My brother likes everyone present at 9 o'clock. Andrew tugged Julia toward the stairs. She held him back. "When a gentleman walks with a lady, he keeps her pace in mind, especially indoors." She spoke to him in a low, gentle tone, so no one else could hear. He nodded and walked slowly, looking like a perfect little gentleman. Sir William stood by the large marble fireplace in the great hall, watching them descend the stairs, his expression unreadable. At the bottom, Julia hesitated. Should she stand with the servants, who waited on one side of the hall, opposite Sir William, or should she join him? Sarah leaned closer. "Your place is with the children." Julia nodded her thanks and followed Sarah, Millicent, and Andrew toward the fireplace. Sarah walked with a slight limp, and Julia wondered if she had suffered an injury. Across the hall, the servants lined up in what appeared to be the order of their rank. At the head of the line stood Mr. Lawrence, the butler, then Mrs. Emmett, the housekeeper. Next to her stood the French chef she'd seen working in the kitchen, wearing a white chef's coat and dark trousers. Then 2 tall footmen dressed in formal livery. Next came 5 maids, including Lydia, the young woman she'd met when she first arrived at Highland for her interview. Lydia sent Julia a slight nod and smile. 3 young kitchen maids, who looked like they were no older than 14 or 15, came next. The gardener, who had directed her to the back door yesterday, and his 2 young assistants held their caps in their hands as they waited at the end of the line. It was a large staff, and she imagined there were many others who worked for Sir William outdoors, managing his horses, cows, sheep, orchards, and crops. That was quite a responsibility to oversee so many people and such a large estate. She glanced at Sir William, noting the lines of strain around his eyes and the stiffness of his posture. Once again she pondered how wealth and possessions didn't guarantee a carefree life. She must pray for him and do all she could to ease his concern for his children. William pulled his watch from his vest pocket and scowled when he saw the time. He did not intend to wait all morning for his 2 young cousins to appear. On the opposite side of the great hall, his butler Lawrence met his gaze. He glanced toward the staircase with a question in his eyes. William blew out a breath and tried to restrain his growing irritation. "Mrs. Emmett, do you know why Miss Catherine and Miss Penelope have not come down?" "No, sir, I'm sorry, I do not. I've been a bit preoccupied this morning." She narrowed her gaze at the new governess, who stood beside William with his children and his sister. The housekeeper turned to one of the maids. "Lydia, did you wake the young ladies this morning?" She bobbed a quick curtsy. "Yes, ma'am. Miss Catherine sent this note." A ripple of surprise crossed the servants' faces as the maid took the note from her apron pocket and passed it to Mrs. Emmett. Lawrence cleared his throat and flashed a warning glance down the row. The servants all lowered their gazes to the floor. Mrs. Emmett snatched the note from Lydia's hand. "Next time you will give me any messages immediately." "Yes, ma'am." The maid's lower lip quivered, and she dropped her gaze. Mrs. Emmett walked across and handed the note to William. "I'm sorry, sir." She softened her tone. "Lydia is new, and just getting used to the way we do things at Highland." "I'm sure she meant no harm." He took the note and unfolded it. Dear Cousin William, we are not feeling well. Please excuse us for not coming down this morning. Your cousins, Catherine and Penelope. Heat surged into his chest. Not well, my eye. They'll be perfectly fine by the time they want to go riding or call on a friend this afternoon. He stuffed the note in his pocket. This would not do. Morning scripture reading and prayer were not optional. Everyone needed to fall in line, even his young cousins. He looked up and straightened his shoulders. Very well, let's begin. This morning, before I read our passage of scripture, I would like to introduce our new governess, Miss Julia Foster. He nodded toward her. Her soft blue eyes lit up, and a slight smile tucked in the corners of her mouth. An unsettling awareness travelled through him. He shook it off and shifted his gaze away. She is originally from Fulton, but has recently returned from India, where she and her family were engaged in mission work. She will be overseeing the education of the children and the young ladies. Andrew squirmed on his left, and William placed a firm hand on the boy's shoulder. Andrew stilled and looked up. William squeezed his son's shoulder, hoping to press in the point. I expect you all to cooperate with her and give her the respect due her position. Nelson, the first footman, looked Miss Foster over with a slight smile and an unmistakable gleam in his eye. William frowned and made a mental note to speak to Lawrence about it. Relationships between the staff were discouraged, and he would not put up with any of the men bothering Miss Foster. He cleared his throat and opened his Bible. This morning, our passage comes from Galatians, chapter 5, verses 13 and 14. For, brethren, ye have been called unto liberty. Only use not liberty for an occasion to the flesh, but by love serve one another. For all the law is fulfilled in one word, even in this, thou shalt love thy neighbour as thyself. He closed the Bible and waited a moment, hoping the words would sink into his servants' minds. Let us pray. O gracious Heavenly Father, help us guard our hearts and minds from sinful thoughts and actions, and remind us of our responsibilities to diligently serve others and love our neighbour. Someone snickered, and he looked up. Nelson grinned at one of the young kitchen maids, and she returned a shy smile. William narrowed his gaze at them. They immediately sobered and looked down. He paused a second more, then added, We ask you to watch over our household, keep us safe from harm, and lead us in the way everlasting. Amen. Lawrence nodded to the row of servants, dismissing them. William tucked the Bible under his arm. Miss Foster, will you wait a moment, please? She looked up. Yes, sir. Mrs. Emmett, William called. The housekeeper stopped at the foot of the stairs. Yes, sir? Would you please look in on my cousins? Apparently they aren't feeling well, and I'd like to know if I should send for the doctor. Mrs. Emmett nodded. Of course, sir. I'll see to it right away. And would you also inform them Miss Foster has arrived, and arrange a time for them to meet with her, before they go riding or engage in any other activities? Yes, sir. Mrs. Emmett climbed the stairs, followed by Andrew, Millicent, and Anne, the nursery maid. He nodded to the governess. Miss Foster, I'd like to introduce my sister, Miss Sarah Ramsay. Miss Foster and I met on our way down this morning. Sarah turned to the governess with a warm smile. We're very grateful you've come to Highland. We hope you'll be happy here. Thank you. I'm looking forward to getting to know the children and the young ladies. At the mention of their cousins, Sarah's smile faded. I believe they will benefit greatly from the guidance of a governess. I hope I can encourage their love for learning and help them develop their character and gifts. Yes. Sarah smiled at William and tucked her arm through his. That's exactly what they need, isn't it? William nodded. Character development is key for anyone's education. Miss Foster looked up at him, and he couldn't help noticing her soft blue eyes and the sweet openness of her expression. Will there be anything else? She asked. A warning flashed through him, and he broke his gaze. No, that will be all. 3. Mrs. Emmett strode down the first-floor hall, her mind spinning with all that needed to be done that morning. They were expecting a delivery from the grocer, and he would need to be paid. The gardener must be told to bring in fresh flowers for the dining room, and she had to speak to Lydia about her having held on to that note. But first she must check on Catherine and Penelope. She doubted the girls were truly ill. This was probably another example of Catherine's silent rebellion. Ever since Sir William, Miss Ramsay, and the young children had arrived at Highland, Catherine had stubbornly resisted Sir William's authority, and Penelope simply followed her sister into whatever mischief she created. She knocked on the elder sister's door, then pushed it open without waiting for an invitation. The curtains were closed, but a faint light filtered through a slight gap in the middle. Miss Catherine? The girl rolled over on her bed and squinted up at her. What? What do you want? Your note said you were ill. Sir William is concerned and asked me to look in on you. Catherine tossed the blankets aside. Why would he do that? I doubt he truly cares. She swung her legs over the side of the bed and slowly sat up. Shall we send for the doctor? Of course not. I'm perfectly fine. I'm just extremely tired of my stuffy cousin ordering me out of bed at an ungodly hour. The housekeeper held back her frown. I'm sorry, miss, but Sir William believes the family and staff should be present for scripture reading and prayer. Well, I won't be ordered around like some feeble-minded servant. Mrs. Emmett stifled a gasp. Ungrateful girl! How could she say such things? She had always been fond of Catherine, but her behaviour these last few months was stretching that fondness to the limit. Catherine's haughty expression faltered. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it like that. She walked to the dressing-table and picked up her hairbrush. It's just not right for him to come here and change everything. He's not my father, and he shouldn't try to take on that role. I don't believe that is Sir William's intention. Catherine's father, Sir Randolph, had been a kind man and always fair to his staff, though they all knew he gave too much time and attention to shooting and fishing, and not enough to managing Highland or his family. It's bad enough that Cousin William has inherited our estate. Does he have to treat me as if I have no brain and no say in my own life? I'm almost 18. I should be able to decide when I rise and how I spend my day. Mrs. Emmett crossed to the windows and opened the curtains. Light flooded the room. Sir William believes it's his responsibility to watch over you. Well, I don't agree. She pulled a brush through her long, honey-blonde hair, frowning at her reflection. He's a gloomy, overbearing man, and I have no intention of letting him run my life. It was time to put a stop to this. Mrs. Emmett straightened her shoulders. Sir William asked me to tell you that Miss Foster, your new governess, has arrived. The brush stilled, and Catherine's eyes widened. My new? What? Your governess. Surely Sir William told you he's been looking to fill that position. Yes. But I had no idea he'd found someone. Mrs. Emmett nodded. Miss Foster came for an interview yesterday and started this morning. You and your sister are to meet with her before you go riding or engage in any other activity. Catherine glared into the mirror. I won't have it. Penny and I are not children. We don't need some grim-faced old spinster hovering over us and filling our days with boring lessons and tedious conversations. Miss Foster is not. I don't want to hear any more. Catherine tossed the hairbrush aside. Send Lydia up. I want to dress, and as soon as I do, I'm going to speak to my cousin. Yes, miss. Mrs. Emmett turned to go, though she wished she could stay and box the girl's ears. Catherine needed to accept Sir William's authority and the new governess. Her stubbornness and rebellion wouldn't change any of it. When Mrs. Emmett reached the door, she looked over her shoulder. I know this has been a difficult time for you, but I believe Sir William has your best interests at heart. Perhaps you should... Catherine's blue eyes flashed. I won't be bullied by him just because he's master of this house. William glared at the headline on the front page of the Times. Parliament debates raising death duties. A burning sensation rose in his throat. How could they even consider it? What would happen to the empire if all the great estates were taxed into ruin? He supposed his assessment would be even higher now. Would he be able to pay it, or would he be forced to sell Highland and return to London? The library door swung open, and Catherine marched in, followed by her younger sister Penelope. Both girls were dressed in riding clothes. Cousin William, we must speak with you. Catherine's heightened colour and tone warned him he was in for a confrontation. Please, come in. He rose and motioned for them to take a seat. Penny started to sit, but Catherine jerked her sister's arm to keep her standing. There's no need for us to be seated. This will only take a moment. Catherine raised her chin. Mrs. Emmett informed us that you've hired a governess, and you expect us to be under her supervision. He nodded. That is correct. I can understand why you would want a governess for your children. They're at an age when they need someone to watch over them and give them daily lessons. But Penny is nearly 16, and my 18th birthday is only a few weeks away. Surely you don't think we still need a governess? That was exactly what he thought, but it was obvious he needed to offer his opinion carefully. I believe Miss Foster can be a great help to you and your sister. He glanced at the younger girl. 15-year-old Penelope was several inches shorter than Catherine, with a round face, reddish-brown hair, and blue-grey eyes. She shifted from one foot to the other and watched her older sister with an uneasy expression. Catherine's eyebrows rose. Who is this Miss Foster? I've never heard of her. She is a very capable young woman who has travelled extensively. I believe she's eminently qualified, since she's been a missionary teacher in India for 9 years. A missionary? Catherine rolled her eyes. Really? Heat surged through William. Yes, a little piety and spiritual instruction might benefit you both. Catherine huffed. Our spirits are perfectly fine, no thanks to you. That's enough. Catherine pulled back, then straightened her shoulders. Father may have appointed you to be our guardian, but we don't intend to bow and scrape before you simply because you've inherited our home. Fire flashed through William. Now listen to me, young lady. While you are living in this household, I will decide what is best for you, including whether or not you will have a governess, and that decision has been made. You will be under Miss Foster's supervision 24 hours a day until you marry or leave this house to live with another relative. Do you understand?" Catherine's face flamed bright pink, and her nostrils flared. Penelope reached for her sister's arm. "Kate, please, let's not argue about this. Perhaps we should meet her. I'm sure we can come to some sort of agreement." Catherine pulled away, tugged the hem of her jacket back in place, and glared at William. "You may have authority over me now, but you won't for long. I'm going to London in the spring for the season, and I expect to make a good match and marry within the year." William raised his eyebrows. "Oh, really?" He didn't envy the man she would wed. She might be clever and pretty, but she was also willful and stubborn, and she reminded him very much of his late wife, Amelia. "Our family is well respected," Catherine continued. "I shouldn't have any trouble receiving a proposal." William crossed his arms. "And who will be paying for your time in London?" Catherine's haughty expression faltered. "Father left you his entire estate. Surely that obligates you to pay for our expenses." "The financial situation your father has left me in is precarious at best. There are stacks of bills and lists of repairs that need to be made." Both girls' faces registered surprise, and he felt a twinge of guilt for sharing the news in this way. But it was the truth. "Even if the funds become available, I have no desire to spend that much time in London. Who will escort you?" A hint of panic flashed in Catherine's eyes. "I will escort Catherine to London for the season." Lady Louisa Gatewood walked into the library, looking regal in a royal blue dress and large hat decked with several ostrich feathers. She crossed the library toward the girls. "Oh, Aunt Louisa!" Penelope hurried to meet her mother's sister. She clasped her hand and kissed her cheek. Catherine nodded to her aunt, then turned a smug gaze back on William. William gave the woman a brief nod. "Lady Gatewood, it's a pleasure to see you again." She looked down her nose at him. "I wish I could say the same." He clamped his mouth closed, though he would have loved to tell her exactly how he felt about her unexpected visits, but he was too much of a gentleman. The fact that she had lived at Highland for several years after her first husband's death seemed to make her think she could walk in unannounced at any time. He was thankful she had remarried, and now had her own home a few miles away. "Cousin William has hired a governess for his children, and he insists we must be under her supervision." Catherine looked expectantly at her aunt. "A governess?" Lady Gatewood's expression brightened. "Why, that might be just the thing you need." Surprise rippled through William. This was definitely a first. The girl's aunt hadn't expressed her approval of anything he'd done since he arrived at Highland. Catherine's eyes widened. "Aunt Louisa, how can you say that? You know I'm almost 18. I shouldn't have to report to anyone." Lady Gatewood touched Catherine's cheek. "You and Penelope have not had the benefit of your mother's guidance these last few years. I've tried to help, but with all the travelling we do, I haven't been able to devote adequate time to your preparation." "But must we really have a governess?" "She can help you polish your skills so you'll be ready for the season." Lady Gatewood turned to William. "That is, if the woman is qualified." William opened his mouth to answer, but a sudden wave of doubt hit him. "Well, don't just stand there gawking. Does the woman have social skills and understand how things are done in London?" His mouth snapped closed. Infernal woman! Why was she always putting him on the spot like that? Catherine huffed. "How could she? Miss Foster is a former missionary. She's been out of the country for years. What would she know about society or the season?" Louisa Gatewood shifted her gaze back to William. "I would like to meet this Miss Foster and judge for myself if she is the right person to train my nieces." William shook his head. "I'm sorry. That decision has already been made." She pursed her lips. "So, I'm not allowed to meet my niece's governess?" "No, of course you may meet her. I simply meant I've already judged her adequate and hired her." He would not mention the 1-month trial period. That would only weaken his position. The woman locked gazes with him. "My brother-in-law may have named you as a girl's guardian, but I don't intend to let Catherine launch into her first season without proper guidance and preparation. She must shine like a beautiful jewel to make the best match and secure her future." As much as he hated to admit it, Lady Gatewood had a point. Seeing his cousins happily married and settled in their own homes was a responsibility he took seriously. What if Miss Foster was not able to teach the girls the social skills they needed? Had he made a mistake by hiring her so quickly? But what choice did he have? It wasn't as though he had other applicants who were more suitable. He nodded to Lady Gatewood. "I'm sure Miss Foster would be glad for your help with their preparations." The girl's aunt pulled back, her eyes widening. "You're suggesting I assist the governess?" "Well, if you want them to shine like beautiful jewels, then yes, you might want to consider working with the governess and giving your nieces a bit more of your time and attention." "Well, that's a very unexpected suggestion." Penelope took her aunt's hand again. "It's a wonderful idea. You know everything there is to know about London society. You will help us, won't you?" Lady Gatewood sent him a scornful glance, then sweetened her expression as she focused on the girls. "Of course I will. But first we must meet this Miss Foster and see for ourselves what she's like." She sent William a final, disdainful look as she turned away and shepherded the girls out of the library. He watched them go, then walked to the window and stared out at the fading autumn colours. Would Miss Foster have enough confidence and strength of character to deal with the girl's aunt? He certainly hoped so. His thoughts shifted back to earlier that morning in the great hall, when he'd seen Miss Foster come down the stairs with the children. It had stirred him in the most unusual way. He wasn't sure if it was her winsome smile or the caring manner in which she guided the children. She was spirited. He'd discovered that through their conversation the day they met. But she also seemed to possess kindness and genuineness that pleased him. She would be good for the children. And he didn't intend to let Lady Gatewood, or anyone else, make him send her away. 4. The midday sun filtered through the nursery window, casting a warm light across the book in Julia's hands. On the other side of the table, Andrew sketched wolves and snakes on a drawing pad as he listened to her read aloud from the Jungle Book. Millicent leaned against Julia's arm and gazed at the pen and ink illustrations of Mowgli holding a blazing branch while the wolves gathered around him. Julia turned the page and continued reading. "Good," said Mowgli, staring round slowly. "I see that ye are dogs. I go from you to my own people, if they be my own people. The jungle is shut to me, and I must forget your talk and your companionship." Millie looked up to Julia. "Why does Mowgli have to leave the jungle?" "Shh!" Andrew glared at his sister. "Stop asking so many questions." Millie stuck out her lower lip. "I just want to know why." "Be quiet. Let her go on, and you'll find out." Julia closed the book, keeping her finger in it to mark her place. "Andrew, It is not kind to speak to your sister in that manner. Please apologize." "Why should I? She's the one who keeps interrupting the story." "Even so, your impatience is not helpful." He crossed his arms and glared toward the windows. "I don't see why I should say I'm sorry when I'm not." "You do not need to feel sorry to apologize. You simply do it because it is the right thing to do." He set his jaw and continued to scowl. "Very well. I'm afraid we will have to put the book away." Julia rose from her chair. "No!" Andrew jumped up. "We have to find out what happens to Mowgli." "Then you must do as I asked." "Oh, all right. I'm sorry." Julia shook her head. An insincere apology is no better than none at all. You must acknowledge what you've done wrong and sound like you truly mean it. His expression eased, and he blew out a deep breath. "I'm sorry for my impatience and rude manner." Julia nodded. "And you must ask for her forgiveness." Andrew sent her a quizzical look. Asking forgiveness is an important part of a sincere apology. Had no one ever taught the children these most basic skills? How could that be? She motioned to Andrew. "Go ahead." He sighed, but finished his apology with a note of sincerity. Millie accepted it, and Julia nodded her approval and sat down. She opened the Jungle Book and started reading again. The nursery door opened, and an elegantly dressed middle-aged woman wearing a large feathered hat entered, followed by 2 young women dressed in riding clothes. The 2 girls must be her new charges. But who was the older woman? "Miss Foster." The woman crossed the nursery. "I am Lady Gatewood, and these are my nieces, Miss Catherine and Miss Penelope Ramsay." Julia rose. "I'm pleased to meet you." The shorter girl sent her a slight smile, while the taller girl lifted her chin and glanced away. "I understand you are the new governess." "Yes, ma'am." "And you will be helping Catherine prepare for the season?" Julia nodded. "Sir William has asked me to oversee both young ladies, as well as his children." She glanced at Andrew and Millicent. The 2 watched the scene wide-eyed. Lady Gatewood lifted her chin, ignoring the children. "You have only 6 months to help Catherine prepare for her presentation at court and first season. That might seem like a sufficient amount of time, but there's much to be done." Catherine gazed at Julia, her expression disdainful. "Both girls will need lessons in French, conversation, a bit of history and literature, art appreciation, dancing, and general knowledge about social etiquette. Penelope is too young to attend many of the social events, but she can begin preparing along with Catherine." Julia's stomach tensed. Her knowledge of the fashionable London season was limited at best. How would she ever meet Catherine's needs and this woman's expectations? Julia met Lady Gatewood's gaze. "I am prepared to teach most of the subjects you mentioned, but it would be best to bring in someone else to teach dancing and social customs for the season." Lady Gatewood's dark eyebrows drew together. Then she sighed. "Well, at least you're honest enough to admit your shortcomings." She glanced away. "I was not blessed with children, but several of my friends have prepared their daughters for their presentation and the season. I can ask them to recommend a dancing instructor. And I suppose I can teach the girls what is expected of them during social engagements." Relief flowed through Julia. "Thank you. That would be most helpful." "I'm not doing it for your benefit, Miss Foster. My niece's futures are at stake. With the memory of my dear sister to guide me, I intend to do all I can to prepare them for a happy future." She tipped her head and smiled at the girls. "Now I must be going. Lord Gatewood and I have dinner guests arriving in a few hours." Penelope kissed her aunt's cheek. "Thank you, Aunt Louisa. Dancing lessons will be divine. We're ever so grateful." "Dancing is important, but you must apply yourself to your other studies as well. No man wants a wife with an empty head." Penelope smiled and nodded. "I will, I promise." Lady Gatewood turned to Catherine. "And you, my dear, will be the focus of my attention these next few months." Catherine leaned toward her aunt and brushed her lips past her cheek. "Thank you for stepping in to save the day." "Of course, dear. That's what I do best." Lady Gatewood crossed the room to leave, and the girls followed. Julia stepped forward. "Excuse me, Miss Catherine? Miss Penelope?" The girls stopped and turned, while Lady Gatewood sailed out the door. "I am almost finished with Andrew's and Millicent's lessons. Shall we meet for our studies at 11? Catherine sent her an unconvincing smile. "As you can see, we're riding this morning." "Very well. 1 o'clock, then. Shall we meet in the Great Hall?" "Unfortunately, we have an appointment at the milliner's this afternoon in Fulton." Julia frowned slightly. "What time is the appointment?" "Not until 3 o'clock, Penelope said. Catherine sent her sister a glare. "Very well," Julia continued. "I assume someone is driving you to Fulton. That takes 10 minutes at the most, leaving you plenty of time to meet with me before you go." "I'm sorry," Catherine said, though she didn't sound the least bit apologetic. "We must change after riding, and we don't expect to have luncheon until 1:30, so we won't be able to meet with you today." "All right. Let's plan to meet tomorrow morning, directly after breakfast." Penelope opened her mouth to answer, but Catherine gripped her hand. "That's simply not possible. Our neighbour, Lucy Chatsford, has invited us to call on her tomorrow morning." "Miss Catherine, your cousin has hired me to give you instruction on several subjects, and your aunt has just added more. It is impossible for me to fulfill their wishes if you will not make time for your studies." "We were not informed of your arrival until this morning. Our schedule has been set for some time. Perhaps we can discuss it on Friday morning." Catherine turned and strode out the door without waiting for an answer. Penelope blinked, looking torn. "Sorry," she whispered, then hurried after her sister. "Of all the imperious, uncooperative—" Julia clamped her lips together, barely able to restrain the rest of her sentence. Only the knowledge that the children were listening allowed her to keep her peace. "They never do what Papa says." Andrew picked up his pencil and began sketching again with quick, rough strokes. "They're so mean. I hate them." Julia lifted her trembling hand and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. "Andrew, you mustn't speak of your cousins like that." "Why not? It's true." Milly bit her lip and looked up at Julia. "Why don't they like us?" Julia laid her hand on Milly's shoulder. "It has nothing to do with you, Milly. They're obviously preoccupied with their own concerns." The little girl sent her a quizzical look. "That simply means they think of their own wants and desires first, rather than considering how their actions and words will hurt others." Andrew ripped a sheet of drawing paper off the pad. "I say they're horrible, and I'm glad we rarely have to see them." Julia sighed and sank into her chair. If only she could say the same. The next afternoon, Julia took Milly's hand and led her across the back courtyard. "It's a lovely day for a walk. Andrew, will you show us the way to the gardens?" "Follow me!" he called over his shoulder as he raced down the gravel path. Milly sighed. He always runs ahead. Julia laughed. My brother used to do that as well. You have a brother too. Julia nodded. Jonathan is in school in London. He's studying to become a doctor. Do you miss him? Very much. I hope he'll visit us at Christmas, but we'll have to wait and see. They followed Andrew through an arched stone gateway and into the gardens. Julia's steps slowed as she took in the magical setting. Neatly trimmed hedges and a high stone wall enclosed the garden. Gravel pathways bordered with perennial flower beds crisscrossed the close-clipped sod. A small pond with a fountain stood in the centre, surrounded by a few late-blooming roses. Oh, it's lovely. Look at these. Milly bent and picked up a handful of blooms. She held them up to show Julia. I love purple flowers. I believe those are asters. Milly smiled. Andrew kicked a small stone down the path. Julia and Milly followed at a safe distance. As they rounded the hedge at the corner, Sarah Ramsay came into view, sitting on a wooden bench with a book in hand. She looked up and greeted them with a timid smile. Hello, Aunt Sarah. Andrew ran toward her. Milly scampered after him. Julia greeted Sarah and then turned to the children. I'd like you to find 5 signs of autumn. Milly bit her lip, and a slight frown creased her forehead. Consider it a treasure hunt, with a prize for your best efforts, Julia added. The children hurried off. Would you like to sit down? Sarah asked. Thank you. Julia settled on the bench beside her. It's a beautiful day, isn't it? Sarah nodded and looked up at the clear blue sky. Autumn is my favorite season. Mine too, although I'm also very fond of spring. Sarah smiled and looked down at her book again. What are you reading? Pride and Prejudice. It's one of my favorites. Have you read it? Julia smiled. Several times. I've always admired Elizabeth Bennet. Oh, yes. I like Lizzie, too. And Mr. Darcy is an interesting character. There is so much more to him than it seems at first. She looked down and turned the page. I was just reading the scene where Lizzie walks to Netherfield. Julia caught sight of Sarah's right hand, and her reply stuck in her throat. Sarah's fingers were small and misshapen, and her wrist bent at a severe angle. Julia's thoughts flashed back through the past 2 days. Every time they'd met, Sarah had hidden her hand behind her back or in the folds of her skirt, and she walked with a slight limp. Sarah looked up, and her gaze connected with Julia's. She must have read the sympathy in Julia's eyes, because her cheeks turned a deep shade of pink, and she slipped her hand under the book. If only she could assure Sarah she wasn't bothered by her handicap. She'd certainly seen much worse at the medical clinic in India. But unless Sarah spoke of it first, it wouldn't be proper for Julia to mention it. She shifted her gaze to the flower beds, and prayed her friendship with Sarah would grow, and that someday they would speak freely about matters that were close to their hearts. Until then, Julia would show Sarah the kindness and acceptance she deserved. This seems to be the problem, sir. Clark Dalton, Highland's head gardener, tapped the pipe running down the far wall of the greenhouse. There's a leak at the joint, which lowers the pressure and prevents the sprinklers from reaching the plants on the outer edges. William leaned closer, surveying the old pipe. It looks like we're losing quite a bit of water. I'm afraid so, sir. I noticed those loose floorboards this morning. Seems the water has been dripping down and rotting the wood. It's probably been going on for some time, then. Dalton gave a sober nod. I thought the warmth of the summer season had lowered the water level, and cause the pressure to drop." He clicked his tongue, looking chagrined. "I'm sorry I misjudged the situation." William straightened. "It's all right, Dalton. It's an easy mistake to make. I appreciate you bringing it to my attention." The gardener seemed to be an intelligent and respectful man, about the same age as William, though he had a stockier build and deeply tanned skin. Dalton's father had been the head gardener until his death last year. The son had been promoted, and now he oversaw 2 other young men, caring for the greenhouses and grounds, as well as the kitchen gardens and flower gardens. "I've sent a message to Harold Bradley in Fulton," Dalton continued. "His father helped build the greenhouse and install the pipes. I thought he might be able to help." "Very good. Let me know what he says." "I will, sir." William heard voices in the garden behind the greenhouse. He looked up and spotted Andrew and Millicent running down the garden path. Millicent bent and scooped up a brightly coloured leaf, adding it to the collection in her hand. It was good to see them outdoors, enjoying the fresh air and sunshine in such a happy and carefree manner. Miss Foster sat on a bench nearby, watching the children and conversing with his sister, Sarah. It pleased him to see Miss Foster there. Perhaps she could draw Sarah out and become a companion for her. His sister needed something beyond her books and needlework to occupy her time. He had hoped she would take on the role of mistress at Highland, but she'd always been shy and lacked confidence. He supposed it was because of her withered hand and arm. It was such a shame. She had a kind heart and pleasant features, though her manner of dress and hairstyle was simple and unadorned. He doubted she would ever marry, since she barely spoke to any of the guests he invited into their home. But that was all right. He loved her, and she would always have a home with him. He shifted his gaze back to the pipes. "I hope Bradley can repair it. If he suggests replacing the system, you must speak to me first. We need to solve the problem in the most economical way possible." Dalton continued to stare out the greenhouse window, as if he hadn't heard a word William said. William followed his gaze to the young ladies seated in the garden. Did he have his eye on Miss Foster? Had he made her acquaintance? Irritation buzzed along his nerves. "Dalton, are you listening to me?" The gardener jerked his gaze back to William and blinked. "What?" "I'm sorry, sir. I didn't hear what you said." "Obviously." He scowled at the gardener. "If you expect to remain employed at Highland, you'd best keep your mind on your work, and not on the feminine forms in the garden." Dalton's ears tinged red. "Yes, sir." William finished his instructions to the gardener and left the greenhouse. The children's laughter echoed back to him as he passed under the archway in the garden wall and walked toward the house. So Miss Foster had attracted the attention of at least 2 of his staff. How many others had their eye on her? He huffed as he strode across the back courtyard. If one of those men wooed her, she would most likely accept his proposal and resign her position. If that happened, he'd have to start his search all over again. What an unhappy turn of events! Here he'd finally found a governess who had a sensible head on her shoulders, and he might lose her before the 1-month trial had even finished. That's what he got for hiring a young woman who was so attractive. But he didn't like the idea of losing Julia Foster. Not to Dalton the gardener, Nelson the footman, or anyone else. Clark Dalton lowered his head and leaned on the wooden greenhouse shelving. What had he been thinking? If he was going to hold on to his position, and he must, then he'd best keep his head down and his eyes on the seeds and soil, not on Miss Sarah Ramsay. Father, help me rein in my thoughts. Don't let me wander off the path you've marked out for me. Caring for the gardens and grounds was in his blood. He'd been raised at Highland and learned those skills at his father's side. But it was a solitary life, working from sunrise to sunset, with only the plants and trees as his companions. He did oversee 2 younger under-gardeners, but both were merely boys. They had little schooling or interest beyond their daily duties, while he longed for intelligent conversation with someone who could discuss books, politics, faith, and life past the gate at Highland. From the first time he had seen Miss Ramsay walking in the garden, his heart had been drawn to her. The kindness in her eyes and her gentle smile impressed him deeply. Now he watched for her every day. What would he do when the cold weather arrived and her walks in the garden ceased? How would he catch a glimpse of her? With a heavy sigh, he pulled his gloves from his jacket pocket and tugged them on. Maybe the coming change in seasons was for the best. Perhaps it would give his heart time to realize what a fool he was for thinking. "Excuse me, Mr. Dalton?" He pulled in a sharp breath and turned. Miss Ramsay stood in the greenhouse doorway, her soft blue shawl draped around her shoulders and her book in her hand. "I'm sorry to disturb you." "No, miss, it's all right. You're not disturbing me." She sent him a sweet smile. "I thought you should know the arm of the bench in the garden has come loose." He stared at her a moment, taking in the loveliness of her face and form. Her soft pink cheeks, so much like rose petals, and her lovely brown eyes like those of a newborn calf. Her smile faded. "Mr. Dalton, are you all right?" He blinked and straightened. "Yes, miss, I'm fine. I'll see to repairing the bench right away." "Oh, there's no need to hurry." She glanced around the greenhouse. "I'm sure you must be very busy taking care of all these flowers, as well as the estate grounds." "Highland is a large estate, but I'm grateful for my work. I enjoy it very much." "I can see why. It's all so lovely." She glanced out the greenhouse windows to the garden beyond. "Our home in London doesn't have much of a garden. If we want to enjoy time outdoors, we must go to a park." He nodded, enjoying the sound of her voice. "So you can see why I've been so eager to spend time in the garden." "You're wise to take advantage of it now. The temperatures will be dropping soon, and when it freezes, that will be the end of most of these flowers until next year." "Except for those you have in the greenhouse." She smiled and shifted her gaze to the blooms around him. "Yes, miss, that's true." He turned and scanned the rows of plants and flowers he tended year-round. "The roses are beautiful." She leaned forward and sniffed a deep red bloom. "Their fragrance is heavenly." He pulled his clippers from his back pocket, snipped the rose stem, and held it out to her. She hesitated, her gaze darting from the rose to his face and back to the flower. His heart sank like a rock tossed in a pond. What a fool! Someone of his station should not offer a rose to the mistress of the house. It was too forward. "I'm sorry, miss. I meant no offence." "You haven't offended me. It's a lovely gesture. It's just—" She tucked her book under her right arm and reached for the rose with her left. "I have a bit of a problem carrying things sometimes." He studied her, not understanding. She slowly withdrew her hand from the folds of her skirt and held it out. "I don't have full use of my right hand and arm, and sometimes that makes it difficult to—" His heart clenched. Had she been injured? Did it still cause her pain? "It's all right, miss. I'd be happy to cut and carry a bouquet for you. He turned back to the roses. Which colour do you prefer? I like them all, but I suppose the pink are my favourite. Pink it is, then. He clipped several roses, some buds that were just beginning to open, and some in full bloom. After he had cut at least a dozen, he turned and showed her the bouquet. How does that look? Beautiful. She smiled, warmth filling her soft brown eyes. His chest swelled and filled with delight. Come with me, miss, and we'll add some ferns to your bouquet. She nodded and followed him out the door at the far end. Ferns grow best on the shady north side. He knelt and clipped several fronds, adding them to the roses. How did you learn so much about plants? I've worked in the gardens here at Highland since I was a boy. My father was head gardener for almost 35 years. He stood and faced her. He passed away last year, and I took his place. Sympathy filled her eyes. I'm sorry for your loss. Is your mother still living? Yes. She and my niece live with me in a cottage here on the estate. Sarah nodded, a question still flickering in her eyes. So you're not married? No, miss. I've not been blessed with a wife. Not yet. He held her gaze a moment longer. Her cheeks turned pink, and she looked away. Forgive me. I shouldn't have asked such a personal question. I don't mind. Not at all. He shifted the bouquet to his right arm and held out the elbow of his left. May I walk you back to the house? She nodded, a hint of a smile on her lips, as she slipped her hand through his arm, and together they walked down the path toward the house. 5. On Friday, Anne Norton hurried down the back servants' stairs, carrying Andrew's and Millie's boots in one hand and Miss Foster's in the other. Mind you don't drop dirt on those stairs. I've just swept them. Lydia stood guard at the bottom, her broom still in hand. Sorry. Anne placed the boots in her apron and lifted the corners, hoping to catch any mud that might fall off, though most of it seemed to be caked on the boots like glue. Lydia grinned and waved away her warning. I was just teasing. It's all right. Don't get your apron dirty on my account. With everyone tromping up and down the stairs, I'll be sweeping them again in an hour if Mrs. Emmett has her way. Anne returned Lydia's smile, her heart lifting. Lydia was a gem. She often had a kind word or smile, while most of the other servants treated Anne with cool disdain or suspicion. She had no idea why. She didn't want to take anyone's position. All she wanted was to hold on to her job as nursery maid. Life in service at Highland was not easy, especially dealing with Sir William's children, but it was a far sight better than the back-breaking load she'd carried at the farm, where she'd grown up as the second of 11 children. She had no desire to go back to caring for her 9 younger siblings, or to receiving the brunt of her father's drunken rages. Juggling the boots, she pushed open the heavy door to the back courtyard. Warmth and sunlight streamed down on her head and shoulders, making her smile. Cleaning boots was a dirty job, but it gave her a few minutes outdoors to breathe in the clean, cool air and enjoy a bit of sunshine. She took a rag and small brush from her apron pocket and settled on a nearby bench. Footsteps approached, and she lifted her head. Peter Gates, one of the young grooms, crossed the courtyard toward her. Anne's heartbeat quickened. "Morning, Peter." He grinned, his golden brown eyes and tousled blonde hair, making him look ever so handsome. "Good morning to you, Miss Norton." She laughed softly. "You've no need to call me that. I'm just Anne to my friends." He flashed another smile. All right, I'll call you Anne then. He sat on the bench, just on the other side of the children's boots. A slight niggle of worry fluttered through her stomach. What would Mrs. Emmett say if she stepped outside and saw her talking to Peter? The housekeeper had given a strict warning that maids should not become too friendly with any of the men who worked at Highland or delivered goods to the house. But how would she ever find someone to marry if she didn't at least share a smile and a bit of conversation? Sir William should hire a hall boy to take care of jobs like that. Peter motioned toward the boots in her hand. I don't mind. Gives me a break from the children and a bit of time outdoors. Peter glanced up, squinting at the sun. I suppose that's true. Still, a pretty girl like you shouldn't have to brush the mud off anyone's boots. Warmth flooded her face as she continued buffing the boots with her rag. He tipped his head. Whose boots are those? Oh, these are Miss Foster's. She's the new governess. Peter grimaced. She's making you scrub her boots? No, I offered. He shrugged slightly. I suppose she is above you. Yes, she is. But she's been very kind to me and the children. I like her. Well, don't let her take advantage of you. She may be the governess, but she's hired to work for Sir William, just like you. She shouldn't be giving you all the dirty jobs. Anne thought about that for a moment. She asks me to care for their shoes and clothing and clean up after them, but she treats me well. That could just be her way of getting you to do her bidding. He nodded toward the boots. Anne's hand stilled, and she bit her lip. Was Julia only being kind to get her way? Did she just pretend to like Anne so she could use her as her own servant? Peter slid off the bench and stood in front of her. You need someone to watch out for you, and be sure no one takes advantage. He reached out and gently touched her cheek. I've never seen anyone quite so lovely. Her heart hammered in her throat, stealing away her reply. Maybe tonight, after the children are asleep in bed, you could come down to the stable and we could... Anne! Julia stepped out the back door and crossed the courtyard toward them. Peter dropped his hand and stepped back. Anne jumped to her feet, dropping the boot. Yes? Questions filled Julia's eyes. The children will be joining Miss Ramsay for tea. They need to change and be down in the drawing-room in 20 minutes. She glanced at Peter, and then back at Anne. Can you clean those boots later? Yes, I'll come right now. Anne snatched up the boots. Julia stood by, waiting, and watching Peter with a serious look. Anne's face burned as she hurried toward the back door. I'll see you later, Anne, Peter called. But she didn't turn back or answer, no matter how much she wanted to. The scent of freshly cut pink roses added a pleasant, subtle fragrance to the drawing-room where Julia sat, overseeing Catherine and Penelope's afternoon lessons. Sarah had also joined them and sat in the corner, embroidering a delicate floral pattern on a pillow cover. Julia nodded to her younger student. Penelope, please translate the verb dire. She squinted, then replied. To say? Or to tell? Yes, very good. Julia shifted her gaze to Catherine. Please conjugate, dear. The older girl glared at the book, tossed it aside, and rose from the settee. Why must we learn to speak French? Julia pulled in a slow, deep breath, praying for grace and patience. After only a few days of teaching the girls, she had discovered they were reluctant students at best, and distracted and disagreeable at worst. You must master French because both your aunt and your cousin have asked you to. But it's such a tedious task. I doubt I shall ever use it. "A knowledge of French will be helpful when you go to London for the season," Julia added, hoping that might perk Catherine's interest. "Why? I'm not going to marry a Frenchman." Penelope giggled. "Are you sure? What if he was terrifically handsome and extremely wealthy?" Catherine lifted her chin, a resolute look in her eyes. "The man I marry will be wealthy, but he must be a titled Englishman. I've no intention of travelling to the continent." "Not even for a grand tour?" Penelope leaned forward, a teasing light in her blue-grey eyes. Catherine huffed and crossed her arms. "Cousin William would never pay to send us on a grand tour, no matter how much we begged him." Penelope leaned back. "I suppose you're right. But you might take a wedding trip to France after you marry." A slight smile lifted Kate's lips. "Yes, perhaps I will." The girls were forever discussing what eligible men Catherine would meet in London, and how soon she would receive her first proposal after she had begun the round of balls, dinners, and garden parties. Julia usually tried to cut those conversations short, but today the topic seemed worthy of delaying their French lesson. Julia closed her book. "Deciding whom you will marry is one of the most important decisions of your life. Choosing a husband should be based on his character, manners, and spiritual maturity, rather than his nationality, title, or wealth." Penelope's eyes widened, and she stared at Julia as if she had never considered those qualities as necessary in a future spouse. Catherine lifted her chin. "Of course the man I fall in love with will have noble character." "I hope so," Julia added. "Your future happiness depends a great deal on your husband's choices and disposition." "His position in society is more important," Catherine added. "I won't consider marrying a man unless he's in line to inherit his father's title and wealth." Julia shook her head. "A loyal, hard-working, middle-class man might make a much better husband than a wealthy, titled gentleman, if he is willful and selfish." Catherine turned and glared at Julia. "What makes you an authority on choosing a husband? You've never been married." Sarah's hand stilled, and she looked up at Julia. Pain lanced Julia's heart, and she shot a heated glance Catherine's way. "No, but I was engaged." "Really?" Penelope's eyes brightened. "What happened?" Julia's face flamed. Oh, why hadn't she kept silent? "It was several years ago." "Please tell us," Penelope begged. Pride tugged at Julia's heart, urging her to keep the painful story to herself. But sharing it might help the girls make better choices and avoid regrets and a broken heart. Sarah sent Julia a compassionate look. "All right, I'll tell you. But you must keep it in confidence and not pepper me with questions until I'm done." Penelope nodded, barely able to keep her smile at bay. Catherine also nodded, her expression softening. "When I was 22, a young man came to join our missionary work in India. His name was Richard Green." Penelope sighed and leaned back in her chair. "Was he incredibly charming and wonderfully handsome?" Julia lifted her finger and sent Penelope a warning look. "Sorry." She regained her composure and focused on Julia again. Richard Green was tall and handsome, but more important, he had a sincere faith and a desire to spread the gospel. Those were qualities I had always hoped for in a husband. But he had a difficult time adjusting to life in India. His efforts to learn the language did not go well, and he often asked me to act as his translator. He became very attentive, and we soon formed an attachment. Her throat tightened, and for a moment she could not continue. She looked down and smoothed her hand over her skirt. "What happened?" Catherine asked. My mother was concerned and warned me that things seemed to be progressing too quickly. But my father felt we knew Richard well, since we shared daily ministry, meals, and conversation. He seemed sincere, and my father had no objection. So when Richard proposed, I accepted. Penelope clasped her hands below her chin. "How exciting! Were you certain he was the man you wanted to marry?" "I thought so at the time." "Did you love him?" Catherine's gaze grew more intense. Julia swallowed. "Love is more than a fleeting emotion. It's a choice you make based on many things." "But did you feel a special connection with him?" "Yes, I believe I did." Sympathy filled Penelope's eyes. "What tore you apart?" "One day Richard became very ill. For 2 weeks I stayed by his bedside, caring for him night and day. His life hung in the balance, and though my father is an excellent doctor, we had no idea if Richard would survive." Penelope gasped. "Oh, no! He didn't die, did he?" "No, he recovered. But the illness shook his faith deeply. As his health returned, so did his desire to go back to England. Within a month of his recovery, Richard told my father he had been mistaken about his calling to India. He wanted to return to England as soon as arrangements could be made." Penelope leaned forward. "Why didn't you go with him?" The betrayal hit her again, stealing her breath for a moment. "He didn't ask me." "The coward!" Catherine crossed her arms and glared toward the bookcase. "What did he say?" Penelope asked. "How did he break the engagement?" Julia had no trouble recalling the painful words. They seemed branded in her memory. Only that he was sorry, that he should not have proposed when he wasn't sure he would stay in India. Then he asked me to return the ring. Though 5 years had passed, Richard's decision still stung. Her affections for him had dimmed, but the feelings of rejection remained. Penelope's eyes widened. "Did you give it back?" Julia nodded. It was a family heirloom that had belonged to his grandmother. It wouldn't have been right to keep it. Catherine's eyes blazed. "Dreadful man! I would have refused to return the ring and sold it. Then I would have told him, 'I hope your ship sinks in the Indian Ocean and you die a painful death by shark attack and drowning.'" Julia smiled, remembering she'd felt much the same way, though she'd tamed her response for her parents' sake. Still, it did her heart good to hear Catherine take up her cause. Perhaps she and Catherine had more in common than she'd first believed. William strode through the great hall, his mind on the new electric generators he'd read about in the Times that morning. Bringing electricity to Highland would be a great improvement, but he doubted he could afford it in the near future. If only he could pay off the death duties, then he would continue to update the house and make sure it would be in good condition for years to come. He heard voices from the drawing room, and his steps slowed. Was he incredibly charming and wonderfully handsome? Penelope's voice drifted past the half-open drawing-room door. Who was she speaking to? Had Catherine been slipping out to see a young man without his permission? He scowled and shook his head. Richard Green was tall and handsome, but more important, he had a sincere faith and a desire to spread the gospel. William's scowl faded. It was not Catherine, but Miss Foster who spoke. He stepped closer. So the spirited Miss Foster had been pursued by one of her associate missionaries. That did not surprise him. But his scowl returned as he listened to the rest of the story. Heat surged through William's chest. What kind of man made an offer of marriage without being certain of his intentions? It was shameful and dishonourable. He sincerely hoped he never met Richard Green. If he did, he would have difficulty restraining his desire to flatten the man. "May I help you with something, sir?" William spun around and met the sober-faced gaze of his footman Nelson, who carried a silver tea-tray. "No." He lowered his voice and stepped away from the door. "Miss Foster asked that the ladies be served tea in the drawing-room at 4. Will you be joining them?" William hesitated. He understood the sting of betrayal all too well. Could he sit with Miss Foster and not reveal that he had overheard her conversation? His decision took only a second. "Yes, I'll take tea with the ladies." "Very good, sir." He had nothing to fear. In the past 3 years since his wife's death, he had become accustomed to hiding his true feelings from everyone. Even his closest friends did not suspect he suffered from a bitter wound every time he thought of Amelia, and each time he laid eyes on his children, whose features and colouring reminded him so vividly of their devious and unfaithful mother. 6. A bright red leaf fluttered past Julia's shoulder and landed on the emerald grass next to the pathway cutting across the parkland. The bright contrast between the two colours made her smile. How she loved these cool, crisp autumn days, with the scent of burning leaves in the air and a brilliant blue sky overhead. She clasped Milly's hand and strolled back toward the house at an easy pace. Anne walked beside her. As usual, Andrew ran ahead, bounding across the grass like a wild pony. Anne shook her head. "Master Andrew never slows down. He does have a wonderful supply of energy. It's hard to imagine him as a future heir of Highland. He has time to prepare, and he'll be needing every minute of it." Julia's heart ached as she watched him. Poor boy. She tried to give him some time outdoors each day and balance her instruction with words of praise, but others were not so kind. Someone was always telling him to settle down and behave like a gentleman. It grieved her to recall the thoughtless comments she'd heard spoken about him in the servants' hall. Just this morning, Mrs. Emmett had scolded him severely for running his hand along the panelling in the hallway. Why did she have to be so harsh? He was only 9 years old. How could she expect him to always walk through the house in a dignified manner and never touch the woodwork? Anne sighed. "I'm not sure how I'll keep him out of mischief this afternoon while you're teaching the young ladies." Julia sent her an encouraging smile. "I'm sure you'll do fine." But keeping Andrew out of trouble each afternoon was a challenge for Anne, and it often reduced her to tears. Julia wished it wasn't so, but she could not be in 2 places at once. Milly could sit quietly and play with her dolls, while Julia met with the older girls for their lessons. But Andrew could not. He needed more activity, something that would capture his interest and challenge his skills. If only there was a man who would teach him the skills and foster the qualities that help turn a boy into a man. "Papa!" Milly dropped Julia's hand and dashed down the path. Andrew darted across the grass, headed for his father as well. Julia's heart lifted as she followed the children to meet Sir William. Surely seeing their father would brighten their day. He greeted the children with a nod and slight smile, but he did not embrace them. "Look what I found!" Milly held out a shiny stone she'd picked up on their walk. He clasped his hands behind his back, giving the stone a brief glance. Very nice. But his words did not carry much enthusiasm. Why was he so reserved around the children? If only he would lean down, examine the treasure more closely, and share Milly's excitement. Didn't he realize how much they longed for a gentle touch and an encouraging word? Andrew looked up at his father. "We've been on a walk all the way to the sheep pens and the stream." William frowned slightly and shifted his gaze to Milly. "Really? You walked that far?" She nodded, her smile and sparkling blue-green eyes reflecting her pleasure. "I petted 2 sheep with very soft wool. And after she dropped her special rock into the pen, I climbed over the fence and got it for her," Andrew added with a proud grin. "Miss Foster says I am to always be her protector, like the knights of old." William lowered his dark eyebrows and frowned at the boy's arm. "I suppose that's how you tore the sleeve of your jacket." He pointed to a small rip near the elbow. Andrew's smile wilted, and he lowered his chin. "Yes, sir." "You must learn to take better care of your clothing." William turned to Anne. "Take the children inside and repair Master Andrew's jacket." "Yes, sir." Anne bobbed a quick curtsy. "Come along, children." She led them off toward the house. Julia clamped her mouth closed and marched after the children. Dreadful man! He'd stolen the joy out of their day with his brooding scowl and disheartening words. "Miss Foster, I'd like to speak to you." Did he intend to scold her as well? If he did, she might very well tell him exactly what she thought of his critical hands-off attitude toward his children. She turned and faced him. Lifting her chin, she returned his steady gaze. "Yes, sir?" "Were you not informed that Millicent has fragile health, and that she's not to overexert herself?" Julia gave a slight nod. "Mrs. Emmett mentioned concern for her health." "Then I must ask why you felt it appropriate to take her on such a long walk." Heat infused her face. "We go for a walk every day after luncheon. I believe they have strengthened Millicent and been even more helpful for Andrew." "But it's at least a mile to the sheep pens." "Yes, sir, I believe it is." "And that's all you have to say?" "No, sir. I chose the sheep pens as our destination because I read the 23rd Psalm to the children this morning. Andrew mentioned you owned a fine herd of sheep, and he seemed quite interested in them. So I promised the children, if they worked hard and finished their lessons before luncheon, we would walk down to see the sheep after." "But that distance is too far for Millicent." "I don't think so. You see, I've been increasing the length of our walks each day. I'm always careful to let Millicent set the pace, and we stop and rest if she appears tired." "So you allow a 6-year-old to determine your activities, regardless of whether they are detrimental to her health or not?" "No, sir. I try to take into account her abilities and desires, and then use my best judgment. You'll remember my father is a doctor, and I've grown up assisting him in the clinic." He huffed a laugh. "So now you consider yourself an expert on health as well as child-rearing?" "Not an expert, but a keen observer, and a concerned and loving governess." He stared at her for a moment, then shook his head and strode a few paces away. "You are quite a puzzle, Miss Foster." "A puzzle, sir? In what way?" He turned back. "You're certainly not afraid to speak your mind, and very boldly, I might add." "I've been taught to be honest. I have no use for pretension or falsehood." "But you seem to have little concern that I am your employer, and you are still working under a 1-month trial." The reality of her situation sent a tremor rushing through her. "If you feel I've been disrespectful, I apologize." "Not disrespectful, but I do sense a challenge in your words." "Then you are correct. As governess, I must speak up for the children when there is a need." "And you feel there is a need now?" She swallowed. "Yes, sir, I do." His dark eyebrows dipped again. "You find me lacking in fulfilling my fatherly duties?" She hesitated, pushing down her fears. Honesty was a virtue, but rudeness was not. Surely there was a way she could state her case without offending him. "I believe there is more you could do for the children." "And what might that be?" "I believe investing a little more time with them each day would pay great dividends in their character and happiness." "I'm not accustomed to spending time with children." "I understand, but it is a skill that can be learned like any other." He clasped his hands behind his back and looked off to the distant hills, his eyes shadowed by his brooding expression. "I do want what's best for my children, but I can make no promise to change my habits." His expression eased, and he gave a slight nod. "But I'll consider what you've said." "Thank you. That's all I ask." Lawrence stepped out the front door and looked her way, a frown darkening his brow. Julia pulled in a quick breath, remembering her afternoon plans. "I'm sorry, sir. Would you please excuse me? I'm supposed to meet with the young ladies at 2:00. Lady Gatewood is joining us." "Very well." His eyes shone with a hint of amusement now. "We mustn't keep Lady Gatewood waiting." She suppressed a smile, then looked up at him. "No, sir, we must not." "Go on, then." The corners of his mouth lifted in the slightest smile. She bit her lip and hurried back toward the house. Had that actually been a look of acceptance, even approval, in his eyes? Lawrence stepped toward her as she approached the house. "The ladies are waiting for you in the great hall." For a moment she thought he might invite her through the front door, but he did not. She sighed. Some of the rules that separated her from the family seemed so senseless. "Please tell them I'll be there directly." He nodded, stepped inside, and closed the door after him. Julia glanced over her shoulder as she hurried around the corner of the house. Sir William stood on the path where she had left him. He appeared to be watching her, but his hat shaded his eyes, and she couldn't be certain. She had taken quite a risk in challenging him like that, but it had been worth it if the conversation prompted him to give the children more of his time and attention. Every child needed to know he was loved by his father. And didn't every father want to sense his children's admiration and affection? It seemed the natural order of things. But for some reason, it wasn't true for Sir William, Andrew, and Milly. Her heart ached as she considered all that was lacking in their family. Oh, how she longed to see things change for them. William entered the great hall, his mind still on the conversation with Miss Foster. Were her concerns valid? Had his lack of involvement with his children put them at a disadvantage? He had given them a large, beautiful home and provided for all their physical needs. But in Miss Foster's mind, that was not enough. She had no idea the struggle he faced, or why he kept his distance from the children. But he could never tell her that every time he saw them, their likeness to their mother slapped him in the face. And once again he saw himself as the man who was not enough to satisfy his young, impetuous wife. It was bad enough that he wrestled with these painful memories. He must not let his negative feelings hurt his children. He might not show it in a way that pleased Miss Foster, but he loved Andrew and Milly, and he wanted them to have a happy childhood. "William, I must speak to you." Lady Gatewood strode toward him across the great hall. Catherine and Penelope stood together at the bottom of the stairway, their gazes following their aunt. The muscles in his neck and shoulders tightened, but he forced his expression to remain neutral. "Lady Gatewood." He nodded to her. Good afternoon. Shall we go in the library?" Her question pulled him up short. Why did she always seem to forget this was his house? He should be the one to invite her into his library, not the other way round. But he forced that thought away and motioned toward the door. "After you." She swept into the library, her teal-blue dress swishing as she rounded the corner. Stationing herself in the center of the room, she turned and faced him. "Both girls will need a new wardrobe for their time in London. Of course, Catherine's needs will be greater than Penelope's, since this is her first season. But if we're going to work with the best dressmakers, we must get started right away." William stifled a groan. "I'm not sure that's going to be possible." She pulled back. "Not possible? What do you mean? It's your responsibility to see that they are properly dressed when they're presented to society." He narrowed his eyes. "I am well aware of my responsibilities. Catherine must have a fetching wardrobe to secure the attention of the right young men. She simply can't take part in the season without the proper clothing. Then, perhaps, she should not go to London this year." Lady Gatewood's eyes widened. "Surely you jest." "Not at all. Your brother-in-law left the estate in a very difficult financial situation, and the death duties have made it much worse." "Oh, dear." She lowered herself onto the settee. "I knew Randolph did not give enough attention to managing his finances, but I didn't realize it was that bad. It's been a disturbing discovery for me as well. Surely there's enough money to pay for Catherine's needs for the season? I'm looking into ways to increase our income to pay the duties, but I'm not certain I'll be able to manage it." He glanced away and steeled himself for her reaction. "I may have to sell Highland." Her face flushed as she rose to her feet. "But this house has been in the family for 4 generations. He focused on her again. "I will do everything I can to keep the estate intact, but in the end I may not have a choice." Lady Gatewood strode across the room, dissatisfaction hovering around her like a dark cloud. He rubbed the bridge of his nose, where a headache had just begun. He hated the thought of selling the estate, but breaking it up and letting it go piece by piece would be even worse. Would he end up losing it all and having to return to London? Lady Gatewood faced him again. Her expression eased, and a new light shone in her eyes. "What if you were to marry?" He released a harsh laugh. "That's impossible." "Not if she were a lady with wealth and position. Her fortune might secure Highland for you and future generations." "I have no intention of marrying again." "Why not? You're still young, and it would give you a companion to share your life." He glared at her. "Marriage did not suit me." "I'm sorry to hear it." But her words held little true sympathy, and her expression made it obvious that the gossip about his wife had spread from London to Berkshire. Heat rose up his neck and burned through his face. "Finding a wife worthy of that role is impossible. The qualities of honesty, loyalty, and faithfulness are far too rare." But as soon as the words left his mouth, a vision of Miss Foster rose in his mind. Honesty and loyalty were apt descriptors for her. She seemed to be one of the few people in his life who was not afraid to tell him the truth. But what did that have to do with him? He could never become involved with the governess. It wasn't done. The society gossips would have a heyday if he chose that route. He closed his eyes and forced the thought of her away. No matter how tempting it might be to forget issues of class and wealth, it was not an option he could consider. He had been humiliated when word of his wife's unfaithfulness spread throughout London, and he would not be scorned and ridiculed for marrying beneath him. That kind of misstep would make him and his children outsiders from society forever. 7. Lifting her skirt slightly with one hand, Julia carried the tray down the servants' steps. "Miss Foster, there's no need for you to bring that tray all the way down to the kitchen." Nelson watched her descend the stairs with a teasing smile. "Just ring for me next time. I'm always glad to help." He took the tray from her hands. "I don't mind." She looked past him down the hallway. The low, curved ceiling, plain beige walls, and dim light were a stark contrast to the beautiful architecture and furnishings upstairs. "I came down to speak to Chef Lagarde." "He's in the kitchen, but beware. I just heard him let loose a string of French you wouldn't want to translate." He winked and grinned, obviously hoping for a response. She averted her eyes and stepped to the side. He matched her movements and blocked her path. "Just let me know what you need." He lowered his voice and leaned closer. "I'll be more than happy to supply it." "No, thank you." She stepped around him. Cheeky man. It was a good thing Anne usually brought their meals upstairs. Julia was glad she didn't often have to deal with Nelson. The scent of fresh-baked apple tarts filled the air as she rounded the corner and entered the warm kitchen. Chef Lagarde stood at the large table in the centre of the room, hovering over Betsy, the petite red-haired kitchen maid. "I said to chop the onions, not mince them." He grabbed the knife from her hand and whacked a second onion in half. "Like this." Laying his hand over the top of the knife, keeping the point down, he swiftly chopped the onion into neat square pieces. "There! That is how it is done." He passed her the knife. "Now you do it." The kitchen maid bit her lip, looking uncertain. "Go on!" He waved his hand. "I cannot stand and watch all day. I have to make the dinner." "All right." The girl grasped the knife, whacked the onion with surprising energy, and chopped it into a tidy pile, perfectly mimicking the chef's actions. Julia pressed her lips together to hide her smile. Good for her. It must take a great deal of courage to work for such a forceful, exacting man, let alone try to understand what he's saying with that strong French accent. Chef Lagarde looked up. "Ah, Miss Foster, what brings you to my kitchen?" "Thank you for the delicious luncheon. Master Andrew and I enjoyed it very much, but I'm afraid Miss Millicent is not feeling well today. Would you be able to provide some broth and toast for her instead?" "Of course." He issued brisk orders to another maid who stood at the sink, washing a large pot. She set it aside and hurried off to follow his instructions. "So, how are things going with the children?" The chef scooped a pile of chopped carrots into a large bowl, along with the onions. "I think we're getting along very well." He lifted one eyebrow. "And Master Andrew? He is yielding to your instruction?" Julia smiled. "He is energetic and has a strong will, but he's learning to tame those qualities. I'm sure they will serve him well, and he'll make a fine master for Highland some day." "Ha! You are very clever, I think." He speared a chunk of celery with the end of his knife and scraped it off into the bowl. Julia smiled. "I'm not sure about that, but I do enjoy teaching the children. It's wonderful to watch them grab hold of a new concept or tackle a challenge and master a new skill." "And the young ladies?" Julia hesitated. Her sessions with Catherine and Penelope were not going as well, but she did not want to speak ill of them. "They're coming along. I believe we are learning to understand and appreciate each other."
"Bien. Those two have much to learn. They need a guide and teacher."
Betsy looked up and grinned, her green eyes shining. She obviously agreed with the chef on that point. The clatter of feet in the hallway drew everyone's attention. Anne rushed past, covering her mouth and stifling the sob as she fled up the stairs. Mrs. Emmett followed and strode into the kitchen, her face red.
"Miss Foster, come with me."
"Of course." She glanced at the chef. He glared at the housekeeper and shook his head.
"Go on. I will send up Miss Millicent's tray when it is ready."
"Thank you." Julia followed Mrs. Emmett to her parlour. Anne had obviously done something to upset Mrs. Emmett and received a scolding, and now Julia would hear about it. The housekeeper pulled the door closed and turned to Julia.
"Did you see Anne run past?"
"Yes." She looked quite upset.
"I saw her take the children's laundry outside earlier. When she didn't return in a reasonable amount of time, I decided to investigate."
She pursed her lips.
"And it's a good thing I did."
"What did you find?"
"Sheets on the line flapping in the breeze and an empty laundry basket."
Julia's breath caught in her throat. "Where was Anne?"
"I searched the courtyard and garden, and finally found her in the stables with that scoundrel of a groom, Peter."
Julia's heart sank. Oh dear.
"Thank goodness I got there when I did."
"They weren't." Julia's face flushed.
"No, but they were carrying on a very intimate conversation. I warned her when she was hired that Highland maids were not allowed to have followers or fraternize with the men on staff. I won't stand for that kind of foolishness."
The memory of Anne and Peter together in the courtyard rose into Julia's mind. She hadn't said anything to Anne at the time, and she regretted that now. Perhaps she could have prevented the scolding if she'd spoken up. "I'm sorry, Mrs. Emmett. I'll speak to her right away."
"I hope so."
The housekeeper scowled at Julia, as though she were the one caught in the stable.
"As nursery maid, she's under your supervision. You must see that she obeys the rules. If I catch her with him again, I'll send her away with no reference."
"I understand."
"Make sure that Anne does as well."
"Yes, ma'am." Mrs. Emmett pulled a handkerchief from her sleeve and patted her glowing cheeks.
"Such behaviour will not be tolerated, not at Highland."
She nodded to Julia.
"You may go."
Julia walked to the door, then looked back. "Thank you for not dismissing her. I know she values her job."
"Then it had better not happen again. I will not be so lenient next time."
"Yes, ma'am." Julia hurried up the back stairs, her mind churning. She could not allow Anne to lose her position over this foolish lapse of judgment. In the last few weeks they had grown closer, and Anne had told Julia about the struggles she'd faced at home on the farm. Julia was determined to watch out for her friend. She must find Anne and help her calm down, then make sure she knew how important it was to follow Mrs. Emmett's rules. She checked the nursery and found Andrew sitting at the table drawing, and Milly resting in the chair with her doll on her lap. "Has Anne come in?" Andrew looked up, a slight frown on his face. "Yes, but she left right away." Milly clutched her doll to her chest, her eyes wide. "She was crying. What happened?" Julia crossed to Milly's chair and gently laid her hand on the girl's shoulder. "It's nothing for you to worry about, dear. I'll find her." She sent Andrew a pointed look.
Please stay here and play quietly. I'll be back in a few minutes." He gave her a slight nod and returned his attention to his drawing. For once, both children seemed to sense the need to obey her instructions, so she left them and set off in search of Anne. A few seconds later, she knocked on Anne's bedroom door, then opened it without waiting for her reply. Anne stood by her bed, shoving clothing into her small carpet bag. Julia gripped the doorknob. "Anne, what are you doing?" "She's going to sack me, I know it. I might as well pack my bag and be off." "No, she's not going to dismiss you. But she said she will if I so much as look at Peter Gates again. And I can't promise that. I won't. Mrs. Emmett doesn't allow staff to seek each other out or spend time alone. You know that. But I like Peter very much, and he likes me. It's not fair that we're not allowed to be together. I know you're upset, but please, just sit down a moment." The girl pulled in a shuddering breath and slowly sank down on the bed. "All right. I know you care for Peter." "Oh, I do. So much. But you must think this through." "I have. Night and day. I can't stop thinking about Peter. He's the most wonderful boy." Julia laid her hand on Anne's arm. "What I mean is, you must be very certain before you make a choice." How well she knew the consequences of not doing so. "What choice? I have no choice." "Yes, you do. You have a good position here, and you told me you don't want to go back home." "No, I don't." Anne looked down and fiddled with the hem of her apron. "Peter says I'm the kind of girl he hopes to marry someday." Julia tensed. "Are you sure he's worthy of your affection?" Anne looked up and shrugged slightly. "How am I to know, when we're only allowed a few stolen moments together? The fact that he is talking to you about marriage, when he hasn't actually proposed, does not speak well for him. It does show he's serious. Perhaps, but coaxing you to meet him in the stable, when he knows it could cost you your job, makes me doubtful of his character. But he says the sweetest things, and makes me feel so special. Sweet words are no replacement for a lifelong commitment. If he truly loves you, he should do what's best for you, not just what makes him happy." Anne nodded slowly, her eyes reflecting a hint of doubt. "Oh, Julia, what should I do?" "Only you can answer that question." "But if it were you, what would you do?" Julia thought for a moment, wanting to give her best advice. "I suppose I would pray and ask the Lord to guide me. And while I waited for his direction, I would obey Mrs. Emmett's rules and make every effort to do my job to the best of my ability. But above all else, I would guard my thoughts and hold on to my heart." Anne heaved a heavy sigh. "I'm not sure I have the strength to do all that." The memory of her own broken engagement filled Julia's mind and sent a shiver through her. Giving your heart away before you are certain of a man's character and commitment is dangerous. You must discern his true intentions, or you'll pay a high price. William pushed aside the books and papers on his desk in the library. "Let's spread out the map and take a look." He had put off discussing his financial troubles with Gordon McTavish, Highland's steward, as long as he could. He hated to spread the news among the staff, but it was time the steward knew that the future of Highland was uncertain. "Very good, sir." McTavish unfolded the map of the estate. "What was it you wanted to discuss?" William scanned the map then looked up and met McTavish's gaze. "If I had to let some of it go, which portion do you think would bring the highest price?" "I'm not sure that's possible, sir. I don't believe the estate can be broken up. At least that's what Sir Randolph told me. It wouldn't be my first choice, but the government has placed a heavy tax on all inherited property. I must pay it on time or face some steep fines. What I mean to say, sir, is that you may not have that choice. From what I understand, Sir Randolph's grandfather set things up legally, so the estate has to be passed down, or sold intact." An unsettling wave travelled through William. "But surely there is some way to sell a portion of the land, if we have no other option to raise the funds." McTavish rubbed his grey beard, looking doubtful. "Maybe your man of business could find some way around it, but I'm not sure it would be wise. You'd definitely see a drop in your income if you break up the estate." William huffed and scowled at the map. "What about this grazing land? Do you think we need all of it?" He pointed to the top left corner of the map. "That could bring in a high price, but it includes the estate's water access." McTavish shook his head. "You don't want to let that go." William studied the map again. "What about this forested area? Do you think we could sell it? Or is there a possibility of selling the timber? It shelters the game, and we use that timber for making repairs to the cottages and outbuildings." "And this area?" William pointed to the lower right section. "That's your hay and grains field, mostly barley and oats." William nodded. "And we need that to feed the animals." "Yes, sir. We've had a decent crop this year, and I intend to sell the excess. I expect you'll receive that income at the end of the month." William looked up. "How much will it be?" McTavish stated the amount, and William's hopes deflated. It would only provide a small portion of what was needed to pay the death duties. "Can you think of any other way we could bring in more income, even temporarily?" McTavish narrowed his eyes and studied the map. "I'm not sure what it would be, sir. I like to think we're managing the property well and making the most with what we have." William's shoulders sagged. "Yes, of course. I'm sure you are. We try to do our best for you, sir. Our very best." William nodded. "Thank you, McTavish. I appreciate your work." He folded the map and handed it back to his steward, and along with it went his hope that he would find an easy solution to his financial problems. A sick feeling of dread filled him. If he ended up losing Highland and returning to the city, people would consider him a failure. The baronet who had squandered his family's estate in less than a year. What would he do? Who would help him carry this load? Sarah walked into the library, intent on finding her missing copy of Pride and Prejudice. Perhaps she had left it behind last night when the family had gathered here after dinner. William sat at his desk in the corner, with ledgers and stacks of paper spread out around him. He turned toward her, a brooding frown creasing his forehead. "I'm sorry to disturb you. I was just looking for my book." He sighed and shifted in his chair. "It's all right. I'm glad for an interruption." "You don't look very glad." She approached his desk. "What is it, William? What's wrong?" He motioned toward the papers on his desk. "I never expected running the estate would be this difficult." She placed her hand on his shoulder. "I'm sure you'll do wonderfully. Just give yourself time to learn what's needed." "But that's the problem. I only have until March, at the latest, to straighten out the financial situation and pay the death duties. And then there are the issues with the tenant farmers." What issues? McTavish says 2 of them are behind on their rent. One because of a health issue, and the other because of laziness or mismanagement. I must decide if we should extend the grace period or ask them to leave. I see. And Lawrence wants to hire a hall boy and add more kitchen staff. And then there are the repairs to the house and other buildings. That is a lot to consider. But you did an excellent job managing our family business in London after Father's death. I'm sure you'll do just as well with Highland. His worried expression remained unchanged. If only I'd had more time with Cousin Randolph. Or if I could find someone who was skilled in land management to discuss these matters with me. Sarah bit her lip. Randolph's death had been quite unexpected. He'd become ill following a hunting trip to Scotland and died a week later. His sudden passing had been a shock to his daughters as well as to William and Sarah. I wish I could be of more help, but I know nothing about finances or running an estate. He reached for her hand, his frown easing. Please, don't worry. The last thing I want to do is trouble you with all of this. Sarah sent him a tender smile. I'll pray you find someone to encourage you and help you sort things out. He rose and leaned closer to kiss her forehead. You're very kind, and I appreciate the thought. But I'm not sure who it would be. I'm not sure either. But the Lord can provide what's needed if we trust him. William looked back at his desk, doubt shadowing his eyes again. Yes, I suppose he can, though there is no guarantee he will. Sarah's heart ached as she studied William's troubled expression. The losses and sorrow her brother had suffered the last few years had challenged his faith. He continued to attend church, lead the family in prayer and scripture reading each morning, and pray at meals. But she sensed he struggled to believe God truly cared and would intervene on his behalf. Well, she would offer sincere prayers that God would meet her brother's needs, and do so in a way that would help him believe again. Julia descended the main stairway, pausing on the landing to examine the large painting that hung on the wall. The size alone made it remarkable, but the subject was even more impressive. A regal-looking knight in a heavy suit of armor rode a handsome white horse. The details, especially those of the horse, captured her attention. Such power and beauty. That's King Charles I, painted by Van Dyck in 1633. William did not look the least bit pleased as he mounted the steps and joined her on the landing. You don't care for the painting? Oh, it's fine. Very nice, actually. He frowned slightly as he surveyed the king's portrait. I was just contemplating its value. Julia smiled. I'm not sure why that would displease you. Van Dyck is a well-known artist. It must be worth a great deal. I'm sure it is. The defeat in his voice surprised her. She shifted her gaze from the painting to William. The painful look in his eyes stirred her heart. It wasn't her place to do so, but she couldn't help asking a question. Is something troubling you, sir? It's nothing. He looked away, but she couldn't ignore his weary, troubled expression. I'm sorry, sir, but I don't believe that's true. She waited a moment more, then gently added, If you choose to tell me, you can be certain I'll keep it in confidence. I don't want to burden you with my family's problems. It's never a burden to listen to a friend. He studied her. So, we're to be friends now. Her cheeks warmed. I hope we will be. She checked his expression, hoping she had not offended him. His gaze was steady and unreadable, but he didn't reproach her. "When burdens are shared, they grow lighter," she said, with a slight smile. "Is that from Proverbs?" "No, it's something my father often says." William gave a slight nod, his expression easing. "He sounds like a wise man." "He is, sir. Very wise indeed." William glanced around, looking as though he wanted to say more. "Come with me." Her heartbeat quickened as she followed him down the stairs, across the great hall, and into the library. "Please." He motioned to a chair, and she took a seat. He walked to the fireplace and turned toward her. "I'm facing some very difficult choices concerning the future of Highland." The muscles in his jaw tensed and rippled. "Go on, sir." "I never expected to inherit this estate. We all thought when my cousin Randolph passed away that it would go to my elder brother, Nathaniel. But he died unexpectedly in a carriage accident 2 years ago." Julia's heart clenched. "How terrible! I'm so sorry." William had lost his wife and his brother within a year of each other. "Thank you." William looked away and cleared his throat. "When Randolph died, and I learned I would inherit Highland, I was told the estate was burdened by financial difficulties, but I didn't realize how serious they were." Julia nodded, encouraging him to go on. "That is only part of the problem. The house and grounds are in dire need of repairs." His pensive expression deepened into his familiar frown. "Then there is the matter of the death duties." "I'm sorry, sir. I'm not familiar with that term." "They're taxes assessed on inherited property." Julia nodded and clasped her hands in her lap. "Are you considering selling the painting to pay off the debts and expenses?" "I wish it were that easy. I'm afraid the sale of the painting would only bring in a portion of what's needed." "I see." "The truth is, I'm not sure how I'm going to pay for it all." He huffed and turned away. "I'm sorry. I'm not sure why I'm telling you this." His honesty and vulnerability warmed her heart. "I'm honored that you would." He turned back, his gaze intense again. "I've sought the advice of my solicitor, as well as McTavish, and neither of them have an answer to the problem." "It does sound like a challenging situation." He sighed and lowered himself into the chair opposite her. "Yes, challenging is putting it mildly." "Have you prayed about it and asked for guidance and provision?" Surprise registered in William's eyes. "Do you think God cares about such matters?" "Of course. He cares about every concern we carry on our hearts." "Yes, I suppose prayer wouldn't hurt, especially since so many people's jobs are at stake if we must sell Highland." "Do you believe it would really come to that?" "I'm afraid it's a very real possibility, if I can't find another answer." The desire to help Sir William burned in her heart as the prayer formed in her mind. "Surely, Lord, you have a solution for this problem, or at least some wisdom or encouragement I could share to ease his troubles and give him a bit of hope." "Miss Foster?" She glanced back at him. "Yes?" "I must find another way to raise the funds we need." She nodded. "I have an idea. Perhaps it's from the Lord, or perhaps it's from my own upbringing." "What is it?" She hesitated. Would Sir William welcome her input when it would take her across the boundaries of power and position that separated them? Her desire to help him pushed her fears aside, and she lifted her gaze to meet his. "When our family lived in India, I learned a great deal about managing our household and the clinic with efficiency and economy." He nodded. "Please, go on." "Perhaps I could assist Miss Ramsay in her duties as mistress of the house, and together we could find ways to reduce your expenses." He sat back and sighed. "I'm afraid my sister is mistress in name only. Mrs. Emmett and Lawrence run the house, as they did for my late cousin, since he was a widower." Julia's thoughts travelled back to the day in the garden when she'd first seen Sarah's crippled hand. But that didn't seem like reason enough to prevent her from stepping into the role as mistress of Highland. Miss Ramsay is an intelligent and capable person. Surely she could take on those duties. "My sister has many fine qualities, but our parents did not encourage her. Mother didn't expect her to marry or run a household, so she never taught her those skills. Now she lacks confidence and feels she's unqualified." "Is she aware of your financial troubles?" "Yes. I spoke with her earlier today, though I hate to trouble her." Julia thought for a moment, then looked up. "What if I helped her learn the skill she needs to move into her position as mistress? Overseeing purchasing and planning menus with simplicity and thrift could save you a significant amount of money over time, especially with a house and staff this large." He thought about it for a moment, then nodded. "It's a place to begin." "Yes, sir, it is." She met his gaze with a slight smile, then sat quietly, considering another idea. "Perhaps contacting an art dealer to appraise your paintings would also be wise. Then you will be able to judge whether selling some of them is the best course of action." William nodded. "Yes, we must consider all our assets, as well as doing what we can to run Highland efficiently." "Very good, sir. I believe you are on the right path." He stood and extended his hand to her, his gaze warming. "Thank you, Miss Foster." Her heartbeat fluttered. She took his hand and rose from her chair. "I'm happy to be of service." His gaze settled on her, while her pulse raced. She broke eye contact and slipped her hand from his. "Foolish girl! You must not let yourself think you read anything except gratitude in his eyes." 8. Sarah took Julia's arm as they descended the main staircase, then leaned close enough to whisper in her ear. "I'm not sure I'll be able to face Mrs. Emmett. She's so stern." Julia smiled and patted her hand. "You'll do fine, I'm sure of it. Just remember the points we discussed." Julia's encouragement helped, but even so, Sarah couldn't still the tremor travelling through her. She disliked confrontation and tried to avoid it wherever possible. It reminded her too much of growing up in a home where her father displayed a fiery temper whenever he was challenged, and her mother showed her disapproval with critical words. Sarah bit her lip. "I'm afraid Mrs. Emmett won't be pleased to hear what I have to say." "Of course not. She's been in charge since Catherine and Penelope's mother died, and she hasn't had to answer to anyone. I imagine she'll turn several shades of purple when I ask to look over the household accounts and adjust the menus." "Perhaps, but you are her employer. She must listen to what you say and learn to work under your supervision." They reached the bottom step, and Sarah looked across the great hall to the painting of Lady Eden Ramsay, the last mistress of Highland. Lady Eden's deep brown eyes and the confident tilt of her chin made her look so elegant and self-assured. Sarah released a soft sigh. How could she ever step into her predecessor's shoes? Even challenging the housekeeper about her duties made her tremble to her toes. Sarah tucked her withered arm into the folds of her skirt and turned to Julia. Mrs. Emmett knows much more about running Highland than I do. That may be true now, but you can learn what's needed, and I promise I will be at your side each step of the way. Sarah's throat tightened. Thank you, Julia. I appreciate it so much. I feel more confident with you here to guide me. I'm glad to help. I've never had a sister, but if I did, I hope she would be very much like you. Julia smiled, her blue eyes glowing. That's a sweet sentiment. I've also wished for a sister. You have a brother, don't you? Yes, Jonathan and I have always been close, but I believe the relationship between sisters is quite different from that of a brother and sister. Yes, I suppose that's true. But I adore my brothers. I don't see my younger brother David as often as I would like. He's very busy with his business in London. I'm closer to William. He has always been so thoughtful and kind. He never makes me feel like a burden. You could never be a burden, not to Sir William or anyone else. Sarah's heart warmed, and comfort flowed through her. You're just as kind as he is. The butler and footman stood near the front door. Lawrence addressed the younger man in hushed tones, then crossed the hall towards Sarah and Julia. May I help you, Miss Ramsay? She glanced at Julia, then straightened. Yes, Lawrence. Will you please ask Mrs. Emmett to meet us in the drawing-room? His dark eyebrows rose slightly. Is there something I can help you with? No, thank you. I'd like to speak to Mrs. Emmett. He nodded and strode off. Sarah clutched Julia's hand. I'm so glad you're with me. That took all my courage. You did very well. Julia sent her a confident smile. You'll be a fine mistress for Highland. Julia took a sip of tea and glanced around the drawing-room, while Sarah and Mrs. Emmett continued discussing changes to the menu. So far, the housekeeper hadn't expressed resistance to the changes, but her heightened colour and grim expression made her true feelings clear. Sarah set her teacup aside. I'd like to work with you to plan the menu for the servants and the family each week. I also want to review the items you'd like to purchase before the orders are made. But I've always seen to the purchasing and menus. Mrs. Emmett pulled her handkerchief from her sleeve and dabbed her nose. I know the dishes the young ladies like, and I also know what Chef Lagarde needs for his recipes. I understand, but we want to use more produce, fish and game from our own land, and that will require changing the menus. Mrs. Emmett puckered her lips, as though she'd been sucking on a tart lemon. So we're to eat like poor tenant farmers, then? No. Sarah glanced at Julia. Julia smiled and gave a slight nod, urging her on. We simply want to be more economical with our food purchases and meal planning. Chef Lagarde is not going to like these changes, and I'm the one who has to deal with him. I understand it may be difficult for a time, but Sir William and I would like to live more simply. Times are changing, and we must change with them. We see no need for 6-course dinners with 4 types of wine. Sarah shifted in her seat. In fact, we see no need for wine at all. Mrs. Emmett's eyes grew as round as 2 boiled eggs. You're doing away with the wine? Sarah nodded. We'd like to be served Highland's own cider and water with our dinner. Sir William won't be taking brandy after dinner either, or any other alcohol. There's no need for it. Are you quite sure? Sarah nodded. Yes, so please tell Lawrence he's not to make any more purchases for the wine cellar until he checks with Sir William. Mrs. Emmett stared at Sarah in stunned silence. Do you understand? The housekeeper closed her eyes and looked as though she were swallowing a bitter pill. "Very well. I'll speak to Mr. Lawrence and express your wishes to Chef Lagarde. I can speak to him if you like." "No, miss, that won't be necessary. I'll tell him." "Very good. After you've spoken to Chef Lagarde, we can meet again to discuss next week's menu." "Yes, miss." Victory flashed in Sarah's eyes. "Thank you, Mrs. Emmett." The housekeeper stood and shifted her stern gaze to Julia. Her silent message was as clear as the spiteful look on her face. "You are responsible for this, and I won't let it pass." Julia pressed her lips together and looked away. Sarah smiled at the housekeeper. "Thank you for taking time to meet with us." Mrs. Emmett gave a stiff nod. "Of course." She stood and left the room. Sarah watched her go, then turned to Julia with a bright smile. "We've won our first battle." Julia laughed softly and rose from her chair. She gave Sarah's hand a squeeze. "You did an excellent job." She opened the drawing-room door, and they walked out together. "I thought she would eat me alive when I said there'd be no wine at dinner." She was quite shocked. Sarah mimicked Mrs. Emmett's startled expression, and both of them broke out in laughter again. Lydia came around the corner, carrying a neatly folded pile of linens, and almost ran into Sarah. Her eyes widened, and she bobbed a brief curtsy. "I'm so sorry, miss. I didn't expect to—" "It's all right, Lydia." Sarah's eyes twinkled. "We're the ones who should apologize. We were just celebrating a victory and not paying attention." Lydia grinned. "Here's to your victory, then." A few minutes later, Julia and Sarah walked under the arched entrance to the garden. A chilly wind blew past, swirling around Julia's ankles and sending a shiver up her back. She glanced at Sarah. "You did wonderfully with Mrs. Emmett, but we don't have to see the head gardener today if you'd rather not." "No, I'm fine." Sarah smiled. "In fact, I'm rather looking forward to it. Mr. Dalton is a kind, sensible man. I'm sure he'll be much more agreeable to our ideas of Mrs. Emmett." She wrinkled her nose at the mention of the surly housekeeper. Julia nodded. "I'm sure you're right about that." "So you've dealt with Mr. Dalton?" "I've greeted him when we've seen him working in the gardens. He's always been polite to me and friendly to the children." She thought for a moment. "Once Master Andrew's kite was stuck in a tree, and Mr. Dalton climbed up and set it free." "Yes, that sounds very much like him." Sarah smiled again. Julia studied Sarah and pondered her response. She seemed very familiar with Mr. Dalton. But she did spend a lot of time in the garden, or at least she had during those first few weeks of October, until the weather cooled and the autumn rains began. Sarah lifted her hand over her eyes and scanned the garden path. "I don't see Mr. Dalton. Perhaps he's in the greenhouse." She set off in that direction, and Julia followed. They rounded the corner and spotted him trimming the hedge. He looked up when he saw Sarah, and his smile spread wider. He set his hedge clippers aside, removed his hat, and nodded. "Good afternoon, Miss Ramsay. Miss Foster." He focused on Sarah again. "How are you today?" Sarah's cheeks turned rosy pink as she returned his greeting. "Miss Foster and I have something important we'd like to discuss with you. Could you take a few moments with us?" "Of course. My office is just this way." He motioned down the path past the fountain and greenhouse. He and Sarah set off together, discussing how the temperature had dropped in the last few days and the changes that had brought to the garden. Julia followed, watching their interaction. They seemed quite comfortable together, as though this was not their first conversation. Was there a friendship? Or perhaps even a romance developing between them? Julia smiled. Wouldn't that be lovely for Sarah? But she quickly reined in her thoughts. She knew very little about Mr. Dalton, and she had no idea if he was a worthy suitor, especially since Sarah had such a tender heart and little experience with men. It would be highly unusual for a woman from an aristocratic family to become romantically involved with a member of her staff. A head gardener, like Mr. Dalton, was a step above a footman, but he certainly didn't have the same position in society as Sarah and William. Memories of the Indian caste system, which created such a huge gulf between the classes, came to mind. Her father had often spoken out against it, explaining that God created all people equal. The Christian faith seemed to be breaking down some of the long-standing cultural barriers in India, but it was still difficult for those of different castes to marry. Though the English liked to think of themselves as more civilized than the Indians, she wasn't sure it was true. Marrying someone from a different class was still difficult here. Her parents' situation came to mind, and with it, all the heartache their decision to marry had caused in her mother's family. They reached the gardener's office, and Julia put those thoughts aside. Mr. Dalton showed them in, and offered them each a plain wooden chair. He remained standing by the door. "Now, how can I help you?" Sarah settled in her chair, then looked up at him. "My brother and I would like Highland to be more self-sustaining. We're hoping you can help us find ways to grow more of our own produce." He nodded and rubbed his chin. "We could expand the kitchen garden, but that won't give you anything more until next spring and summer." "What about the greenhouse? Could we grow more food there?" "I do grow a few vegetables during the cool months. Perhaps I could increase those." He frowned slightly. "Though I'm not sure they're crops you and your family would want to eat. They're simple fare. Turnips, radishes, cabbage and the like. Not the usual dishes served on your table." "I'm sure they're nourishing, and that's what's most important." "Very good, miss." He smiled, appreciation glowing in his dark brown eyes. "I save seed each year, and I have plenty on hand. I can start some more plants today." "Wonderful!" Sarah sent Julia a bright smile, then turned back to Mr. Dalton. "I'm so pleased, and I'm sure Sir William will be as well." "I'm glad to be of service to you, and Sir William too, of course." 9. Mrs. Emmet took the key to the store closet from the chain at her waist and inserted it in the lock. She listened for the click, then tugged on the handle to be sure the door was secure. No need to create temptation by leaving it open so anyone could stop by and help themselves. Unfortunately, not everyone was as trustworthy and loyal as she. 27 years she had been working in this house, first as a housemaid, then as lady's maid for Eden Ramsay, the late mistress of Highland. These last 6 years, since Lady Ramsay's death, she had been housekeeper, in charge of all the female staff, and equal in authority with Mr. Lawrence to oversee the running of Highland and carry out her duties as she saw fit. Until today. Her stomach twisted as she recalled her meeting with Miss Ramsay and Miss Foster. Even after all these years, after all she had sacrificed, she was still no more than a hired servant. She had no real control over the running of the house. Creating menus was her responsibility, as was purchasing food and household supplies. Miss Ramsay ought to be asking her opinion and looking to her for guidance, not the other way around. It wasn't right. Mr. Lawrence strode down the hall toward her. "Mrs. Emmett, might I have a word?" She noted his frown, and a burning sensation rose and singed her throat. "I am not in the mood to hear any more bad news today." "Then we had best discuss this behind closed doors." She set her jaw and followed him down the hall and into her parlour. After she closed the door, she turned to face him. "Well, what is it?" "I'm afraid Lydia is spreading rumours and upsetting the entire staff." "Why did I hire that girl? She's been nothing but trouble since the day she arrived. What did she say this time?" "Only that Sir William is considering selling Highland." Mrs. Emmett gasped. "Foolish girl! I have a mind to find her right now and shake her until her teeth rattle." Mr. Lawrence held up his hand. "There'll be no need for that. I've taken care of it. Start from the beginning and tell me what happened." "We were in the servants' hall, having tea, when she announced she'd heard Sir William was thinking of selling the estate. I was so startled, I nearly choked on a biscuit." "I can imagine. I'm sure the others were upset as well." He nodded. "I told them not to discuss it. Then I called Lydia out of the room and reprimanded her for making up a story. I hope that put an end to it." He clasped his hands behind his back. "I'm sorry to say it did not. She insisted she was only passing on what she'd heard from Agnes, the dairymaid." "Oh, for goodness sake! What would a dairymaid know about such matters?" "I have no idea, but Lydia seemed quite convinced it was true." Mrs. Emmett's heart lurched. "You don't think she's right, do you?" Mr. Lawrence straightened, looking offended. "Of course not. Highland has been in the Ramsay family for 4 generations. Why would Sir William want to sell the estate?" "I don't know, but stranger things have happened." "Sir William left his business dealings behind in London and moved his family here. Why would he do that if he intended to sell Highland?" Mr. Lawrence shook his head. "There can be no truth to it. None at all." Mrs. Emmett lowered herself into her chair, her thoughts tumbling over one another like water rushing down a rocky stream. It had better not be true, or they would all be out of a job. Where would she go then? "No need to worry, Mrs. Emmett. That rumour will go no further. I've settled the matter with Lydia." She sighed. "I'm afraid that's not our only problem. Has something else happened?" "Miss Ramsay met with me this afternoon, and she brought Miss Foster with her." She pursed her lips and sent Mr. Lawrence a meaningful look. "What did she say?" "Miss Ramsay wants to control the household purchases, and she intends to make changes to the menus for the staff and family." "Really? She seems as timid as a mouse. I can't imagine her taking all that on." "Well, she's not afraid to speak up now." Mrs. Emmett sniffed and took her handkerchief from her sleeve. "It's that Miss Foster. She's the one stirring up all this trouble." Mr. Lawrence sent her a sceptical glance. "It's true." Mrs. Emmett wiped her forehead. "Miss Ramsay has barely spoken a word to me since the day she arrived, and now, all of a sudden, she waltzes in with that governess at her side and wants to turn everything upside down." "And you believe it's because of Miss Foster's influence?" "Of course. You should have seen the way she nodded and urged Miss Ramsay on during our meeting." She paused and lifted her finger. "And wait until you hear this." He cocked his head. "There's to be no more wine served at dinner or after, and none purchased without Sir William's permission." The butler's eyes widened. "That's most unusual." Mrs. Emmet sat back and glared at him. "None of this happened until Miss Foster arrived. I don't know that you can blame all the changes on the governess. And why not? She's been raised by radically religious parents and spent the last 12 years in a heathen culture. Why else would Miss Ramsay want to do away with wine and simplify the meals?" He clasped his hands behind his back again, looking grim. "It's certainly not the way we've always done things at Highland." "No, it is not." She stared into the fire, turning the issue over in her mind. Perhaps it was time she found a way to be rid of Miss Foster. Julia looked to the top of the grand staircase, where Catherine and Penelope waited. Sarah stood beside Julia at the foot of the stairs, watching her cousins with a hint of amusement in her eyes. Lady Gatewood waited on the lower landing, her gaze focused on her two nieces. "During the season there will be many occasions when you will walk down a stairway to make an entrance into a ballroom. This is an important opportunity to catch the attention of everyone in the room. If there is a butler or footman present, always wait to be announced. Then you must descend slowly, displaying the utmost poise and grace." The girls exchanged uncomfortable glances. Catherine tapped Penelope's arm. "You go first." "Why me? You're the one who's making her debut. But you're the one who needs the most practice. Go on." The younger girl huffed and rolled her eyes. "All right." She straightened the sash on her dress, then sent her sister a haughty glance. "At least, I'm not afraid to try." With that, Penelope plodded down the stairs, looking a bit like a tired workhorse. Sarah leaned closer to Julia. "Oh dear, she won't make a very good impression that way." Julia agreed, but she couldn't very well correct Penelope. Lady Gatewood had taken charge. "No, no, please stop," Lady Gatewood called. "That will not do. You must float down the stairs, as though you were carried on a cloud." Penelope scowled at her aunt. "How in the world am I to do that?" "You must bend your knees slightly to absorb the shock of your descent, and then you glide along, keeping your head erect and your shoulders level, like this." Lady Gatewood demonstrated by lifting her chin and gliding down a few steps, while the girls watched. "She looks more like an actress on stage than a debutante arriving at a ball," Sarah whispered, a merry twinkle in her eyes. Julia nodded slightly and lifted her hand to hide her own smile. Catherine glared at them from the top of the stairs. Julia sobered. Sarah lowered her gaze, but her faint smile remained. Penelope tried again, but her second attempt looked more awkward than the first. "This is ridiculous. It feels so unnatural." She stomped down the last few stairs and joined Julia and Sarah at the bottom. Lady Gatewood sighed and waved her hand. "Never mind, dear. We'll keep practicing. You have 2 more years before your presentation." She looked at the top of the stairs. "Your posture and carriage should show an attitude of inner confidence and a bit of mystique. All right, Catherine. Shoulders back, chin up, and remember, a lady has only one opportunity to make a first impression." Catherine stiffened and lifted her nose so high she couldn't possibly see where she was going. Julia held her breath, hoping she wouldn't fall. Lady Gatewood continued calling out a series of suggestions, but they only seemed to confuse Catherine. Her face grew pink, and her expression hardened. Sarah leaned toward Julia and whispered, "Poor girl. I'm afraid she looks a bit like a giraffe with her neck stretched out like that." Fire blazed in Catherine's eyes as she reached the bottom step. "How dare you stand there and laugh at me?" Sarah's eyes widened. "Oh, Catherine, I saw you whispering. I didn't mean—" "Of course you did. You meant to humiliate me in front of my aunt and sister." "No, I didn't. But it was thoughtless of me to make light of your efforts. I'm sorry." Sarah sent a worried glance Julia's way. "I'm sure with all the effort you're putting forth, you will do very well when you go to London for the season." Catherine spun around. "What would you know about the season? You were never presented to the King and Queen, or took part in any of it. Your deformity kept you out of society." Sarah gasped. Catherine hardened her expression. "You know nothing about courtship or marriage, and you probably never will, so that gives you very little room to laugh at me." The colour drained from Sarah's cheeks. Fire flashed through Julia. "Catherine, stop! You may not speak to your cousin like that." She stepped closer to Sarah. "I quite agree." Lady Gatewood joined them. "Ladies of good breeding, especially members of the same family, do not criticize each other in public. It's unseemly. They don't laugh and try to embarrass each other either." Catherine lifted her chin. "But we might as well get these issues out in the open." "What issues?" Lady Gatewood looked from Sarah to Catherine. Catherine narrowed her gaze at Sarah. "I know how she and her brother feel about us." "What do you mean?" Sarah's voice came out choked and breathless. "You were more than happy to inherit Highland and take over all that should have been ours, but Penelope and I are an unwelcome burden." Sarah shook her head, pain and disbelief shimmering in her eyes. "Well, you needn't worry. By this time next year, I expect to be married and established in my own home. Then you and your brother will be rid of me." Tears pooled in Sarah's eyes. She lifted a trembling hand to cover her mouth and hurried away. "Sarah, wait!" Julia called. But Sarah disappeared through the doorway at the end of the hall without looking back. Julia spun toward Catherine, her heart pounding. "She never intended to hurt you. You've misjudged her and been thoughtless and unkind. You're just as bad, smirking and making fun of us." Julia didn't flinch as she met Catherine's haughty glare. "You cannot excuse your behaviour by pointing your finger at someone else. I am very tired of your self-righteous attitude. You're just as human and sinful as the rest of us, and you proved it today." A hot reply rose in Julia's throat, but before she could speak, William strode into the great hall, his dark eyebrows knit together. "What is going on?" "Nothing!" Catherine turned on her heel and rushed up the stairs. Mrs. Emmet slipped behind a large column in the upper gallery as Catherine stormed past. The girl was so furious she didn't see her, but Mrs. Emmet had overheard everything. Catherine jerked open her bedroom door, strode in, and slammed it behind her. Mrs. Emmet shook her head, her own anger simmering. Poor girl! She was still grieving and struggling to accept the changes that had swept through the house following her father's death. She hadn't always been this fractious. It was only in the last few months, since her world had been turned upside down, that she'd become sullen and difficult. Today's confrontation certainly had not helped. What right did that governess and Miss Ramsay have to mock the girl's efforts to prepare for the season? Of course, she didn't approve of Catherine's response, but being the brunt of jokes and laughter cut to the heart. She knew that all too well. She started down the hallway, then stopped. Perhaps these insults could be turned into an opportunity. She knocked on Catherine's door and leaned closer to listen for her response. "Go away! I don't want to see anyone." "It's Mrs. Emmett." When she heard no more protests, she opened the door and stepped inside. Catherine stood facing the tall window, staring out at the grey November afternoon. "I'm sorry to disturb you, miss, but I saw you go past. Is there anything I can do to help?" Catherine sniffed and brushed her hand across her cheek. "Not unless you know of a way to get me out of this house." Mrs. Emmett crossed the room and stood beside Catherine. "Some things may have changed, but this is still your home, and your wishes should be honoured. If only that were true." Catherine tugged off her gloves and tossed them on the dressing table. "I'm afraid my cousins care very little about me or my wishes. Look at the goose of a governess they hired." Mrs. Emmett's pulse jumped. This could be just the opening she hoped for, but she must tread very carefully. "I know you haven't been pleased with Miss Foster." "That is an understatement. She has made my life miserable. Not only must we rise early for morning scripture reading and prayer, but we have to waste our days poring over dreadful French texts, reading boring history books, and discussing other topics that I have no interest in whatsoever." "That does sound like quite a change from your usual routine." "You haven't heard the half of it. She also requires us to read classic novels and memorize long sections of poetry. But worst of all, she insists we analyze Bible passages and look for modern applications. It's ridiculous." "I'm sorry, miss. I know you're not used to such demands." "I most certainly am not." "Have you spoken to Sir William about it? Perhaps he's not aware that Miss Foster's lessons have become a burden." Catherine released a mocking laugh. "I doubt that would matter to him. He's probably very glad she has us under her thumb." "Oh, I'm not so sure about that. He hired her with the understanding that she would have a 1-month trial, and that time has almost passed." Catherine turned to Mrs. Emmett, a spark of interest in her eyes. "Really?" "Yes. He wanted to make sure she could handle her responsibilities before he made a final commitment." "Do you think he might dismiss her if I told him how difficult she's been?" "I don't know, miss, but I think it's important to let him know how she's treating you. I don't think my disapproval would be enough reason for him to let her go. How has she been getting along with Andrew and Millicent?" "Sir William is not pleased that she takes them on long walks every day, even when the weather is questionable." "That's hardly reason enough to let her go." "No, especially when it's difficult to find a qualified governess." Catherine narrowed her eyes. It would have to be something more serious for him to consider dismissing her. Mrs. Emmett nodded, barely able to hold back her smile. "I believe you're right. He would only let her go if there was a good reason. A very good reason indeed." Sarah fled through the music room and ran out the side door, Catherine's hurtful words echoing through her heart. A cold wind whipped around her ankles and tugged at her skirt as she hurried along the side of the house. Heavy clouds blanketed the sky, threatening rain. She wished she had brought her shawl, but she could not go back now, not with her hot tears ready to overflow. Lifting her skirt to avoid the puddles, she hurried past the back courtyard and stepped under the arched entrance to the garden. She lifted her gaze, and her step stalled. Cold, rainy weather had kept her inside for 3 days, and she had no idea frost had crept in and stolen all the vibrant flowers, leaving only wilted, brown remains. Their branches lay on the ground now, shriveled and lifeless. She turned away, her heart aching, and looked toward the greenhouse. Raindrops splashed at her feet and drummed on the glass roof and windows. She ducked her head and hurried on. Pushing open the greenhouse door, she slipped inside. No one was about, but roses still bloomed in sturdy pots on the pebble-covered shelves. She inhaled slowly, savouring their beautiful scent, but it couldn't banish Catherine's painful words from her mind, because they were true. She would never know what it was like to fall in love and marry, or have children, and grow old with a husband and family who loved her. Sagging against the greenhouse wall, she finally let her tears fall, releasing all the hurts and disappointments she had kept locked away for so long. "Miss Ramsay." Sarah gasped and turned. Mr. Dalton stood in the aisle, a pot of geraniums in his hands. He searched her face, his concern clear. "I'm sorry. I didn't realize you were working in here." She bit her lip and turned to leave. "Please, there's no need to go." He reached for her arm. "You're safe here." His gentle words and touch undid her. She lifted a trembling hand to her mouth as another round of tears overflowed. "Here you go." He took a neatly folded handkerchief from his pocket and handed it to her, then waited while she wiped her eyes. "When you're ready, I hope you'll tell me what's upset you." She released a shaky breath and refolded the handkerchief. "It's nothing, really. I'm afraid I'm just feeling sorry for myself." Frowning, he set the pot aside. "Why don't you tell me, and I'll be the judge of that." Mr. Dalton had always been kind and caring, but his confident tone and protective manner surprised her. Perhaps she could confide in him. She lifted her gaze to meet his. "My cousin Catherine misunderstood something I said, and I'm afraid I hurt her feelings." She relayed what had happened in the great hall, stopping short of sharing Catherine's final remarks. He cocked his head. "And that's what made you cry?" She lowered her head, her face warming. "Well, that's not all of it. You've come this far. You may as well tell me the rest." She slowly lifted her head. She said, "I knew nothing about the season, courtship or marriage. And I probably never would. Because of my deformity." His face darkened, and he huffed. "I know Miss Catherine has a quick temper, but I had no idea she could be so unkind. It's been difficult for her to lose her father, then see my brother inherit Highland. Still, that's no excuse for her to lash out at you." "I suppose." She slipped her withered hand into the folds of her skirt. "But she's right. My parents sheltered me and kept me out of society. I have few acquaintances outside our family, and sometimes I feel as though life has passed me by." The pain went much deeper, but that was all she had the courage to say. "Maybe your parents did limit your friendships, but the Lord is sovereign over all that happens. He has a plan and purpose for each of us that no one can alter." Pain flashed through her, and she lifted her shriveled hand. "You think he planned this for me?" His expression remained calm and thoughtful. "I know he lovingly designs each of us, and he allows our challenges and limitations, though they may seem unfair. He also gives each of us gifts and talents as he chooses, and he uses them all, the limitations and the talents, for our good and the good of others, if we allow him to. She looked at her withered hand, then slowly shook her head. I'm sorry, Mr. Dalton, but I don't see what good has come out of this for me. He studied her for a moment, not seeming the least bit ruffled by her disagreement. I can think of 3 blessings that have come from it, and I'm sure there are others. 3 blessings? What would they be? Well, first, though you come from an aristocratic family, facing these challenges has given you a humble heart, and because of that, you treat others with kindness and respect, and you're not ashamed to share a confidence with a gardener. The tension in her shoulders began to fade. Yes, I suppose that's true. You're also compassionate and understanding toward others, especially those who've been hurt. You see the pain they carry, and you want to help them. She gave a slight nod. I know life can be difficult, and that gives me sympathy for those who suffer. Her heart warmed, and she sent Mr. Dalton a tremulous smile. And what is the 3rd blessing? His deep brown eyes glowed. If you'd done the season when you were 18, I'm sure you would have received a proposal and married soon after. If that had happened, you wouldn't have come to Highland, and I never would have met you. His gaze faltered for a moment. Then he looked into her eyes again. That would have been a terrible loss to me. She stilled. Was he saying... Did he mean he cared for her? Not just as a friend, but as a man loves a woman? He watched her a second more, then his countenance fell. I'm sorry, miss. I should not have spoken to you. No. It's very sweet of you. Really. It's just that... You've no wish to hear anything like that from a gardener. Oh, no. That's not what I was going to say. She bit her lip and glanced over her shoulder toward the house. I'm afraid my brother would be upset if he knew you were speaking to me like this. I respect Sir William as Master of Highland, but it's your opinion that matters more to me. Sarah's heart pounded so hard she could hardly breathe. Should she encourage him and risk displeasing William? Would she be inviting more disapproval and rejection if she did? But if she didn't encourage Mr. Dalton, would she always regret that she hadn't had the courage to follow her heart? She swallowed and looked up. I'm honored by what you've said. So you've no objection to me making my feelings plain? She lowered her head and smiled. No, I have no objection. He released a deep breath. Thank the good Lord above. Then he reached for her crippled hand, lifted it to his lips, and kissed her cool, withered fingers. Her throat tightened, and she blinked back happy tears. Perhaps I could call on you this evening. She froze as the reality of her situation set in. I must speak to my brother first. Mr. Dalton tightened his hold on her hand. But shouldn't I be the one to speak to him? Her heart warmed, quieting her fears for the moment. Yes, but the time must be right. You'll let me know when I should come. She nodded. I'll send a note, or meet you here tomorrow afternoon. I'll be waiting." He turned to the nearest rosebush and clipped a long-stemmed pink rose. "Take this with you as a reminder of what we've said to each other today." He gently ran his hand over hers as she took the rose. A delightful shiver travelled up her arm. She slipped her hand away. With a tremulous smile, she said goodbye and hurried back to the house. 10. Julia knocked on Sarah's bedroom door, but there was no answer. She turned and scanned the hallway. Where could she be? She had searched the house and asked Mrs. Emmett and Mr. Lawrence, but no one had seen Sarah since she'd run out of the great hall. Julia clenched her hands, recalling the way Catherine had lashed out at Sarah. If that young woman didn't have a change of heart very soon, Julia would have to speak to Sir William. Perhaps he could exert some influence over his wilful young cousin. The sound of approaching footsteps caught her attention, and she turned. Sarah climbed the stairs, carrying a beautiful pink rose. Julia hurried to meet her. "Are you all right?" She looked up at Julia. "Yes, I'm fine." "Truly?" Julia searched Sarah's face, surprised by her calm expression. "I'm so sorry about what Catherine said." "It's all right." "Well, if she doesn't make amends soon, I'll speak to Sir William." Sarah's eyes widened. "Oh, no, please. I don't want to cause any more strife." "But she shouldn't be allowed to speak to you in such a disrespectful way. Sir William wouldn't approve, and if I allow it to go unchallenged, then I am at fault as well. But she's young and upset by all the changes we've brought to Highland. We mustn't be too hard on her." "That's very kind of you, but Catherine must learn to control her temper and give others the benefit of the doubt. Can you imagine what would happen if she had that kind of outburst in London?" Sarah sighed. "I suppose you're right. I know it's important to resolve our differences, but must we involve William?" Julia searched Sarah's face. Did compassion prompt her request, or was she simply too timid to confront her strong-willed cousin? "I suppose I could speak to her again, after she has had time to settle down." Sarah's expression warmed. "Yes, I think that's best." But doubt swirled through Julia's mind. Catherine barely tolerated sitting through their daily lessons. How could Julia persuade her to listen to correction about her faults without involving William? And would that really be enough to restore Catherine and Sarah's relationship? "I'm sure it will all be fine. And don't worry about me. I've had a nice walk in the garden and a good talk with Mr. Dalton." She smiled. Then she lowered her gaze to the rose in her hand. Julia studied Sarah, questions rising in her heart. Sarah sniffed the rose and glanced at Julia. "What is it?" "I'm sorry. I'm just surprised you've chosen the head gardener as your confidant." Sarah glanced down the hallway. Leaning closer, she whispered, "May we speak in private?" Julia nodded, then followed Sarah into her bedroom and closed the door. Sarah placed the rose on the dressing table and turned to Julia. "I told Mr. Dalton what happened with Catherine, and he was such a comfort. He challenged my thinking about my hand, but he was also very kind and fiercely protective. He said he has feelings for me." Julia blinked. "Really?" Sarah nodded. "He wants to call on me properly." Julia hesitated, uncertain if she should encourage her. Sarah bit her lip. "Oh, say something, Julia. Do you think I would be foolish to allow it?" "Not if you're certain he has good character and honourable intentions." "I believe he does, but we've only known each other a short time." Perhaps you should find out more about him before you move ahead. How would I do that? Julia's mind spun. Then she lifted her gaze to meet Sarah's. I've often seen Mr. Dalton at church on Sunday. Perhaps Reverend Langford could tell you more about him. But if I speak to Reverend Langford, he'll want to know why I'm asking, and I'd have to tell him the truth. I couldn't lie to a minister. No, of course not. Sarah's eyes lit up. I know. You could ask him. Julia blinked. Me? Yes, you're very discreet. And if Reverend Langford asks why you're inquiring, you can just say a friend wants to know. Julia hesitated, trying to think through Sarah's request. I'm not sure that's wise. He might not give me the information unless I told him the real reason. Oh, please, you mustn't do that. I don't want to hurt Mr. Dalton's reputation or cause gossip. Promise me it will remain a private matter between us. What about your brother? Surely he should be the one to make inquiries about Mr. Dalton and help you decide if he is a worthy suitor. I'll speak to him about it as soon as you bring me a good report from Reverend Langford. Julia bit her lip. Could she leave and go into the village without Sir William's knowledge or permission? What would he think of Sarah's request? Sarah reached for her hand. Please, Julia, will you do this for me? I have no one else I can trust. The longing in Sarah's eyes tugged at Julia's heart. All right. Anne is watching the children, and Catherine and Penelope are in no mood for lessons. Nor am I. Oh, thank you. Sarah hugged Julia. I'm so grateful. Let's wait until you hear what the Reverend has to say before you get too excited. Sarah nodded, but her eyes sparkled with a joyful light. I'm sure it will be a good report. Julia checked on Anne and the children, then put on her hat and coat and headed down the back stairs. The scent of roasting chicken floated in the air as she passed the kitchen. Chef Lagarde's commands to his helpers almost drowned out the clatter of dishes being washed in the sink. Julia hurried down the hall. Things were always humming downstairs at Highland. It was quite a contrast to the cultured and peaceful atmosphere upstairs. Mrs. Emmett stepped out of her parlour. Surprise filled her eyes. Miss Foster, where are you going? Julia's stomach tensed. I'm just going into the village. At this time of the day? Shouldn't you be with the young ladies? I have a brief errand for Miss Ramsay. I'll take the governor's cart and be back within the hour. An errand? What kind of errand? Surely she could send one of the footmen. No, she asked me to go. It's a private matter. Mrs. Emmett pursed her lips. Very well, but hurry back. It makes no sense to send you to the village when you should be teaching the young ladies. Julia didn't want to argue, so she didn't answer. Well, go on then. You're only wasting time standing here. Julia nodded to her and hurried off. In matters of the heart, there was no time to waste. Mrs. Emmett watched Miss Foster leave through the doorway at the end of the lower hall and smiled. This was perfect. With the governess out of the house, she could speak to Sir William without interruption. She hurried upstairs and crossed the great hall. With any luck, she could get rid of the thorn in her side and take back her rightful place. Mr. Lawrence stood at the bottom of the oak staircase, conversing with Nelson the footman. He looked up and met her gaze. Mrs. Emmett, is everything all right? I need to speak to Sir William. Is he in the library? He is. But is there something I can help you with? She glanced at Nelson, and then Mr. Lawrence. No, thank you. There's something I want to discuss with Sir William. Mr. Lawrence frowned. Obviously perturbed, she would not explain herself. But it was not possible with Nelson standing by. "Very well." He entered the library and announced her, then ushered her in. Sir William sat at his desk with a book in his hand. He turned as she entered. "Mrs. Emmett, what can I do for you?" "I'm sorry to disturb you, sir, but I must speak to you about Miss Foster." He shifted in his chair, and a slight line creased his forehead. "Is there a problem?" "Yes, I'm afraid there are quite a few, and with her trial coming to an end soon, I thought you ought to know." He studied her, his eyes clouding slightly. "I'm surprised to hear it. I had the impression she was doing very well." A tremor passed through Mrs. Emmett. She had better tread carefully, or she might end up on the wrong side of the issue. "Well, I don't like to bring you a bad report, but I'm afraid Miss Foster is not getting along well with the young ladies." "I realize my cousins are not happy about having a governess, but I hope they would become accustomed to it in time." Mrs. Emmett shook her head. "There is contention between Miss Foster and the young ladies every day, and she's become quite forceful in her dealings with them. I'm not comfortable with it, not at all." His frown deepened. "Forceful? What do you mean?" "She is very strict, and her expectations for their lessons and behaviour are impossibly high. If they question her, she becomes angry and tries to control them with harsh words or mockery." Sir William rose from his chair. "I find that hard to believe. My sister spends a great deal of time with them, and she has never mentioned any of this. Miss Foster would never show her true colours in front of Miss Ramsay." "So you're saying this is going on behind closed doors?" Mrs. Emmett swallowed and nodded. Catherine had promised to back up the story, but what if she changed her mind? Mrs. Emmett wanted to be rid of the governess, but she didn't want to lose her position over it. "The young ladies have no respect for her, none at all." "And you believe Miss Foster is at fault, not the girls?" "It's not a question of fault, sir. I'm afraid Miss Foster is simply too young and inexperienced to handle the position. Her temperament and disposition are not what they seem. I don't believe she is able to give the young ladies the education and guidance they need." "I don't understand. You were the one who brought her to me. You gave me the impression she was well qualified and had good references." She gave a curt nod. "Yes, sir, I did, and I'm sorry for it now. I should have looked into her background more carefully before I brought her to you." He clasped his hands behind his back and paced to the window. Moisture gathered on her forehead as she waited. Had she convinced him? Perhaps she should try a different route. "Sir, I've worked here many years, and I'm very fond of the young ladies. They've been through a very hard time these past few months. I don't like to see them unhappy." "None of us want that," he said, still facing the windows, his voice as cool and chilly as the weather outdoors. "Their father entrusted them into your care. You must do what's best for them." He turned toward her, his expression steely. "I understand my responsibilities toward my cousins, Mrs. Emmett. I'll look into it." "Thank you, sir." She nodded to him and walked out of the library. Now she must let Catherine know the plan had been put in motion. If everything went as she hoped, Miss Foster would be gone soon, and things could finally get back to normal. William paced the length of his library and back, brooding over his conversation with Mrs. Emmett. A dull ache began to pound at the base of his skull. Could it be true? Was Miss Foster harsh with the girls, bullying them when no one was there to see it? She was spirited and spoke her mind, but could she really be that devious? No, it didn't make sense. This was probably just a case of Catherine and Penelope's trying to discredit Miss Foster by complaining to Mrs. Emmett. They hoped he would dismiss her, and they could be out from under her supervision. No doubt the housekeeper felt loyalty to the girls, and that was why she brought their complaints to him. But what if it were true? He stopped by the fireplace and stared into the flames. He had been fooled before by a woman, and the results had been disastrous. His wife's duplicity flooded his mind, and his chest tightened. Amelia had always been a perfect lady in public, but at home, in private, her true character had driven a stake through his heart. Surely Miss Foster was not cruel and deceitful like Amelia, was she? Doubt swirled through him. It wasn't just Catherine and Penelope who needed his protection. He had placed his children under Miss Foster's care. He must not be fooled again. The price was too high. He would have to confront Miss Foster and find out if there was any truth behind these complaints. If so, he would put things right for his children's sake, as well as his cousins. William strode out of the library and mounted the steps. As he passed down the hallway, voices in the nursery drew his attention. He stopped by the door and leaned closer to listen. Perhaps he had come at the right time to learn what truly went on in the nursery between Miss Foster and his children. "This is how Robin Hood took his stand against the wicked Sheriff of Nottingham?" His son's voice rang out from behind the nursery door. "Andrew, come down this minute." William frowned. That was not Miss Foster's voice. "Off with you, you wretched scoundrel!" his son shouted. "Andrew, stop! You're frightening your sister." "No, you'll never capture me alive." "Please, be a good lad and climb down before you break something or hurt yourself." Enough. William pushed open the door and glared at the nursery maid. "What is going on in here?" Andrew froze where he stood on the window seat, a toy sword raised high. "Papa!" The young nursery maid's face turned as pale as her white cap. "Sir." She bobbed a quick curtsy, reached for Andrew's hand, and tugged him down off the window seat. Millicent stood by her dollhouse in the corner, watching them with wide blue-green eyes, her doll clutched to her chest. "Where is Miss Foster?" "I believe she's gone to the village on an errand." The maid's voice trembled slightly as she spoke. He huffed. "And this is what happens when she's away?" "I'm sorry, sir. Master Andrew was just acting out a story Miss Foster read to the children this morning." Andrew dashed over to the table and lifted a book for him to see. "It's the Merry Adventures of Robin Hood. Have you read it, Papa?" "No, I have not." William scanned the room, trying to discern if this was an actual problem or just a bit of childish behavior on his son's part. A few toys were scattered on the table, but everything else looked in good order. He turned to the maid. "When will Miss Foster return?" "Within the hour, sir." The maid placed a hand on Millicent's shoulder. "All right." He relaxed his posture and shifted his gaze to Andrew. Perhaps Miss Foster's absence was for the best. "Collect your coat and hat, Andrew. We're going for a walk." A smile burst on his son's face. "Really? I've been longing to go outdoors, but Anne doesn't like to take us without Miss Foster." "Help Andrew dress for our walk," William said to the maid. "Then send him downstairs to meet me. And please tell Miss Foster she is to see me as soon as she returns from the village." "Yes, sir." The maid bobbed another quick curtsy, relief evident in her expression. 5 minutes later, his son came bounding down the stairs, wearing a wool cap and coat and sturdy leather boots. Nelson opened the front door for them, and William and Andrew set off across the park, following the gravel path. "So, Andrew, do you often disobey your nurse and climb on the furniture?"
"No, sir. I try not to."
"But you did today."
"Yes, sir." He scuffed his boots in the gravel. "I was so tired of being in the nursery. We usually go for a walk after luncheon, but it's been raining for 3 days, and Miss Foster said we couldn't go out. And then today we had to stay in again, because she had to go to the village and do something for Aunt Sarah."
"Her errand is for your aunt?"
Andrew nodded and hopped over a puddle. "I'm so glad you came. I hate staying inside all day."
A smile tugged at William's lips. He couldn't help it. He'd been much like Andrew when he was a boy. Though he'd learned to discipline himself and attend to his duties, there was nothing he loved more than tramping through the woods or hiking across the fields. Even these cool autumn days didn't keep him indoors if he could help it.
"So, do you like Miss Foster?"
Andrew wrinkled his nose.
"She's all right."
William thought for a moment, wanting to phrase his question carefully.
"How does she handle things when you disobey?" "She doesn't smack me the way Mrs. Lambert did."
William stopped.
"Mrs. Lambert smacked you?"
Andrew squinted up at him.
"Yes, sir. She said it would drive the foolishness from my heart."
His son looked down, kicked at a stone and sent it flying.
"But I'm not sure that's true."
"So what does Miss Foster do when there is a need for discipline?"
"She usually has me sit in the blue chair."
"The blue chair?"
"Yes, the one in the alcove in the upstairs sitting room."
"How long does she make you stay there?"
"She says I may come back when my heart has changed and I'm ready to talk to her about what happened."
"So it's up to you how long you sit in the chair?"
"Yes, sir."
He bent and picked up a stick at the side of the path. That didn't sound like very severe discipline. His own nanny had been a gentle, indulgent woman, but his tutor, Mr. Burton, had often used a wooden ruler to slap his hands when he'd been slow to answer or disobedient. "Has Miss Foster ever been rough with you or Millicent?"
Andrew rolled his eyes. "Millie never gets in trouble. All Miss Foster has to do is look at her, and she bursts into tears and begs to make things right."
"So Millicent is never sent to the blue chair?"
Andrew twisted his lips and tapped the ground with the stick. "She had to go there once, when she wouldn't eat her luncheon."
"Does Miss Foster insist you eat all your food?"
"Not all, but we must try a bite of each thing on our plate."
"And Millicent wouldn't do that?"
Andrew shook his head. "No, and she cried buckets when Miss Foster sent her to the blue chair. But a few minutes later she came back and hugged Miss Foster and said she was sorry."
William frowned slightly. "That was all the discipline she received?"
Andrew looked up and grinned. "When it was tea time, I had cake and sandwiches, but she had to eat her leftover food from luncheon."
William chuckled. "I suppose she ate it then?"
"Yes, all the potatoes, and some of the peas and lamb."
"And what about your schooling? What happens if you don't understand your lesson, or you give the wrong answer?"
Andrew shrugged. "If I get an arithmetic problem wrong, I have to do it again until I get it right. Miss Foster says we must master our studies, and our mistakes help us learn the right way to do our work."
"But what if you don't know how to do it?"
"She will always show us if we ask, but we still must do the work ourselves."
"What if you become distracted, or you're slow to finish an assignment?"
"She won't read aloud, or take us on a walk until we're done with our lessons."
William nodded. It all sounded reasonable. No doubt Miss Foster found it easier to work with the children than his two cousins. Could she be kind and sensible with Andrew and Millicent, but harsh and mocking toward Catherine and Penelope? That seemed unlikely, but he supposed it was possible. Catherine could raise his ire in 2 seconds with her sharp tongue and stubborn ways. Did Miss Foster respond in a similar fashion when Catherine challenged her authority? Was she able to control her temper and accomplish her tasks with the girls? Those were the questions he still needed to answer. At least Miss Foster seemed to handle his children well. He smiled, thinking of the clever ways she motivated them to obey and do their studies. Andrew skipped ahead, swinging his stick as though it were a sword. His happy, carefree expression lifted William's spirit. His son needed an intelligent and caring governess, someone strong enough to help shape his will, but not damage his spirit. Miss Foster seemed to fit the bill, but he would need to spend more time with the children to be sure. When he lived in London, he used to see the children every day after tea for an hour. But since Amelia's passing, it had been too painful, and he had let the children's hour fade from his routine. Perhaps it was time to begin again. Then he could watch Miss Foster interact with them, observe their behavior, and hear more about their schooling. He chuckled to himself. Wasn't that exactly what Miss Foster had asked him to do? 11. Julia removed her hat and coat and hung them on the hook in her room. She took a quick glance in the mirror and shook her head. Taking some hairpins from her dresser, she tucked a few strands back in place, then checked her reflection once more. Her cheeks were flushed from her ride to the village, and her eyes glowed with the knowledge she'd gained in her conversation with Reverend Langford. Sarah would be pleased to hear that the Reverend considered Mr. Dalton a good man, wise and spiritually mature. He also reported he was loyal and caring toward his mother and young niece. But sharing that news with Sarah would have to wait until this evening, when the children were safely tucked in bed. It was almost 4, and Anne and the children were waiting for her. A knock sounded at the door, and she hurried to answer. Nelson stood in the hall, wearing a slight smile. "Sir William wants to see you in the drawing-room." Her stomach fluttered. Sir William? Why would he call her downstairs? "Yes, the young ladies and Mrs. Emmett are already there." Nelson's expression turned smug. "You'd best be prepared for battle. They don't look too happy." Julia swallowed as her mind raced ahead. Was she being summoned to help resolve the issues between Sarah and Catherine? If so, why would Mrs. Emmett be there? What did she have to do with it? A tremor raced up her back as she followed Nelson downstairs and into the drawing-room. William stood by the fireplace, his expression sober. Penelope and Catherine sat on the settee facing him, while Mrs. Emmett stood behind the settee where the girls were seated. William turned to Julia. "Come in, please." Julia nodded to the girls and Mrs. Emmett, and then William. "You wanted to see me, sir?" "Yes. Your 1-month trial has come to an end, and there are some matters to discuss before I decide if you are to continue in your position." Julia's heartbeat sped up. "Oh, well, I've become very fond of the children, and I believe the young ladies are making good progress." She tried to infuse her voice with confidence, but it wavered slightly. "Unfortunately, Catherine and Penelope are not happy with your interaction with them." Julia shot a quick glance at the girls. Catherine lifted her chin and looked away, her expression stony. Penelope lowered her head and stared at her clasped hands. "I'm sorry to hear that. I know the transition has not been easy for them. Is there a specific problem you'd like to discuss?" I believe it's more your general manner of dealing with them that is in question."
Julia lifted her hand to her heart. "My general manner? I'm not sure I understand what you mean."
William motioned to Catherine. "Please explain your concerns to Miss Foster." Catherine focused her cool gaze on Julia.
"Penelope and I are not accustomed to being berated and cruelly treated, and we won't stand for it any longer." A tremor shot through Julia. "As your governess, I must correct you at times, but I don't believe I've been cruel, and I certainly would never berate you." "But that's exactly what you've done." She elbowed her sister. "Isn't that right, Penny?" The younger girl looked up. "Well, she does correct us during our lessons."
"Of course she does. That is her job."
William's frown deepened.
"What we're trying to ascertain is how she treats you when correction is needed."
Penelope bit her lip. "I know we try her patience some days."
"Why do you say that?"
"Sometimes she excuses herself and says she must go pray for a few minutes before she can continue."
Catherine's eyes flashed, and she glared at her sister. "Go on. What else does she do when you or Catherine have been difficult?"
Catherine sprang from the settee. "I'll tell you what she does. Yesterday, she grabbed my arm and shoved me into a chair." Julia gasped. "I never did such a thing. Why would you say that?" Catherine turned to her sister. "You were there. You saw it. Tell them." Penelope stared at her sister, her mouth hardening.
"Penelope, did you see Miss Foster push your sister?"
She lowered her gaze and shook her head. "No, sir, I did not."
Catherine huffed and scowled at her sister.
"You know it's true. You're just afraid to say it." "I am not. I did not see her push you, and I won't say it just to please you." Penelope shifted and looked up at William. "When we need correction, Miss Foster usually quotes a Bible verse and explains what we ought to do." William narrowed his gaze at the girls.
"I don't see anything wrong with that. Do you?"
Catherine jutted her chin forward. "It's her manner that is upsetting. She instructs us to be humble and teachable, yet she is harsh and says the most unkind things." William lifted one eyebrow.
"Such as?"
Catherine's face flushed, and she sat down again. "I don't know. I can't remember. But I'm very tired of her demanding we rise so early and follow the schedule she has set for the day. She is a member of the staff, and we should not have to adjust our lives to fit in with her wishes." William sighed.
"Catherine, we've already discussed this. Miss Foster's schedule was created so she could teach my children as well as you and your sister. Rising early to be present for scripture reading and prayer is a good way for you to start the day. That is my request as well as Miss Foster's."
"I don't agree, but that is not the point. She is strict and spiteful, and I suspect she treats your children the same way when no one is looking." Fire flashed through Julia. "That is not true. I've never been unkind to them. Ask Anne, or the children if you must." William held up his hand, obviously intending to calm the situation.
"I already have, and I'm quite satisfied with the answers I've received."
He shifted his steely gaze from Catherine to the housekeeper.
"I believe I understand the situation now. Mrs. Emmett, before you go, I'd like you to assure me that from now on you will only report what you've seen yourself and not rely on second-hand stories."
Mrs. Emmett's cheeks flushed, and she pursed her lips. "Very well, sir."
"You may go."
She gave a curt nod and strode toward the door, looking as though she would boil over at any second. William turned to his younger cousin.
"Penelope, I appreciate your honesty. Thank you. That takes courage. You may go as well." She gave him a slight smile, then rose from the settee and left the room. William crossed and stood in front of Catherine. "I'm very disappointed by what's happened here today. I believe you owe Miss Foster an apology." Catherine's nostrils flared. "I don't owe her anything." The muscles in William's jaw jumped. "You will apologize to Miss Foster, or I will cancel the dinner party next week." Catherine gasped and jumped up. "You can't do that! It's my 18th birthday. That dinner has been planned for months." "I most certainly can, and I will, if you don't settle the matter now, and promise me there will be no more false accusations." Catherine turned her glare on Julia, the message clear. "This is your fault. I wish you had never come to Highland." Tears flooded her eyes. "How could you be so cruel?" Julia gasped and stared at Catherine. "Don't try to blame Miss Foster. You brought this problem on yourself. But if you will admit your accusations are false and apologize, then your dinner party may go on as planned. If not, you'll be spending a very quiet birthday alone in your room." Catherine's expression crumbled, and she sat down again as she lifted her hand to shield her eyes from them. Julia's heart softened as she watched her, caught in her own lie, humiliated, and obviously still grieving. Perhaps Catherine needs some time. William's gaze shifted to Julia. She sent him a slight smile, hoping he would understand she was ready to forgive and would carry no hard feelings toward Catherine. His tense expression eased. "I suppose that's true. Perhaps she could write a letter of apology. That's an important skill to learn, and it would allow her time to compose her thoughts." William thought for a moment, then nodded. "Yes, a letter of apology is an excellent idea." He shifted his gaze to Catherine. "Are you willing to do that?" She shrugged one shoulder, her expression still sullen. "I suppose. The letter must be sincere and well written, and there is one more thing I would like you to include." Catherine frowned. "What?" "An invitation for Miss Foster to be a guest at your birthday dinner." Julia froze, and her gaze flashed to Sir William. Catherine's eyes widened. "But that's not possible. The guest list is—" William held up his hand to silence her. "I'm sure there is room to include Miss Foster, and after what went on here today, I believe it's important for you to offer a gesture of goodwill, as well as an apology." Catherine rose from the settee. Her hands clenched at her side, and her face flushed. "May I go?" "Yes, but Miss Foster must receive your letter tomorrow morning before 9 o'clock, when we gather in the great hall." Catherine's defiant gaze darted from William to Julia. Then she turned and left the room. Julia released the breath she had been holding, but her stomach remained in a tense knot. "I'm so sorry. I wish there was some way." "Please, there's no need to say any more about it." "Do you think she'll write the letter?" "I doubt she would give up her dinner party just to make a point, especially one based on a lie." "Yes, I suppose that's true." She studied him, her stomach easing. "I'm grateful for the way you handled the situation. You showed a great deal of wisdom." He gave a slight nod, and his face flushed slightly, as though he was surprised by her praise. "Catherine is headstrong. I'm afraid she's destined for trouble unless she learns to be honest and more caring toward others. Prompting her to include you in the dinner should help her move in that direction." Julia nodded, though she wasn't sure the dinner invitation would draw her and Catherine any closer. William's gaze lingered on her, his expression warming. "My children seem to be doing very well in your care. Andrew's behavior has improved, and Millicent hasn't had any issues with her health since you arrived. I'm pleased.
Thank you. I believe we're making good progress.
He nodded. My cousins will come around in time.
I hope so.
She hesitated, her stomach tensing again, but for a different reason this time.
Sir, there is something else I should tell you.
What is it?
I should have given you this information during my interview, but I was a bit flustered, and I wasn't sure what the outcome of the 1-month trial would be.
She swallowed, reluctant to continue. His dark eyebrows lowered. Go on.
I am very fond of the children, and I'm grateful for this position. But if my father's health improves, and he regains his strength, our family plans to return to India. His face fell.
You would leave us?
Her breath caught in her throat. He grimaced and held up his hand.
I'm sorry. That was not what I meant to say.
But the vulnerability of his comment pierced her heart. Suddenly the truth rushed through her. She did not wish to leave him or the children, but the time might come when that was necessary. It would be best for her to prepare him, and herself, for that possibility. She looked up. I believe we have a calling from God, and if he answers our prayers and restores my father's health, then we must follow that call back to India.
You speak of we, as if that tie to your parents is the only claim on your heart.
I know of no other claim, except that of my commitment to the Lord, and it is he who called us. His expression turned brooding.
Very well. Thank you for the warning.
Sarcasm laced his words, but she heard the hurt beneath them. She bit her lip, trying to think of a way to ease his mind. Sir, I have no idea what the future may bring. I pray my father's health improves, but even then, we would have to raise the necessary finances and make the arrangements. It would be several months before we could leave. I'm sure you would have time to find a replacement.
Finding a replacement is not the point.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to disappoint you.
I am not disappointed. It's simply time-consuming to find a decent and sensible governess. I've no desire to start that process again.
Her heart dropped. Was that the only problem? Finding someone decent and sensible to replace her? She schooled her expression and pressed the hurt down deeper in her heart.
I'm finished discussing this. You may go.
He waved her away, as though she were no more than an irritating fly. She gave him a slight nod, then turned and strode toward the door, leaving him there to brood alone. The next morning, William glared out the library window as rain splattered against the glass. The darkening sky cast gloomy shadows around the room, while the wind blew around the casings with an eerie whistle. Blasted storm! He would have to send a note to McTavish and postpone their meeting to inspect the stable roof and discuss the needed repairs. No one should be climbing ladders in weather like this. It also meant he would have to stay in and spend the rest of the morning finishing the work at his desk. With a weary sigh, he focused on the ledger, but the numbers blurred before his eyes. He hated being cooped up indoors, almost as much as his son did. Thoughts of Andrew quickly turned to thoughts of Miss Foster. He shoved his ledger aside and rose from his chair. Would she actually leave them and return to India? She said she would give him several months' notice, but 1 month or 6, he didn't like the idea of her sailing off across the ocean. The whole thing left him feeling very unsettled. Of course, he admired her determination and commitment to her faith. But did that mean she had to leave Highland? Couldn't she stay and serve God by helping him care for his children and cousins?
Miss Foster didn't seem to have a problem with leaving. No hesitation, no regret. Well, she was made of sterner stuff than he had realized. Not many men or women of his acquaintance would be willing to leave the comforts of England for the challenges of missionary life in a foreign country, especially not the life she had described, caring for poor villagers and rescuing girls from lives of abuse in heathen temples. He sighed and shook his head. How could he resent her for desiring to go and do such important work? Caring for his 2 children and preparing his cousins for the season wasn't nearly as significant as her life in India. He crossed to the window and stared out through the drizzling rain. He had to admit he'd been wounded by her announcement. How quickly she had become an important part of their lives. He had come to depend on her for more than just overseeing the children and his cousins. Their discussions in the evenings had been stimulating, especially as she related stories of her experiences in India and how they had shaped her faith. She brought her spirituality into her everyday life in a way that intrigued and challenged him. If she left, it would mean another loss for him and his children. But he did want what was best for Miss Foster. She deserved that, even if it meant freeing her to travel halfway around the world, leaving him and his family far behind. 12. Julia ran her hand down her dress's silky lavender sash. "It's so lovely." She looked up and smiled at her reflection in Sarah's bedroom mirror. The lavender underdress was partially covered by a sheer plum overdress decorated with sparkling silver beading, and from each fluttering sleeve hung a shimmering plum tassel, the perfect finishing touch to the exquisite evening gown. "The dress is pretty, but you are the one who looks lovely." Sarah stood behind Julia, a happy light in her eyes as she gazed into the mirror. "Thank you, Sarah. I don't know what I would have worn tonight if you hadn't let me borrow this dress." "I'm happy to do it. The colour is perfect with your dark hair and fair complexion. It looks as if it were made for you." "You're so kind." "Well, it's true. And I'm sure you will outshine Catherine and every other lady at the table." Julia shook her head and stepped away from the mirror. "I have no desire to outshine Catherine or anyone else." This was the first time she had been invited to dine with William and his family and guests. Just the thought of it made her stomach quiver. Her conversation skills and table manners would carry her through the evening. But what would William think when he saw her dressed this way? Would he be pleased? Sarah adjusted a pin in her hair, a merry light still shining in her eyes. "We have 14 guests tonight, and 3 of them are eligible bachelors. 4, if you include my brother." Sarah tipped her head and smiled at Julia. "Perhaps one of them will want to become better acquainted with you." Julia's cheeks warmed, and she laughed softly. "I'm sure the gentleman attending tonight's dinner would not be interested in a former missionary who now works as a governess." "And why not? Missionary and governess are both noble occupations." "Perhaps, but I'm sure they would all consider me a middle-class spinster." "No, you're much too young to be considered a spinster." "I'm almost 28 and well past the age when most young women marry." Sarah's expression faltered. "You are younger than I am by 2 years, and I don't consider myself too old to marry." Julia reached for Sarah's hand. "Of course not. Love can come at any age. But my circumstances are different from yours. I doubt I will ever marry." "Why would you say that, Julia?" "My broken engagement has taught me many lessons." "Such as?" "The pain of a broken heart is not easily mended. When Richard Green returned to England and left me behind, taking all my dreams for marriage and family with him, my confidence was shattered, and a cloud of despair settled over me for several months. My parents counseled me to forgive him and accept the Lord's will in the situation, but I couldn't seem to release the hurt or anger. Finally, one morning, the Lord broke through my gloom and spoke to me very clearly. "Really? What did he say?" I didn't hear an audible voice, but sensed a very clear impression in my heart. He asked if I was willing to release all my sorrow and pain and let him carry them for me. Would I let him safeguard my heart and trust him with my future? Tears glistened in Sarah's eyes, and she tightened her hold on Julia's hand. He was so tender and kind, I couldn't say no. So I gave it all to him. It was a costly, painful offering, but with acceptance came peace and the release of my sorrows. Sarah brushed a tear from the corner of her eye. How wonderful to hear from the Lord like that and receive his comfort. But I hope you won't give up on the possibility of love and marriage. You would make a wonderful wife and mother. You do want to marry, don't you? Julia swallowed and looked away. Of course, that was what she had always wanted, more than anything else. But it seemed the Lord had closed that door and was directing her toward a single life where she would use her skills as a teacher to serve him and help others. Still, the desire for love and marriage and her own children hadn't vanished from her heart, especially since she had come to Highland. She pushed those thoughts away and adjusted her sash. "How are things going with Mr. Dalton?" Sarah's smile returned. "We see each other often in the greenhouse or his office, but we haven't spoken to William yet." Julia turned to Sarah. "Do you think that's wise?" "I'm not sure. My feelings for Mr. Dalton grow stronger every day, and I hate to keep our courtship a secret. But my brother is very traditional, and not one to go against social customs. I'm sure your happiness means more to him than what others think." "I hope so, but I'm afraid when he hears about it, he'll be upset and say something harsh to Mr. Dalton. What if you spoke to him first, without Mr. Dalton being present? That would give him time to consider the situation before he meets with Mr. Dalton." "I know I should, but I'm not sure how I'll find the courage to do it. William has always been my protector, and I don't want to go against his wishes." Julia reached for Sarah's hand again. "Do you love Mr. Dalton?" "Yes." Her dark brown eyes glowed with warmth. "I believe I do. Then don't let fear of your brother's disapproval steal your chance for a future with Mr. Dalton. Gather your courage and speak to your brother soon." Tears glistened in Sarah's eyes. "Oh, Julia, you are such a dear." She squeezed her hand. "Thank you so much." Julia smiled and had to blink away the moisture in her own eyes. "Please, there's no need to thank me. I feel blessed to find a friend like you." Sarah laughed softly and stepped back. "Look at us. We will go down to dinner with red eyes and glowing noses if we aren't careful." She took 2 handkerchiefs from the top drawer of her dressing table and handed one to Julia. Julia wiped her eyes and looked in the mirror once more. Catching Sarah's reflection, she smiled. "You look very pretty, Sarah. I believe our conversation has put some extra color in your cheeks." Sarah dabbed her nose. "It's your skill with arranging my hair that makes a difference. That and your new confidence and lovely smile." Sarah pulled open the top drawer of her dressing table. "There's one more thing you need." She took out an amethyst necklace and held it out to Julia. This was my mother's. Oh, no, I couldn't. Please. Sarah placed the necklace in Julia's hand. It would make me so happy to see you wear it. Julia examined the silver filigree with tiny diamonds and teardrop pearls surrounding the oval amethyst. It's the most exquisite necklace I've ever seen. Sarah smiled. It always makes me feel like a princess when I put it on. Julia held it out to Sarah. You should wear it tonight. It doesn't go with my dress. Sarah took a long strand of pearls from her drawer. I'm going to wear these. She slipped the necklace over her head. There, how does that look? With Sarah's glossy brown hair and fair complexion, the pearls were a perfect choice. You look beautiful. Sarah smiled her thanks. So you wear the necklace? Do you think Sir William would mind? Not at all. He'll be pleased. All right, if you're sure. Julia fastened the necklace and adjusted it to center the jewels. That looks perfect. Sarah checked her hair and smoothed her hand over one section. Are you ready to go down? Yes, thanks to you. Julia took one last glance in the mirror and gently touched the amethyst necklace. I do rather feel like a princess in a fairy tale. If only there were a handsome prince waiting to meet her at the bottom of the stairs. She quickly banished that thought. All right, then. Let's go enjoy the evening. Sarah looped her arm through Julia's, and they set off. William walked down the stairs and met Lawrence in the great hall. Is my tie all right? Nelson nearly gagged me when he tied it, and I'm not sure it's even. William lifted his chin and faced the butler. Lawrence narrowed his eyes. I'll adjust it for you, sir. He gave one side a tug. There, now it's even. Thank you. William straightened his jacket and glanced around. So is everything ready for dinner? Yes, sir. We're awaiting the arrival of your guests. The butler glanced up the steps. And the ladies of the house, of course. William smiled. Yes, the young ladies often like to make a special entrance, but I'm not sure why Sarah isn't down yet. A flash of purple in the gallery above caught his eye. He turned and looked up. Sarah and Miss Foster descended the stairs. As they reached the lower landing, Miss Foster came fully in view, and his eyes widened. She wore a stunning purple gown dotted with silver beads that sparkled in the gaslight. Her dark brown hair was fashioned in a much more elaborate style than she usually wore, and around her neck hung his mother's amethyst and pearl necklace. The transformation was amazing. She smiled at him, her blue eyes sparkling. Good evening, sir. William swallowed and nodded. Doesn't she look lovely? Sarah prompted. Why, yes. You look very nice, Miss Foster. She looked down, her dark lashes fanning against her flushed cheeks. Thank you. Lady Gatewood has arrived, sir. Lawrence pulled open the heavy oak and glass door leading to the entrance hall. Louisa Gatewood waltzed in, removed her cape topped with a white fur collar, and handed it to one of the footmen. Good evening, Lady Gatewood. It's good of you to join us. Of course. I wouldn't miss my niece's 18th birthday dinner. She scanned the room and her forehead creased. Where is Catherine? She ought to be here to greet her guests. Sarah glanced toward the stairs. I'm sure she and Penelope will be down soon. Lady Gatewood ignored Sarah and shifted her severe gaze to Miss Foster. It is your duty to see that the girls are ready for an important dinner like this. I don't understand why you've come down without them. Miss Foster's face paled. I'm sorry. I didn't think... Yes, that is the problem. William stepped forward. "See here, there's no need to scold Miss Foster. The girls have a maid to help them dress, and they are old enough to be aware of the time. Of course they have a maid, but they also have a governess, and it is her duty to prepare them for social events." Her gaze shifted from Julia to William. "And, I might add, I am quite surprised that Miss Foster has been—" William had heard enough. "Please, Lady Gatewood, I am certainly capable of overseeing my own household. I do not need your instruction or permission to choose my dinner guests." Lady Gatewood's mouth tightened. "There's no need to take offence. I simply wanted you to be aware of how things are done at Highland." Heat flooded William's neck and face. The woman's audacity was unbelievable. He'd had more than enough of her meddling in his family's affairs. Miss Foster looked up at him. "I can go check on the young ladies if you would like." Her expression and tone gave no hint that she had been slighted, but the colour staining her cheeks made it clear that Lady Gatewood's comments had hit their mark. Sarah turned toward the staircase. "It's all right. They're coming now. Miss Catherine Ramsay and Miss Penelope Ramsay," Nelson announced from the gallery, and they turned to watch the girls descend the stairs. Catherine appeared first, wearing a dark red dress decorated with black lace and beads. The silky material and slim silhouette made her look quite grown up. 2 large feathers had been pinned to the back of her hairstyle. He thought the feathers looked rather ridiculous, but he had seen many women wear them in London. Catherine gave a well-practiced smile as she reached the lower landing. Penelope came down next, wearing a jade-green dress with a fringe at the hem. With flushed cheeks and a pretty smile, she looked eagerly around the group, obviously hoping for their approval. Their aunt greeted each of them with a kiss on the cheek and compliments on their entrance. Sarah joined them, but Miss Foster hung back, a touch of unease in her expression. No doubt Lady Gatewood's thoughtless words caused her hesitation. Irritating woman. He wished he could ban her from the house, but she was the only close connection his cousins had with their mother's side of the family. It was unusual to include a governess in a dinner party like this, but why shouldn't Miss Foster be invited? She had many admirable qualities, and she was certainly prettier than any of the other women attending the dinner. If it were up to him, he would seat her in the place of honour on his right, and see that she enjoyed the evening. But he had not thought to check the seating arrangements, and they could not be changed at this point. He would have to look for some other way to support Miss Foster, and see that she was treated well and enjoy the evening. Anne held her breath and crept down the back stairs. If she could just get past Mrs. Emmett's parlour and the kitchen, then she should be able to sneak out the back door without anyone seeing her. Mr. Lawrence and the footman were upstairs in the dining room, preparing to serve dinner, so she shouldn't run into them. She slipped her hand in her apron pocket and wrapped her trembling fingers around the note Peter had given her that morning. He had passed it to her when she had gone out back after breakfast to put Andrew's broken stool in the burn barrel. Just as she turned around to head back to the house, Peter stepped out of the stables and hurried across the courtyard toward her. "Meet me tonight," he whispered, then pressed the note into her hand and jogged back to the stables. The sweet sentiments he had written melted her heart like wax before a flame, and though it was risky, she made up her mind to find him as soon as she could get away. And why shouldn't she? Julia had borrowed a lovely dress and gone to dinner with Sir William and his guests. She wouldn't be back for at least 2 hours, and the children were fast asleep. No one needed her, and no one should care if she enjoyed a little time with Peter. Conversation floated out from the kitchen, where Chef Lagarde directed his helpers in the final dinner preparations. Anne pressed her back against the wall and stole down the hall. Biting her lip, she slowly pushed open the heavy back door, thankful it was well oiled. The cool evening air washed over her warm cheeks, and she released the breath she had been holding. Overhead, a full moon bathed the courtyard in silvery light. Keeping to the shadows, she made her way around the side of the house, careful not to topple the milk crates stacked near the alcove. A cat howled. Anne slapped a hand over her mouth to stifle her own startled cry. She counted to 10, placed her hand over her heart, and tried to calm her racing emotions. It was all right. No one would see her. She would make sure of it. After a few more seconds, she crept toward the stable, where a light glowed through the window and flowed out under the large wooden sliding door. Peter waited for her there. Her heartbeat sped up, not in fear, but in anticipation of seeing him again. A footstep crunched on the gravel behind her. Her heart jumped to her throat, and she froze. A hand wrapped around her arm. She gasped and tried to pull away, but the man grabbed her other arm. She screamed and flailed about, trying to break free. The stable door flew open. Peter burst out, his eyes blazing. "Let her go!" Julia adjusted the napkin in her lap and took a small bite of the roasted potatoes. They tasted fine, but she had lost her appetite. With a sigh, she set her fork aside. She had come down to dinner hoping she would be welcomed like the rest of the guests, but Catherine had seated her at the far corner of the long table, next to Lady Mildred Covington, the mother of one of Catherine's closest friends. The elegant, silver-haired woman hadn't spoken one word to her since they had been introduced. Instead, she had directed all her conversation to the gentleman on her left. Lady Mildred's elderly husband sat across from Julia. He had nodded to her a few times, but conversation was impossible, since he was quite deaf. The only saving grace was that Sarah sat beside her at the end of the table. Julia leaned forward slightly and looked to the opposite end of the table, where William was enjoying a lively conversation with Miss Teresa Farmington on his left and Dr. Matthew Hadley on his right. William looked up and glanced Julia's way. Their gazes held for an extra second. A slight line creased the area between his dark eyebrows. Julia looked away and sat back, hoping he had not read the disappointment in her eyes. She appreciated the invitation to dinner and the chance to wear Sarah's lovely gown and necklace, but clothes and jewels could not erase a huge chasm that separated her from the other guests at the table. 3 seats down, on the opposite side of the table, Lady Gatewood smiled at her eldest niece, who was sitting across from her. "Catherine has made wonderful progress in preparation for the season. I'm sure she'll be well received in London." "Thank you, Aunt Louisa. Your guidance has been very helpful." Catherine turned to her sister. "Isn't that true, Penelope?" Penelope nodded and tried to smile, but she had just taken a big bite and was chewing furiously. Lady Gatewood sent Penelope a disapproving glance. The critical words Lady Gatewood had spoken earlier rose in Julia's mind, turning her stomach into a churning stew. Sarah leaned toward her. "Is everything all right? You've barely touched this course." "I'm sorry. Everything is delicious, but I'm already full." Sarah squeezed her hand under the table. "There's just one more course. Then perhaps we can enjoy conversation in the drawing-room with some of the other guests." Julia nodded and forced a smile. Lady Covington looked across the table at Lady Gatewood. "I was so sorry to hear the Hertfords will have to sell Pipewell Hall. It's such a lovely home." Lady Gatewood's eyebrows rose. "Really? I hadn't heard." "Yes, Rose Hertford told me about it herself this very morning. They'll have to move into town and live in their London house year-round." Lady Gatewood cringed. Oh, dear! How dreadful! Why do they have to sell? After Reginald's father died, the upkeep and expenses became too much for them. Lady Gatewood sighed. What a shame! How terrible for Rose and Reginald! Yes, this puts their oldest son Charles in a very awkward position this season. I'm afraid he'll have a difficult time finding a bride, considering his reduced circumstances. Yes, how true. Lady Gatewood sent a pointed look William's way. An aristocrat with no land drops to the very bottom of society. It reflects poorly on the entire family. William's face reddened, and he stared at his plate. Julia's heart went out to William. Did Lady Gatewood or any of the other guests know about his financial struggles? What would they say if they did? Mr. Lawrence walked into the dining room carrying a small silver tray. He leaned down and spoke to William in a hushed tone. William nodded, and both he and the butler looked her way. Julia stilled. Mr. Lawrence approached. "A message for you, Miss Foster." "For me?" Mr. Lawrence nodded and extended the tray toward her. "Thank you." She picked up the envelope and immediately recognized her mother's handwriting. A cold wave of dread flooded her, and she turned to Sarah. "Please excuse me." Concern flashed in Sarah's eyes. "Of course." Clutching the envelope, Julia rose from her chair and walked into the great hall. Her fingers trembled as she tore open the envelope and took out the folded note. "Dearest Julia, your father has taken a turn, and his condition has become much more serious. I've sent a message to London and asked Jonathan to come home. I believe you should also come as soon as possible. Please do not delay. All my love, Mother." Julia pressed her lips together and lowered her head. "Dear God, please have mercy." William strode into the great hall. "Is everything all right?" She lifted her head. "My mother has asked me to come home." Her throat swelled, and she could not continue. She passed him the note. His dark eyebrows knit as he read the message. "You must go at once." "May I take the governor's cart?" "No, I will drive you." "But what about your dinner guests?" "I'm sure Lady Gatewood will be more than happy to take charge." He looked toward the dining room. "I'll make our excuses, then get the car. Collect your coat and whatever else you might need, and meet me out front." Julia nodded, gratefulness rising to fill her heart. "Thank you." His serious expression eased, and he nodded to her. "No thanks are needed. I'm glad to help." 13. Light from the open stable door flooded the back courtyard. Clark Dalton squinted at the squirming maid who wrestled against him. Peter Gates ran toward them from the stable. "I said let her go!" Clark dropped his hold and pulled in a ragged breath as he recognized the young woman. "Anne, what are you doing sneaking around out here?" Her wide-eyed gaze darted from Peter to Clark. "I'm just—" "There's no need to answer him." Peter moved to Anne's side. "Why did you grab hold of her like that?" Clark met Peter's hard gaze. "I couldn't tell who it was in the dark. I thought she was a thief." Peter scoffed. "Oh, yes, she looks like a thief, doesn't she?" His accusing frown deepened. "And why are you lurking about the courtyard?" "Some of my tools have gone missing from the greenhouse, and I've been hoping to catch whoever stole them." "It's not me!" Anne's voice rose to a panicked pitch. "I've no reason to take gardening tools." Clark huffed and straightened his jacket. "I suppose not. But you've still not explained why you're out here at this time of night." Anne shot another anxious glance at Peter, and her chin began to tremble. Peter slipped his arm around her shoulder. "We've no need to explain anything to you." So he hadn't found his thief, but he had stumbled on two sweethearts meeting in secret. What would Mrs. Emmett say if she knew about this? Anne gasped. "Oh, please, don't say anything to her. She'll sack me for sure." "You ought to have thought about that before you came down." "Nothing's happened." Peter dropped his arm from Anne's shoulder. "We've done nothing to be ashamed of. You've no call to report us to anyone." Clark folded his arms and looked from Anne to Peter. This put him in a difficult spot. He knew what it was like to keep his feelings hidden. It was past time to bring his secret courtship with Sarah into the light, but she had asked him to wait a few more days. Why hadn't she spoken up? Was she ashamed of him, or afraid her brother would dismiss him and cast her out? He could find a new position if he had to, but if it came to that, would Sarah be willing to give up her home and family and go with him? He looked Peter in the eye. "You should not go on meeting in secret. If you're sincere, go to Mr. Lawrence and ask for permission to court Anne openly." "I can't do that. I'd lose my job." Anne gasped, and tears flooded her eyes. "I'm sorry, Anne. I do care for you, but I can't go to Mr. Lawrence." "But I thought you loved me." "I do, but I can't risk losing my position and being sent off without a reference. I've only been here a short time. My dad would never let me come home. He'll disown me if I lost this job." "Oh, Peter!" Anne burst into tears and ran back toward the house. Clark's spirit sank as he watched her jerk open the back door and duck inside. Peter glared at Clark. "Now look what you've done. Why couldn't you leave us alone?" "Because it's not right. If you're not planning to marry the girl, then you ought not to be leading her on." Peter took a step toward Clark, his eyes blazing. "I've had enough of your pious talk." He jabbed his finger into Clark's chest. "You've no right to say anything to me. I know what you've been up to with Sarah Ramsay. She might be a cripple, but she's—" Clark grabbed his shirt and yanked him up. "Don't you dare say another word about Miss Ramsay." He gave the boy a fierce shake. "Do you hear me? Put me down." Clark released him and sent him scrambling back. "If you say anything to anyone about me and Miss Ramsay, you'll regret it. You're in no position to be making threats." Peter turned and stormed off toward the stables. Clark closed his eyes, his heart pounding in his chest. If Peter Gates knew their secret, how long before Sir William found out? William peered through the windshield and guided his car down the narrow lane. It was barely wide enough for them to get by, but he had come this far, and he would deliver Miss Foster safely to her door. She leaned forward. "My parents' cottage is just up ahead on the left." He rolled to a stop in front of the thatched roof home with whitewashed walls and neat black shutters. Soft light glowed in the two front windows, issuing a warm welcome. Miss Foster reached for her satchel at her feet. "Let me get the door for you." He left the motor running while he circled the car and opened her door. "I'll drive on and find somewhere to park. I don't want to block the lane." He offered her his hand. She took it and climbed out. But rather than turning toward the house, she looked up at him. She tightened her gloved fingers around his. "Thank you, sir. Thank you for bringing me home." He stood very still, gazing down at her. Silvery moonlight highlighted the soft curve of her cheek and the slight dip above her full upper lip. He swallowed and forced himself to focus on her eyes again. "It's no trouble at all. My only regret is that it could not be for a happier occasion." She shivered, and slipped her hand from his. Her blue wool scarf had come unwrapped. He reached out and gently tucked an end around her neck and over her shoulder. "Now, hurry inside, before you freeze." "Yes, sir." She sent him a brave smile, then walked toward the house. When she reached the door, she stopped and looked over her shoulder. The sweetness of her expression moved him in ways he didn't understand. He nodded to her and walked back to the car. Had that been affection he had seen reflected in her eyes, or simply gratitude? He shook off the question. Surely it was just the emotion of the evening, stirring them both in unusual ways. He must not think there was anything more to it. The inclination to trust his feelings had cost him dearly in the past, and he did not wish to travel that painful path again. But this time it was not Miss Foster whom he feared could not be trusted. It was more his own failures as a husband and father that made him hesitate. His skills in family relationships were definitely lacking. Miss Foster herself had said as much. No, he must not consider the possibility of anything more than friendship with Miss Foster. A few minutes later, with the car safely parked at the end of the lane, he knocked on the cottage front door and waited with his hat in his hands. Julia answered and ushered him inside. He glanced around the cosy kitchen and parlour, where flames crackled and glowed in a stone fireplace. A middle-aged woman with kind eyes and a gentle smile approached from the parlour. She wore a simple dark blue dress and looked very much like an older version of Julia. "Mother, I'd like you to meet Sir William Ramsay, Baronet of Highland Hall. Sir William, this is my mother, Mary Foster." Mrs. Foster sent him a bittersweet smile and offered him her hand. "I'm very pleased to meet you, Sir William." "The pleasure is mine. Your daughter has spoken very highly of both you and your husband." "Thank you for bringing Julia home. It will be a great comfort to have her here, even for a short time." "She may stay as long as you need her." Mrs. Foster's serene expression faltered. "That's very kind of you, but I don't want to keep her from her duties at Highland." "We have come to rely on her, but there's no need to make a decision about that tonight. How is Dr. Foster?" Tears glittered in Mrs. Foster's eyes. "He has a fever and troubled breathing, as well as a terrible cough. I'm afraid he seems to be fading. I wasn't sure about contacting my son and Julia, but as I prayed about it, I felt the Lord impress that need on my heart." He nodded. "Would you like me to send for our physician, Dr. Matthew Hadley? He happens to be having dinner at Highland this evening. I'd be happy to drive back and take the message myself." Mrs. Foster glanced at Julia, and then turned back to him. "Thank you, Sir William. We would appreciate that very much." "I'm glad to do it, and I insist on paying the fee for his visit." A knock sounded at the door. "Excuse me." Mrs. Foster stepped away. "Thank you," Julia said softly. "We're indebted to you for your kindness." Mrs. Foster pulled open the door and gasped. "Bee? Oh, my goodness! Is it really you?" William and Julia turned toward the door. "Yes, my dearest Mary, it is." The two women embraced, and Mrs. Foster welcomed her visitor into the house. She turned to William and Julia. "Bee, this is Sir William Ramsay, Baronet of Highland Hall, and this is my daughter, Julia." Mrs. Foster clasped Bee's hand. "Julia, this is my sister Beatrice, Lady Danforth." Julia lifted her hand to her mouth. "Aunt Beatrice? Oh, how wonderful to finally meet you." William nodded. "Lady Danforth." She looked slightly familiar, but he couldn't remember where or when they'd met. Mrs. Foster and her sister were obviously very fond of each other. Why hadn't Julia met her aunt before? But his questions would have to wait until another time. "If you'll excuse me, I'll be off to fetch the doctor." Mary Foster extended her hand to William. "Thank you again, Sir William. We're very grateful for your kind assistance." "You're most welcome." He turned to Julia. "Please send word, and let us know how your father is doing tomorrow." Julia nodded. "I will." "Good night." He nodded to the other women, replaced his hat, and walked out the door. The cool evening air chilled his face as he stepped off the small front porch and followed the moonlit path back to the car. Though the reason for his visit to the Fosters' home was not a happy one, he had been impressed by his time there. As soon as he had stepped through the door, he'd sensed the kind affection and warm family ties enjoyed by the Foster family. How very different from his home in London, where strict rules and cool detachment were always the order of the day. He had spent very little time with his parents. His father travelled for months at a time on business, and his mother had given over his care to nannies and nursery maids, then tutors. How different his life might have been if his family had been close and loving like the Fosters. Soft morning light streamed through the curtains of Julia's parents' bedroom. Julia yawned and stretched, then rubbed her tired shoulders. She had watched over her father since midnight, when she had finally convinced her mother to go and lie down for a few hours. For Julia, it had been a long night filled with tears and prayers, but with the new day had come acceptance and peace. She prayed God's grace would carry them through whatever lay ahead. She rose from her chair at her father's bedside and scanned his face, searching for any signs of change. His cough and difficulty breathing had made it a restless night for him, but the last few hours he had seemed to sleep more peacefully, giving her renewed hope. Her father slowly opened his eyes. "Morning, daughter." His voice was no more than a soft whisper, but it filled her heart with joy. "Oh, Father." She leaned down and kissed his forehead. "I didn't know you'd come." His comment jolted her, since she had spoken to him several times during the night. She supposed the illness was causing his confusion. "I arrived last evening. Sir William brought me in his motor car." "Sounds exciting." Julia smiled. "It was. I only wish we had come in the daylight. I would have loved to see the countryside speeding past." He slowly reached for her hand. "It's good to have you here." She squeezed his fingers. "Thank you, Father. It's good to be home." His smile faded as he searched her face. "You look tired." "I'm fine. Please don't worry about me." "I'm always concerned about you. I am your father." Fondness filled his eyes. Her throat tightened, and she forced a smile for his sake. "And I am grateful for your concern. Now let me go and tell Mother you're awake." She started to pull away. "Wait. There's something I must say." She sat by his bedside again and tried to swallow away the lump lodged in her throat, but it was useless. "I know you feel a responsibility to stay in England and watch out for your mother and me." She gave a slight nod. "We're family. Love binds us together." "Well said. But we do not want to be a burden to you." "Please don't say such a thing. You're not a burden." "Nor do we want to keep you from God's calling." Julia sighed. "I am sure God's calling for me today is to spend time here, with you and Mother." "Yes, and I am grateful you've come. But when I'm gone, you and Mother must return to India and continue our work. Father, please don't. He gripped her hand more tightly. I'm not afraid to speak of my death. It opens the doorway to my heavenly home and the reward Christ has won for me. Tears filled her eyes, and she reached for his hand again. I have followed the Lord faithfully for over 50 years, and I intend to remain faithful to him until the end. She leaned down and laid her head on his shoulder. Oh, Father. It was all she could manage to say, as her tears overflowed and coursed down her cheeks. 14. William pushed his breakfast plate away with a heavy sigh and stared out the dining-room window. A grey gloom seemed to have settled over the house since the calendar had turned to December. The days had grown shorter, and the weather less agreeable. That must be the reason for his sagging spirits. Lawrence entered the room carrying a small silver tray. "The Morning Post, sir." "Thank you." William took the letter opener and 3 envelopes from the tray. He quickly scanned the return address of the first, and his stomach tensed. Sarah set her teacup aside. "Who is it from, William?" "Bixby, my solicitor." He put the letter aside to open last, since he was in no mood to read more about death duties or other legal affairs. He slit the second envelope and quickly scanned the brief paragraph. "This is from Mr. Henshaw." "The art dealer you told me about?" "Yes. He says he can take the train from London on the 18th to do the appraisal." Sarah nodded. "And the final letter?" William opened the third envelope. "This one is from David." Sarah's eyes lit up at the mention of their younger brother. "Perhaps he's responding to our invitation to join us for Christmas." William glanced at the first few sentences. "He says he'll arrive on the 21st and stay through the New Year." William shifted in his chair and read the rest of the brief letter, but it failed to lift his spirits. He and David had never been close, at least not as close as William had been to Nathaniel. The 4-year age difference between David and William may have been part of the reason. There were only 2 years between him and Nathaniel. David was 8 when William had been sent away to school, so most of their childhood had been spent apart. As they grew older, a subtle rivalry developed between them, mainly spurred on by David's desire to prove that he was stronger, smarter, and more talented than William. Buying out William's interest in the family business had been a boost to David's ego, but in his brother's eyes, it still didn't make up for the fact that William had been the one to inherit the title of baronet and Highland. "I'm glad David is coming." Sarah sent William a pointed look. "It's important to be with family at Christmas time." "Yes, I suppose that's true." He set his brother's letter aside and stared toward the window again. "Really, William, I don't see why that should make you scowl." "What?" He squinted across the table at Sarah. "Oh, I wasn't thinking of David. I was wondering why Miss Foster hasn't written." His sister tipped her head. "We just received her letter on Wednesday." "But she's been gone more than a week." "You're the one who told her she might stay as long as she was needed." He huffed. "I had no idea she would stay away this long. And now that her father is improving, I thought she would set a date for her return." She sent him a puzzled look. "I'm sure the children miss her, but they seem to be doing well." "They are missing out on their schooling. And Andrew was caught in the pantry yesterday, helping himself to a slice of apple tart." Sarah grinned. "I can see why he was tempted. That's my favourite as well. Why don't if we invite the children to have luncheon with us? It would be a nice treat for them, and I'm sure the nursery maid would appreciate the break." He nodded, still frowning. "I suppose. And after that, perhaps I should go to the village and visit the Fosters." William straightened. "Yes, that's a splendid idea. And while you're there, you can urge Miss Foster to return to Highland as soon as possible." "I'll do nothing of the kind. I'll take them some provisions and let them know how relieved we are to hear that Dr. Foster is improving." "Of course. That's what I meant. But if the opportunity presents itself, you might let her know we are anxious for her return." Sarah's eyes glowed. "All right, I'll tell her. But only if I can do it without making her overly concerned about the children." "Yes, of course." William tapped his finger on the table. Sarah was very tender-hearted and not likely to urge Miss Foster to leave her family any time soon. If he wanted that message delivered, he would have to do it himself. He laid his napkin on the table. "I have an idea. Why don't I drive you to the village, and we can both visit the Fosters?" She rose from her chair. "That would be nice. But you must promise not to make Julia feel guilty for staying with her family." "I shall be the perfect gentleman." William stood. "Oh, wait. Dalton asked to meet with me this afternoon." Sarah froze and gripped the back of the chair. "Mr. Dalton?" Her voice had suddenly gone light and breathless. "Yes, he said something about discussing plans for the future. I certainly hope he's not planning to leave us. I rather like the man. He seems to have a sensible head on his shoulders, and I don't—" William stopped and studied his sister. "Sarah, are you all right?" "Yes, I'm just feeling a little light-headed. Perhaps I should go lie down." "By all means. And if you're not up to visiting the Fosters, I can go on my own." "I'll be fine." "All right." He stepped closer and kissed her forehead. "You do look pale. Shall I send for Mrs. Emmett?" "No. Please don't bother her." She turned away. William watched her go, his thoughts even more unsettled than they had been at the beginning of the meal. Something was definitely wrong. Sarah had not been herself lately. He hoped she wasn't seriously ill. But if that were the case, he would take care of her. He had always watched out for her. Even when they were young children, he made sure no one taunted her about her limp or hand. And Sarah had always looked up to him and depended on him. They were as close as any brother and sister could be. Or at least they had been, until they'd come to Highland. Sarah hurried down the back stairs and slipped past the kitchen. She could hear Chef Lagarde scolding one of the kitchen maids, first in English and then in French. The translation flew through her mind and sent a rush of heat to her cheeks. Poor girl! She hoped the maid did not speak French. Mr. Lawrence stepped around the corner. "Miss Ramsay, is there something I can do for you?" Sarah stifled a gasp. "No, I'm just on my way to the greenhouse." Mr. Lawrence's dark eyebrows dipped. "The greenhouse?" "Yes, I want to speak to Mr. Dalton about some flowers for the dining room." "I'd be happy to send a message with one of the footmen." "No, thank you. I'd like to speak to him myself." She swallowed and nodded to him. "Please excuse me." Mr. Lawrence narrowed his eyes, but nodded. "Of course, miss." Sarah fled out the back door and hurried across the courtyard. She glanced over her shoulder, then slipped under the arched entrance to the garden and ran down the gravel path. With her heartbeat pounding in her ears, she pulled open the greenhouse door. "Clark? Are you in here?" No one answered, so she hurried down the center aisle, checking to the right and left, but she didn't see him working among the plants and flowers. When she reached the far end, she pushed open the back door and ran directly into Harry, one of the young under-gardeners. "Whoa!" His hand flew up to keep his cap on his head. "I'm sorry, miss. I didn't see you coming." "It's all right, Harry." She straightened her jacket. "Have you seen Mr. Dalton?" "Yes, miss. He's down by the fountain, cleaning up branches that came down in the storm last night. The wind must have really been howling up at the house." "Yes, it was." She looked past him. "If you'll excuse me." "Of course, miss." He tipped his cap and sent her a smile. She nodded to him, then forced herself to walk at a slower pace. An icy breeze whipped past and stole her breath for a moment. She squinted against the wind and searched the gardens. Finally she spotted Clark pushing a wheelbarrow full of branches. Lifting her hand, she waved. He smiled, set the wheelbarrow aside, and hurried to meet her. "Sarah, this is a fine surprise. I didn't expect you until this afternoon." He searched her face, and his expression sobered. "Is something wrong?" She bit her lip, wishing she had found the courage to speak to William about her feelings for Clark. But she hadn't, and now she must make Clark understand why they had to wait. "William is in a very dark mood today." "I'm sorry to hear it." He motioned toward his office. "Let's go inside. I don't want you to catch your death of cold." "Thank you." She crossed her arms tightly and followed him through the door, glad for the warmth of the small wood stove that burned in the corner. He offered her a chair, and she sat down. "Now, tell me what happened." "It's not just one thing. It seems a whole load of trouble has landed in William's lap, and he's just not himself." Clark nodded, encouraging her to continue. "He has decided to bring an art dealer from London to see about selling some of our paintings, but he doesn't know if that will be enough to solve our financial problems. I can tell they weigh heavily on him. And then today he received a letter from our brother David, saying he's coming for a visit over the Christmas holiday." "You'd think that would cheer him up." "I'm afraid not. William and David don't always see eye to eye, and since our father's death, issues about the inheritance and family business have pulled them even farther apart." She sighed. If only there was some way she could help her brothers mend their differences. "I'm sorry to hear it. That's hard when family members are at odds with each other." Sarah nodded. "He's also upset that Miss Foster has stayed away so long." "She's still with her parents?" "Yes. Her father seems to be on the mend, but she hasn't set a time for her return, and William has come to depend on her for more than just caring for the children." Clark cocked his head. "Do you think he has feelings for her?" "I suppose it's a possibility. He often invites her to sit with us in the evening, and they both seem to enjoy those conversations." She thought a moment more. His face did light up when he saw her dressed so beautifully the night of Catherine's birthday dinner. Then she sighed and shook her head. "But I'm afraid William is very conventional. I can't see him pursuing Miss Foster, no matter how lovely and worthy she might be. It's a shame he would let her lack of money and position keep them apart." Sarah bit her lip, then lifted her gaze to meet Clark's. "It's not just that. William hasn't been the same since his wife died 3 years ago in a riding accident." "How terrible!" "It was a shock for us all." A painful lump rose in her throat as the memories came rushing back. He seemed to accept her death at first, but a few weeks later he sank into a dark depression that lasted well over a year. It changed him in so many ways. It would be very difficult to lose someone you love. Sarah hesitated, and then leaned toward Clark. But that's just it. Love did not bring them together. Their marriage was arranged by our father and hers, joining the two families with the goal of expanding the business. But surely they grew to love each other, didn't they? Sarah slowly shook her head. William tried. I know he did. But Amelia became more distant and unhappy with each passing year. Eventually, she only stayed in London for the season. The rest of the year she visited friends in the country and rarely saw William and the children. She was in Yorkshire at the time of the accident, staying with Sir Charles Hollingsford, and there were rumours about him and Amelia. Clark's brows rose, a question in his eyes. Sarah nodded and looked away, her cheeks warming. It's all terribly sad. She shouldn't have revealed such intimate details about her brother's unhappy marriage, but she wanted Clark to understand William's situation and how it might affect them. I'm afraid William has hardened his heart toward love and marriage, and I doubt even Miss Foster can soften it. She clasped her hands and focused on him once more. And that's why you must not speak to William today. What? You mustn't tell him about us. Not yet. Surely it would be better to wait until after the Christmas holiday, when David has returned to London and William has had more time to resolve these financial issues. One side of Clark's mouth rose slightly. I don't like keeping a secret from your brother, but I hadn't planned to tell him about us today. Sarah's eyes widened. Oh, but William said you wanted to discuss your future plans, and I thought... I meant expanding the greenhouse and gardens, and planting more crops next spring. I need his permission to order the building materials and supplies. That's all. Oh, thank goodness. She rose from her chair and wrapped her arms around him in a fierce hug. The rough weave of his wool jacket brushed against her cheek. She closed her eyes and pulled in a deep breath, savouring the manly scent of earth and sandalwood and pines. The warmth of his embrace and the strong, steady beat of his heart was so comforting. I'm longing to tell your brother and the whole world how much you mean to me, but I gave you my promise to wait, and I intend to keep it. The door swung open, and William stepped inside. Sarah gasped, and Clark stiffened. William's eyes flashed. Dalton! Take your hands off my sister! Sarah gripped Clark's coat sleeve. William's face flushed. What's the meaning of this? Clark turned to William. I can explain, sir. William glared at Clark, then shot a dark look at Sarah. Go back to the house. Fire pulsed through her. No, William. I'm not a child. You can't order me about. I am head of this family. You will do as I say. A fierce trembling shook her from head to toe. How could he treat her like this? Didn't she have a right to love and be loved? It's all right, Sarah. Clark's voice was calm, but firm. Do as he says, and leave us. But Please, let me handle this. Clark's tone brooked no argument. Very well. But there's one thing I must say before I go. She clenched her hands and faced William. I love Clark with all my heart. If you dismiss him and send him away, I will go with him. William stared at her, his eyes a stormy grey. You don't know what you're saying. Yes, I do. Sarah swung away and marched out the door, but her strength only carried her a few more steps before she stifled a sob and ran back to the house.
15. Clark watched Sarah go, his pulse thudding at his temple. Her courageous declaration sent a new wave of strength through him. He straightened his shoulders and looked Sir William in the eye. "I'm sorry, sir. I know we should have come to you first, but now that you know how much we care for each other, I'd like to ask your permission to court your sister." William's nostrils flared. "That is out of the question." "But my intentions are honourable, sir. I want to marry her." "Oh, I'm sure you do." William glared at him. "You think marrying my sister will provide you with an income for life? Admit it. That's why you wooed her in secret." "No, sir. That's not true. It makes no difference to me if Sarah has money or not. I've worked for my wages since I was 12. I've no need of another income." "Well, you won't be working here long if you continue to pursue my sister." "We've no wish to leave Highland, sir." "Stop! There is no we." Clark shot off a prayer for strength to control his temper. "I know this has taken you by surprise, but please don't make a decision right now." "And why not? The possibility of you marrying my sister will look no better to me tomorrow than it does today." "But I love her, sir, very much." Sir William huffed out a disbelieving laugh. "You could marry anyone you wish, but you choose my sister. The fact that she's crippled and not likely to receive any other offers has nothing to do with it, I suppose." Clark struggled to pull in a calming breath. "Her hand doesn't matter to me. It only makes me more determined to give her the comfort and love she deserves and make up for the losses she's experienced." "What losses? My sister has been well cared for since birth. I have always seen that she has everything she needs." "Everything except love and a chance to marry and have a family of her own." "How dare you!" William jabbed his finger toward Clark. "You are forbidden to see Sarah or speak to her any more. Do you understand?" A heavy blanket of dread draped around Clark's shoulders. "I understand what you've said, but I cannot fathom why you would hurt Sarah like this." "I have no intention of hurting her. I am protecting her from making a terrible mistake." Clark fisted his hands as the fire built within. "Help me, Lord." Everything in him wanted to strike Sir William for those foul words, but it would only hurt Sarah if he did. He swallowed and reined in his burning anger. "I will pray you have a change of heart, for your sister's sake, and your own." William glared at Clark, then stormed out the door. Clark sank into the chair and lowered his head into his hands. "Dear Lord in heaven, what am I to do?" Julia wiped the back of her hand across her damp forehead and pushed a loose strand of hair behind her ear. Bending over the wooden tub, she scrubbed the sheet once more and dunked it in the soapy water. Her shoulders ached from doing another load of laundry, but at least she had spared her mother the wearisome task. A cold wind whistled under the back door and sent a shiver down her arms. She plunged her hands in the warm water once more. Her feet might be freezing on this cold stone floor, but at least the rest of her was warmed by the steamy water. Her thoughts drifted back to Highland, as they had so often these last few days. What were the children doing this afternoon? Was Anne able to keep them happy and occupied? And how were Catherine and Penelope faring? Had they maintained the good habit she had tried to instill, or had they returned to their old routine of sleeping late, skipping scripture reading and prayer, and ignoring their studies? What had happened between Sarah and Mr. Dalton? Did he now call on her openly, or was their courtship still a secret? And what of William? Was he spending more time with the children, or did he stay hidden in his gloomy library every day, poring over the estate's financial matters?
Was he taking care of himself and finding strength to oversee Highland, his staff and family? Oh, how she missed him. How she missed them all. Her mother stepped through the low doorway that led from the kitchen to the washroom at the back of the cottage. "Julia, we have a caller." She smiled and looked over her shoulder. William ducked his head and followed her mother through the doorway. A soft gasp escaped her lips. "Sir William!" She nodded to him and quickly wiped her wet hands on her apron. "Good afternoon, Miss Foster." With his hat in his hand, he frowned slightly as he looked around the dimly lit room. "We weren't expecting you." Julia glanced at her mother. "But it's nice of you to come," her mother added. "Sir William brought us a basket with some lovely meat, cheese and preserves." "That's very kind. Thank you." Her mother's eyes glowed. "Well, I'll just go put on the tea kettle." She returned to the kitchen. "I'm sorry to interrupt you." He motioned toward the washtub. Julia's cheeks warmed. "I'm almost finished. If I could just rinse and hang this last sheet, then I can offer you some tea in the parlor." "Thank you. I would appreciate a cup of tea." Julia returned to the laundry tub, her stomach fluttering. She couldn't imagine why her mother had brought William to the back room, rather than invite him to sit in the parlor, or at least the kitchen. What was she thinking? She must look a sight with her hair down, her sleeves rolled up, and her arms dripping with dirty wash-water. Well, this was how she spent a good part of her day, and she ought not to pretend her life was any different. She hefted the bulky sheet from the tub and began twisting out the water. "That looks heavy. Let me help you." "Oh, no, it's fine. I'm used to it." "I insist." He lifted one end of the sheet. She stifled a groan and nodded her acceptance, though her face flamed. Together they wrung out the sheet and hung it over the line at the back of the room. "How is your father today?" "He seems to be regaining his strength. We're very grateful." She reached up and adjusted the sheet so it hung evenly over the line. "I'm glad to hear it. That makes me feel a little easier about making my request." Julia glanced his way, wondering what he meant, but his expression revealed nothing. "What request is that, sir?" He glanced over his shoulder toward the kitchen, then back at her. "We've had a bit of a crisis at Highland, and I'm hoping you might be able to return soon." His dark eyebrows drew together in a worried frown. "Oh dear, has something happened to one of the children?" "No, the children are fine, though they miss you terribly and ask every day when you're coming back." That news warmed her heart. "I've missed them as well." "This has nothing to do with the children, or my cousins." He shook his head. "I'm sorry. It's difficult to speak of." She clasped her hands. "Whatever it is, you can be sure I'll keep it in confidence." He nodded and met her gaze. "It's my sister. It seems she's been carrying on a secret liaison with Dalton, the gardener." His lips twisted, as though the words left a bitter taste in his mouth. Julia's heart sank. "Oh, I'm sure they haven't done anything improper." "I caught them together this morning in his office. He has convinced her of his undying devotion." Sarcasm filled his voice. "But of course I know the truth." "Which is?" "He's willing to marry her, in spite of her deformity, because he has his eye on her inheritance." Julia shook her head. "Oh, I don't think that's his motivation." His eyes flashed. "You knew about this?" She hesitated, remembering her promise to Sarah. "She did speak to me about it." "Yet you said nothing to me." He gripped his hat in his hand and looked away. "I would not have expected such disloyalty from you." "Please don't think of it as disloyalty. Sarah confided in me a few weeks ago, and I urged her to speak to you." "But when she kept it from me, why didn't you come yourself?" "She asked me not to tell anyone, and I gave her my promise. I thought she would tell you in time." "Well, she didn't. And now she says if I dismiss Dalton, she'll run away with him."
Julia's knees suddenly felt weak, and she leaned against the wall. "I'm sorry. I had no idea things had moved along so quickly. I thought there was time to do everything properly."
"Properly? You think I should agree to let my sister marry a gardener?" He shook his head. "A month or a year will make no difference. I would be the laughing-stock of Berkshire and London if I allowed it."
"But surely you care more about your sister's happiness than the opinions of strangers."
"So you sympathize with her? You think I should let her go off and live in an old cottage as a poor man's wife?"
Heat flooded her face, and she lifted her chin. "A simple life in a cottage with a husband and children who love you is nothing to be ashamed of." His stern expression faltered.
"Of course not. Forgive me. I am not speaking of you or your family. I'm thinking of Sarah. She was raised in a privileged home and sheltered from the harsher realities of life."
"She may have been sheltered, but she knows her own mind, and she has set her heart on marrying Mr. Dalton."
"That's impossible. She would be throwing her life away."
"But Mr. Dalton is a sincere and honourable man. I believe he loves Sarah, and will do everything in his power to make her happy."
"If she marries him, she'll become the focus of cruel gossip and lose her place in society."
"From what Sarah has told me, she has rarely been involved in society. I can't see how marrying Mr. Dalton would make any difference."
"But if I allow it, people will say I have not done my duty to protect and provide for her. I will be the one who pays for her mistakes."
"So that's your greatest concern? That it will reflect poorly on you?" She shook her head, stunned and disappointed. "I cannot believe you would take away your sister's one chance for love and marriage, just to maintain your reputation." His piercing expression darkened. A warning rose in her heart, but she pushed past it. Marrying to maintain wealth and position in society does not guarantee a happy future or godly contentment, as you well know. His face reddened and became a stormy mask.
"You have no right to speak to me in this manner. I have nothing more to say to you."
He turned and strode past her out the back door. Her legs began to tremble, and all the strength drained out of her. She grabbed the edge of the laundry tub. "Oh, Lord, what have I done?" "Tea's ready." Julia's mother stepped through the doorway. "Where is Sir William?" Julia swallowed, trying to find her voice. "He left by the back door." "Goodness, Julia, you're as pale as a sheet. Come and sit down." Her mother took Julia's arm and led her into the warm kitchen. Julia sank into a chair and tried to still her trembling. Her mother brought the teapot to the table and poured her a cup of tea. "For goodness sake, what happened?" "I'm afraid I spoke my mind too plainly, and I offended Sir William." "Then you must make it right." "But if he doesn't change his mind, he will hurt his sister deeply. How can I condone that?" "You can apologize for the way you spoke to him without agreeing to his conclusions." A surge of resistance rose in her heart. Sir William was wrong, and when her mother heard the details of the story, she would agree. Knowing her mother would keep the matter private, she told her about Sarah and Mr. Dalton, and then she explained how Sir William had discovered them.
Her mother listened quietly, concern deepening in her eyes. "So you can see why I expressed myself as I did." Julia shifted in her seat, feeling less certain of her stance than she had at first. What if she was wrong, and Mr. Dalton's intentions were not pure? But hadn't Reverend Langford confirmed Mr. Dalton's character? Even so, she should not have spoken to Sir William as she had. "I understand Sir William's concerns." Her mother lifted her teacup and sat back. "It reminds me very much of the difficulties I faced when I decided to marry your father." Her gaze drifted toward the kitchen window, and her mouth tightened slightly. "The division it caused in my family has been very hard to live with at times." "But you don't regret marrying father, do you?" "No, of course not." She took a sip of her tea. "Two decisions have shaped my life. The first was following the Saviour with my whole heart when I was 17, and the second was accepting your father's proposal 2 years later. I'm eternally grateful I had the courage to do both. My life has been blessed as I've served the Lord, and I have enjoyed the love and devotion of a godly husband." Her expression softened. "But I do regret the pain I caused my family." "That was not your fault. Your father is the one who refused to see you after you married." Her mother nodded. "I had to fight a long battle in my heart to find forgiveness. But Christ has won the victory, and I'm free of bitterness. Now, when I think of my family and all the years that have been lost, I feel sorrow rather than anger. I have accepted that my father may never change. Bee's desire to stay in touch and pass our letters on to my mother has been a great comfort." Julia nodded, remembering their years in India and how much her aunt's letters had meant to her mother. The exchange of news had been carried on for many years without her grandfather's knowledge. Her grandmother often enclosed a note with her aunt's letters, and those words of love and encouragement had meant the world to her mother. "But the point in all this," her mother continued, "is that you must make amends with Sir William, so you can keep your position and encourage him and his sister to work out their differences. Marrying the person you love is important, but so are family relationships. And you, my dear Julia, may be the one the Lord wants to use to help them through these difficult days. I doubt Sir William will listen to anything else I have to say about it, especially now. But you still have influence with his sister, and if she will wait and give her brother time, perhaps he will come around and accept the idea of her marrying Mr. Dalton. I am not sure either of them can be persuaded to change their minds. Sarah might listen to reason, but Sir William is very proud and set in his ways, and he obviously disliked me giving my opinion today. Perhaps it was more the manner in which you shared it than the message itself." Conviction washed over Julia's heart, and she looked down and smoothed out her apron. "I've done it again, haven't I? Failed to control my tongue when my emotions have been stirred." She sighed. "I don't know why I so often assume I'm right and say exactly what I'm thinking. Later on I always regret I didn't pray and consider the timing or my words more carefully. Realizing our weaknesses is half the battle." Her mother smiled and set her teacup aside. "If you are going to be used by the Lord to help in this situation, you must cool your emotions and guard your tongue." Julia nodded, knowing her mother was right. "Sir William came here today asking for your help." Her mother tipped her head, a question in her eyes. "That seems quite unusual. Wouldn't you agree? He knows Sarah and I have developed a friendship. I'm sure he thought I would help him convince Sarah to give up Mr. Dalton." Julia's heart ached as she thought of her friend. "I so want Sarah to be happy." "Of course you do. But I must ask, do you think there is some other reason Sir William came to see you today?" "What other reason could there be?" "Well, he has been very kind to you, driving you home in his motor car, fetching the doctor, paying for the doctor's visit, and bringing that generous basket of food. And when he arrived today, he insisted on seeing you right away." A faint smile lifted her lips. "I wondered if there might be an attachment forming between you." Julia quickly shook her head. "I'm sure Sir William doesn't think of me like that. But you mention him often. Have you grown to care for him?" Julia's cheeks warmed. "Sir William is bound by the traditions of society. He would never become involved with someone on his staff." "A governess is not the same as a housemaid," her mother added. "No, but she would not be a good match for a baronet like Sir William." Her mother gazed toward the kitchen window. "Perhaps, but there is something about his manner toward you that makes me wonder. He puts on a very valiant face, but I sense vulnerability in him, a need, or some sort of wound that he tries to keep hidden. He has experienced several losses." Julia looked down, torn by her opposing feelings. "But he is a proud, opinionated man. His estate and position are much more important to him than his family or his faith. And for those reasons, I could never love him. Be careful, my dear. Pride does not afflict only the wealthy. A poor man or woman can struggle with the same vice for different reasons." Her mother laid her hand over Julia's. "It takes humility to put aside hurt feelings and see through to someone's heart." Wisdom and affection flowed from her mother's caring expression. "Thank you, Mother. I'll consider what you've said." "Good." Her mother's smile returned, and she gave Julia's hand a pat. Julia refilled her teacup and stirred in a spoonful of sugar. Sir William might be set in his ways and determined to separate Sarah and Mr. Dalton, but she had been impulsive and spoken out of turn again. He had come asking for her help, and she had sent him away empty-handed. That would never do. It was dishonoring, and almost as offensive as his opposition to Sarah and Mr. Dalton's attachment. She took a sip of tea, a plan forming in her mind. Helping Sarah and Sir William resolve their differences was much more important than defending her wounded pride. She would write to him today, straighten out the matter, and ask to return to Highland as soon as possible. 16. William strode out of his bedroom the next morning, his mind churning with the unresolved issues between him and his sister. Following their confrontation in Dalton's office yesterday morning, she had fled to her bedroom and stayed there the rest of the day. He had hoped they could discuss the issue calmly at dinner, but Sarah had not come down. His cousins had been away dining with friends, so he had eaten alone. Later, he had knocked on her door, but she had refused to speak to him any further. He instructed Mrs. Emmett to bring her a dinner tray, but it had remained untouched in the hall. His plan to bring Miss Foster home to help sort out the situation had failed miserably. His head began to throb as he recalled their conversation. How could she take Sarah's side and refuse to help him convince his sister to break off the romance with Dalton? He thought Miss Foster was sensible and loyal, but he had been disappointed by her response. He supposed her youth and inexperience, along with her romantic ideals, made it difficult for her to understand the situation clearly. She knew nothing of the scandal his late wife's unfaithfulness and death had caused him. He grimaced, thinking of the social snubs and cool dismissals he had faced. If a new round of gossip about his sister spread through London society, it would be much worse. Perhaps he should not care what people thought of him and his family, but experience had been a harsh teacher. If Sarah ran away with Dalton, the ripples of disgrace would hang over them for years, and it would make it very difficult for his son to get into the right schools and for both children to find suitable mates. He growled under his breath as he crossed the gallery and headed down the main staircase. He ought to dismiss Dalton, but that would only infuriate his sister, and there was a slim chance she might actually follow through on her threat to run away with him. If she did, he would never forgive himself for pushing her toward that choice. When he reached the bottom of the stairs, he glanced at the line of servants waiting in the great hall for morning scripture reading and prayer. Dalton stood near the end of the line, stone-faced, eyes fixed straight ahead, with the two under-gardeners beside him. William set his jaw and shifted his gaze to the fireplace. Not one member of his family waited at the opposite side of the hall. His shoulders tensed as his butler approached. "Good morning, sir." Mr. Lawrence nodded to him. William pulled his pocket watch from his vest and checked the time. "Where is my family? Why haven't they come down?" Lawrence leaned closer and lowered his voice. "It appears there is illness in the house, sir." William frowned. "Who is ill?" "One of the maids just informed me that Master Andrew and Miss Millicent are sick in bed." Alarm shot through William, and he scanned the line of servants again, searching for his housekeeper. "Where is Mrs. Emmett?" "She has gone up to check on them, sir." William glared toward the stairs and gallery. "What about Miss Ramsay and the young ladies? Are they ill as well?" Dalton's head jerked to the left, and he shot William a panicked glance. William ignored him and focused on Lawrence. "I have not seen them this morning, sir." William huffed, his irritation matching his concern. He wanted to dash up the stairs and search out the situation himself, but the staff waited. "Very well. In light of the children's illness, we will dispense with scripture reading this morning. Let us pray." He waited while the servants bowed their heads and closed their eyes. Then he followed suit. A dark foreboding pressed down on his heart. Though he was master of Highland and head of his family, he had no real control over what would happen to his children. Their health and well-being were in the hands of God. "Dear Heavenly Father, we come today acknowledging our dependence upon you." His throat tightened, and he had to swallow twice before he could go on. "We ask you to watch over our household and care for those who are ill. Please comfort and heal them, and give us wisdom as we carry out our duties to the best of our abilities. In the name of Christ our Lord, we pray. Amen." Lawrence stepped forward. "How can I be of service, sir?" "We may need to send for Dr. Hadley. I'll go up to see the children and discuss it with Mrs. Emmett." But he had no idea if the housekeeper was knowledgeable about such matters. Blast! Why wasn't Miss Foster here? She would know what to do. "Very good, sir. I'll await your orders." Lawrence bowed slightly to William. Then he nodded to the staff to dismiss them. They filed out, their mood somber. William narrowed his eyes at Dalton as he passed, but the gardener stared straight ahead, his jaw set. There was no time to discuss matters with him this morning, and even if there were, William was not certain what he would say. He must settle things with Sarah before he spoke to Dalton again. He hurried up the stairs and passed through the gallery. Sarah's room as well as the nursery and schoolroom were in the east wing, on the opposite side of the house from William's bedroom. Mrs. Emmett met him at the door of the children's room and ushered him in. Both children lay in their beds, their faces flushed, hair damp, and their breathing heavy. Lydia sponged Millicent's forehead, while Anne stood by Andrew's bed, her hands clasped, and a tired, worried expression lining her young face. "What is wrong with the children?" Mrs. Emmett leaned toward him. "Anne was up with them all night. Both have fevers, chills, headaches, stomach aches, and sore throats." She glanced toward them with a weary sigh. "Their fevers are quite high. One of the kitchen maids is also sick with the same symptoms." "Do you think that's how the children caught it?" "I'm afraid so. We must be very careful and keep the others away so it doesn't spread through the house. I'll send for the doctor." William crossed to the desk. Taking out a sheet of paper, he quickly penned a note to Dr. Hadley, asking him to come as soon as possible. While the ink dried, he turned and considered whom he should send. The nursery maid seemed the least busy, so he summoned her and sent her off to find Lawrence or one of the footmen. William scanned the children's faces again. "Mrs. Emmett, I leave you in charge here." The housekeeper's eyes widened. "I am not a trained nurse, and I have other duties to see to." Irritation burned in his chest. "You will stay until the doctor arrives, or until I return with someone else to oversee the children's care. Do you understand?" Her mouth puckered, but she gave a stiff nod. "Yes, sir." She turned back toward the children's beds. He strode down the hall to Sarah's room and knocked on her door. After 2 seconds of silence, he was through waiting. "Sarah, the children are ill. I need your help." The door opened, and she looked out, her eyes wide. "What's wrong with the children?" His voice suddenly locked in his throat, and he turned his head away. "William, what is it?" He swallowed. "They both have fevers and sore throats." She tipped her head, her expression easing. "I'm sure they'll be fine. Children often catch." "No, this is serious. One look at them and—" His eyes suddenly burned, and he lifted his hand to rub them. Blast! He must get a grip on himself. Sarah laid her hand on his arm. "It's all right. I'll go to them at once. You mustn't worry." He straightened. "Thank you. I've sent for the doctor, but I'll feel better knowing you're there." She sent him a reassuring look, then hurried off to the children's room. William paced the hall. What would he do now? He didn't have the experience or temperament for sickroom duty, but driving to fetch Dr. Hadley would be much quicker than harnessing the horses and sending a footman in the carriage. He ran to his room and grabbed his hat, coat, and gloves, then hurried down the main staircase and out the front door. As he rounded the corner of the house, he saw a woman crossing the park. Recognition flashed through him, and he lifted his hand. "Miss Foster!" She immediately changed course to meet him. "Good day, sir." "I'm glad you've come." Her eyes widened. "I wrote you a letter, but as I prayed about it, I thought I should bring it myself." She took a letter from her coat pocket, then offered it to him. "Thank you. I'll read it soon. But for now, I need you to go to the house and attend the children. They're both quite ill. I'm going to fetch the doctor." Concern filled her eyes. "Of course, sir. I'll go to them at once." She stepped away. "Wait." He reached for her hand. "I just want to say, I'm very glad you've come back." She smiled, and her eyes filled with warmth. "I'm glad as well." She glanced down at their clasped hands. Relief rushed through him. He nodded and released her hand, then jogged off to the stables, hoping to catch the groomsmen before they harnessed the horses. Sliding open the stable door, he hurried down the centre aisle, searching the stalls. "Hardy? Gates? Are you here?" But no one answered. Frowning, he pushed open the back door and scanned the rear stable yard. His car sat in the covered portico behind the stables. And there, in the shade of the building, stood one of the young groomsmen, Peter Gates, and the nursery maid Anne, clasped in a tight embrace. "What the devil!" William marched toward them. Gates dropped his arms and spun around. The maid gasped and stepped back, her face red and blotchy. "I sent you with an important message." He glared at the young maid. "But did you deliver it? No. I find you cavorting with the groom in the stable yard. Have you no conscience? No decency?" Gates stepped in front of Anne. "There's no need to shout at her. She's upset after being up all night with your children." William pointed at him. "You had better hold your tongue, young man, unless you want to be dismissed this instant." The groom's face flushed red, but he clamped his mouth closed. "I'm ever so sorry, sir." The maid's voice quivered as she stepped out from behind Gates. "I searched for Mr. Lawrence, but I couldn't find him, so I thought if I came out here and told Peter, he could go for the doctor." "It doesn't look like either one of you were thinking one whit about my children, or about the doctor." He scowled at the maid. "Go back to the house. Report to Mrs. Emmett. And don't let me catch you out here with Gates ever again. Do you understand?" "Yes, sir." She bobbed a quick curtsy, lowered her head, and ran back toward the house. "And you, sir?" He shifted his narrow-eyed gaze to the groom. "I should send you packing, but I don't have the time to deal with it right now. Go start my car." Gates hustled off without a word. William shook his head. What was his world coming to? Every time he turned around, he discovered someone else carrying on a secret romance, with no thought to the impact it would have on others. Secret romances below stairs caused all kinds of trouble. He would have to speak to Mrs. Emmett and Lawrence about the situation later. Right now, he must find Dr. Hadley and bring him back to Highland to see the children. He clenched his jaw as an anxious prayer formed in his mind. "Please watch over Andrew and Millie and restore them to good health. I have not been the father I should be, but if you will give me another chance, I will make an effort to change my ways. Please, Lord, I could not bear to lose them." Sarah looked up as the clock on the nursery mantel struck 3. Late afternoon sunlight spilled across the floor and touched the head of Andrew's bed. She set his empty soup bowl on the bedside table. Surely finishing his broth would help him regain his strength and fight off this terrible illness. She smiled down at him. "Why don't you just close your eyes and rest for a bit?" "All right," he whispered, and turned his head to the side. Poor lad. She had never seen him this ill. The doctor's diagnosis of scarlet fever had struck fear in her heart and sent a wave of panic through the house. Dr. Hadley ordered the children to be isolated, and only Sarah, Julia, and Anne were allowed in the nursery to care for them. Sarah glanced at Anne as she put away one of Millicent's clean nightgowns in the closet. A basket of folded laundry sat at her feet. The girl was certainly faithful and a hard worker, but for once Sarah wished Anne would leave the room so she could speak to Julia privately. The last 36 hours had been an exhausting whirl, caring for the children and grieving over her brother's insistence that she must break off her relationship with Clark. If she wasn't so worried about Andrew and Millie, she would go downstairs right now and beg William to change his mind. Clark was a fine, honourable man, worthy of her love and William's acceptance. Surely there was some way she could persuade her brother to agree to their courtship. Sarah closed her eyes and rubbed her forehead. Confronting her brother would have to wait until the children were out of danger, and she had a little rest and could think clearly. Across the room, Julia hovered over Milly, a spoon in her hand. "I know your throat is sore, dear, but please try one more little sip." Milly whimpered, a pitiful look on her face. But she finally opened her mouth and accepted a spoonful of the chicken broth. "That's a good girl. Now lie back and rest." Julia placed the half-empty bowl on the tray. "Anne, will you please take these dishes down to the kitchen?" Anne nodded, looking as weary as Sarah felt. "Would you like me to bring up anything else?" she asked, as she accepted the tray from Julia. "Just some fresh water, please." Anne nodded and left the room. Sarah glanced at Milly, then checked on Andrew once more. Both children appeared to be resting quietly or asleep. She crossed the room to Milly's bedside and leaned closer to Julia. "I need to speak to you, and no one else must hear." Julia nodded and led Sarah to the alcove across the room. "What is it?" Sarah clasped Julia's hand. "William knows about my feelings for Clark. He discovered us alone together in Clark's office." Julia lowered her eyes. "I know. He told me." Sarah straightened. "He did?" "Yes. He came to my parents' home that afternoon and asked me to return to Highland and try and convince you to give up Mr. Dalton." Indignation surged through Sarah. "How could he think you would take his side and speak against Clark? Of all the prideful and self-righteous men in all the world—" Julia laid her hand on Sarah's arm. "You must try to see things from his point of view. He loves you and is concerned for your future. If he truly loves me, then he ought to agree to our courtship, instead of insulting Clark and breaking my heart." Hot tears flooded her eyes, and she lifted her hand to her mouth. "Oh, Julia, what am I going to do? He has forbidden me to see Clark." Sympathy filled Julia's eyes. "I'm so sorry." Sarah sniffed and took a handkerchief from her pocket. "You should have seen him when he discovered us. He was so angry." She wiped her nose, and a tremor ran through her at the memory of her brother's fierce expression. "What did he say to Clark?" "I'm not sure. He insisted I leave. I didn't want to go, but Clark urged me to let him handle it. That was probably wise. I admire his courage. As do I. But before I left, I told William if he dismissed Clark and sent him away, I would leave Highland and go with him." "Oh, Sarah." Julia searched Sarah's face. "That would be so painful for everyone. But I love Clark. There must be some way I can convince William to let us marry." She clasped her hands and paced a few steps away, her mind swirling with conflicting thoughts and emotions. Suddenly she spun around, hope rising in her heart. "Would you speak to William for us? Surely he'd listen to you." "I tried, that day he came to see me, and I'm sorry to say it did not go well." Sarah moaned and sank down on the window seat. "Then what am I to do?" Julia sat beside her. "You must pray about it and ask the Lord to guide you." "I have prayed, and so has Clark. We've both been praying for a mate for years, and now we've found each other, and the only thing lacking is William's acceptance and blessing." She clasped her hand again. "Please, Julia, You must help me find a way to convince William that Clark and I should be allowed to marry."
Julia thought for a few moments, then turned to Sarah. "Here is what I suggest. Go to William and tell him what you've told me. Then ask him to reconsider. But be calm and listen to whatever he says without argument. Perhaps if he feels you've heard his concerns, he might be more willing to hear what you have to say." Sarah nodded, but she bit her lip, wondering how she would ever find the courage to face her brother and tell him everything in her heart. And be open to compromise. Sarah frowned. What kind of compromise? Perhaps if you promised to wait a few months, that would give everyone time to adjust to the idea and see that you and Mr. Dalton are truly committed to each other. Do you really think that would help? I'm not sure. But if waiting would resolve the issues between you and Sir William and allow him to give you his blessing, then it would be worth it. Sarah sighed, her emotions rising and falling like the waves of the sea. I can't imagine William changing his mind. He seems so set against us. Beyond all his objections, I believe your brother loves you and wants what's best. We must keep praying for him to have a change of heart. Yes, we mustn't give up hope. Sarah wrapped her arms around Julia and leaned her head on her shoulder. Thank you, Julia. You are so dear. I don't know what I would do without you.